drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence.
Good morning, everyone. We are now here at the Southeast Asia National Finals for Auto Chess, organized by ESL Asia and Auto Chess VNG. I am Excelsior PH. With me is Mikopi. Mikopi, good morning. Who are we going to watch today?
Good morning, Excelsior. I'm very excited today because we are gonna watch first the upper bracket semifinals. The players here haven't experienced a major loss enough to put them to the lower bracket, so I'm very excited how all of these great players will be clashing in the upper bracket and who will be moving along to the grand finals. But before that, we will also have the lower bracket finals today, and those players have
Yes.
trudged dangerous waters of the lower bracket, try to eliminate all of the competition in order to get a shot at the grand finals. So yeah, I'm very excited for today. How about you, Excelsior?
Yes, I'm very excited as well, and I am also kind of praying for the lower bracket players. Why is that? Because you told me a while ago that there's going to be just two players from each bracket is going to go on and move forward, and they're going to fight the losers of this round. What can you say about that, Mikopi?
Yeah, you're right. So yesterday was a grueling day for the lower bracket because in Group J and Group K, only two players were able to move, and they will be facing against the. They will be moving to Group L and then facing against the bottom four of Group I, which will be happening shortly. And then and then the top four from Group I, and then the top four from Group L will then move on to the Group M, which is our grand finals.
That's right. And I'm expecting a lot of the same synergies over the past 2 days. But let's see, we might get surprised. We have seen a lot of warrior synergies, a lot of B synergies. But let's go on to the number of matches played during this tournament. For round of 32, there's best of 3, quarterfinals, best of 3. For this semifinals, we're going to have a best of 4, and the grand finals, best of 7. And again, the point distribution will go and be explained by Mikopi.
Yes, so for the first place, we have 9 points. For second place, we have 7. For third, we have 6. For fourth, we have 5 points. Fifth, we'll get 3 points. Sixth place, will get 2 points. Seventh, will get 1 point. And eighth place, will get nothing.
Oh man, that's gonna hurt, right, Mikopi, if you get nothing. But wait, there's more. As we can see here, the prizes for the regionals. This is going to be this one that we're going to cast is going to be the national finals. But the big kahuna of prizes is going to be the regionals, wherein the champion will get 6,000 US dollars, and the second place will get 4,000, third 1,800. Fourth, 1,000, fifth to 8, 400, ninth to 16th, $300, and then 17th to 32nd, $200. That's a lot of money going around for auto chess. And Mikobi, what are we going to watch today?
Yeah, so for our schedule for today at 10 o'clock, it will be Group I, which is the upper bracket semifinals. That's the best of four. At 2 p.m., we will have the Group L, the lower bracket semifinals, which unfortunately we won't be able to cast. And at 6 p.m., we have the Group M, which is the grand finals.
That's right. That's right. And that's the schedule that we're going to go. We might go earlier, but it depends on how fast the games are going to go. And it depends also on how much win streak the players are going to get. As we have seen yesterday, Mikopi, if one player dominates the match, the games are a bit quicker. Why is that, Mikopi?
That is very true. Whenever a player was able to capitalize, especially on one of the new synergies that are proving themselves to be super strong, it could easily snowball into an easy win for them. We have seen this a lot when it comes to those beast and warrior compositions, especially when one player is able to capitalize. And yeah, looking forward to those strategies as well in this best of four in our upper bracket finals. So, Excelsior, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at an early, of course, Skybreaker, and of course CDYI getting that Agursus Ranger. I mean, if I start playing auto chess, I just don't mind the Agursus Ranger. I didn't mind it before, but now it could be a viable
There's an
pick.
arrow. I have a bad
Right,
feeling
Mikopi, of
about
seeing these
this.
players go forward and right off the bat pick the Agursus Ranger. Why is that?
Yep,
Why is it that that's getting more popular in the first picks, Mikopi?
okay, that is very true. The great thing about the Evolutions Ranger is it's very much available. It's only a one gold unit, and the thing about it is that it has two important traits. For its race, it's Aggressist, which plays well into more damage-based compositions, such as Hunter, which coincidentally it also is. So that opens up to you multiple routes. It could be part of an Aggressist composition. And on the other hand, if you want to pursue full hunter and if the pieces fall your way, then there's that as well. Also, its marksmanship ability allows it to take advantage of even the most basic of items, thus increasing its damage and attack speed.
That's right. And that marksmanship ability, Mikopi, is passive, right?
That is passive, yes, so it works well with Frantic Masks. In fact, a lot of players might want to build Frantic Masks early on, especially if they manage to get a very early 2-star Aggressive Ranger, just to take full advantage of it.
That's right. That's right. And I think I've seen a lot of Fallen Witchers before in the past few games that we have casted the Mikopi. Maybe Lamy is looking at a Fallen Witcher Taboo Witcher combo, but of course, just to be sure, you really have to stack up on the mechs because they are really strong during the early game. How is it? Why is the Fallen Witcher so strong, Mikopi?
That is very much correct. And you pointed out a great example here. We see Lamy that at first his initial composition doesn't seem to make any sense. I
There's
mean,
an arrow with
why
your
not just
name.
when you have mechs and then suddenly you have a component of the Witcher synergy, right? So how it works is that the great thing about the Witcher synergy, the Fallen Witcher and the Taboo Witcher, is that they are very easy to fit into almost any early composition that you want. But this particularly goes well for the Fallen Witcher, wherein you can have a powerful carry in the early game and in the mid game, while you can also groom it up to be a vital component in your late game as well. In fact, it is seeing a lot of use right now in the 6 Beast composition that has been dominating yesterday simply because it is very to fit in. You only need 2 pieces, the Witcher and the Fallen Witcher, and then you can just equip your Fallen Witcher with almost every item, but particularly you might want to have the Holy Spirit Lance, which grants it a splash damage attack. So with that in mind,
Right.
especially if you're able to be the only one to capitalize and pick the Fallen Witcher compared to the other players, then you will end up with a very powerful carry that will actually carry you throughout the whole game.
That's right. And we were actually uh, corrected a bit earlier or a bit earlier in the previous matches because we thought that the Fallen Witcher was just an early to mid game, and we are now seeing that the meta calls for an a late game Fallen Witcher. But let's go forward with this synergy that Dao is making. What is this, Mikopi?
Okay, so currently Dao is
Come on,
he's a bit
try to hit me.
he's exploring his options at the moment. Part of the composition that he's fielding right now leans towards the B synergy. You can see it from the Lord of Sand, as well as the Tusk Champion. However, he is also exploring his other options, such as that of the Hunters as well. And at the moment, selling those pieces might not be the best option because it might not help his economy. But
Yeah.
yeah, more or less, it is providing him with a lot more options should his current should the current composition that he is building not work out for him.
That's right. And I would really like to see the synergies that's happening on the game right now, if ever we get a chance. But we are looking right now out of 3 out of 6 warrior build and a Gersis build coming from Moose. Moose is not using his open force strategy today, right? Mikopi, I think he's going straight forward to maintaining a stable build instead of just going from behind in his game. What is he? What did he do in the previous matches, Mikopi?
That is right. In the previous round, Moose was kind of exciting to watch, to be honest, because he's basically exchanging life advantage for economic advantage. Life advantage, of course, as your resource, it is you might want to keep it always at a high level, but Moose, rather, he took some calculated risks and exchanged his HP basically to ensure a lose streak, wherein he gets a lot more gold than the other players each round. So what it does is he developed his economy further and also was able to observe what the other players were using so far and was able to capitalize um, on synergies that weren't being used. So he was able to get a sort of monopoly on them, quickly build up on that synergy, and then was able to take over in the later stages of the game.
I used to be a painter.
That's right, Mikopi.
Nothing
And
is
we
true.
are now looking
Everything.
at a possible kind of hodgepodge pick here. But I think we are seeing CDYI trying to go forward and benching an assassin synergy mixed with a marine synergy. This is, in my opinion, strong because of the marine synergy. Why does the marine synergy go well with the assassin synergy?
Okay, so normally assassins are they're super soft. All they have going for them is damage, and possibly a bit of toughness for in the case of some assassins. However, when you couple them with the marine synergy, it essentially gives all of their units a certain degree of magical resistance, which is usually the big problem for assassins because they might be able to jump, but they can't actively avoid most area of effect spells. So that provides them an additional amount of protection, which enables them to attack more, which hopefully allows them to dominate the opposing team.
That's right. That's right. And we're looking at the synergies, Mikopi. What is missing? I'm seeing Igersis Hunter right at the bottom from SDZK. Will that be the best play for SDZK to just go forward into that synergy?
I think, given the options he has right now, I think it's one of the better options that he wants to pursue. And as far as synergies go, I think we're missing the usual suspects, which is Knight and Mage. And here's just a little bit of interesting observation that I had in my earlier games. I actually got beaten this morning, Excelsior, by a knight of all things, a 6 knight 3 dragon
Wow.
composition. You know, the classic. It was able to beat.
Yeah,
I think I was
classic.
using warrior during that time, and that surprised me because based on the past few games that we have seen, Knights doesn't seem to be a good option, but somehow, some way, this guy was able to make it work, and that just surprised me.
Yeah, right, that's right. But was this knight combined with a glacier synergy?
Actually, it's with a dragon, so
Oh
it's
wow.
like you remember how one the knight can go two ways, like it's either glacier, dragon, or four knight and into something else. This guy was able to complete the the six knight, three dragon, and four Egress's synergy.
Igursis,
Um,
yeah. I
Egress's,
was
yeah,
thinking of that, Igursis.
to actually defeat my my 9 warrior composition. And this is because what
Mm,
makes it all possible, from what I've noticed on the scoring screen, is that it's because of the new patch. Because now the Winter Chiropteran, the dragon that has cool healing, is also now an
yeah,
Egersis as well. So,
that's right,
so
that's
because of
right.
that, it's easier to complete the Egersis composition, the four Egersis composition, and then that adds a lot more damage to my team. And I think it's something to watch out for as well in this game. Should someone hopefully pursue that route?
And I'm not sure if anyone is going to pursue that route right now, Mikopi, because a lot of these players are a bit, how do you say this, a bit conservative. Not so much on moving in an unknown or how do you say this, uncharted waters, but they're most basically going to try hunters, warriors, and of course relying on the fallen witchers because as you have said, the knights haven't had a good win rate in the past few days. So
That is
Mikopi,
very,
what
yep.
is Dao doing that is giving him a good win streak?
That is true, Mr. Excelsior. And in the case of Dao, he is using what is looking to be the most dominant strategy so far in this tournament, which is going 6 beasts. Well, right now he is still at 4 beasts, so we haven't experienced the full power yet. But even then, it is performing very well because this allows even his 1-star units to deal a significant amount of damage compared to the 1-star units of the other player. This also makes
Yes.
his other units that are seemingly, harmless, like our favorite unicorn, deal a lot more damage than usual. And of course, the cherry on top of that build is the Fallen Witcher carry, which even at level 1, once it transforms, still enables it to kill a lot of the units from the opposing team.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, what are the synergies that are dominating right now on the synergy board? I'm looking at Jen and Lamy. They're falling way behind. Why is that?
I guess it's because maybe a part of me wants to think that they are just not dealt the best units, but of course you have to consider the decision making they have made along the way as well. So maybe they have made some mistakes in the early game. When it comes to composition, maybe they went for a comp that they thought is being granted unto them by the game, but it turns out that it didn't. So they have to adjust a few more times, more than the usual. So that kind of sets them a bit far behind from the rest of the pack.
So, how is this going to go, Mikopi? How are they going to make up for it?
Well, you have one of two options. It's first is to try to minimize your losses, and as we
Yeah.
can see, both Jen and Lamy have good economies, so they have all the time in the world to adjust. Jen, however, is at a very dangerous 35 health, so that might be he might not have that much time compared to the rest. But for now, this wolf pack round will give him a bit of time to make his adjustments, as well as try to scout the other players for what they are building, and hopefully find his spot within all of the synergies that are being fielded in this game.
That's right, Mikopi. And I'm just waiting for someone to give us an answer for what Dao is doing. Because look at that golden win streak right now. I'm not sure how many he has as of the moment, but it's really apparent that he has a 10 win streak. If
That is
Dao
right.
remains unchecked, he's just going to eliminate everyone one at a time, Mikopi.
That is right. If you look at it another way, he almost has the economy of our bottom two players, but at the same time has a significant lead on the life total. And this is testament to the power of the beast synergy along with the druid synergy, and of course that witcher carry. So that has been proving to be very effective for him. And one of the more curious things that I saw earlier during the Wolf round was, did you see that a Devastator this early in the game?
Yeah, yeah, I saw it, man.
I was so surprised.
Someone must have been very lucky.
Yeah, that was a very
Someone
good
must be very,
stroke of
very,
luck.
very lucky. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And um, can you explain to some of our players why it is a lucky pick in this portion or this at this time of the tournament?
Okay, so the quality of the pieces that you receive every round is dependent on your current level. At your lower levels, some pieces, such as the four gold pieces and the 5 gold pieces, aren't readily available. So you have to reach the higher levels first, and even then, your chances of getting them are kind of low. For example, if you're at level 7, I think you only have a 7% chance of getting 7 to 10% chance of getting a 4 gold piece, and of course that makes the 5 gold piece a lot harder. So this is very significant because it's like a single digit percentage, and then you got that unit. So
Yeah.
if it is given to you, even if you can't use it, because of the sheer power of 5 gold units, you might want to pick it up and take full advantage
Yeah.
of it early in the game.
Yes, and that's what Mikopi is talking about is wow, and he gets also a dark spirit. What?
Wow,
What's that?
Jen,
What's that, man?
what
What's
magic
happening
is
there?
this?
What's
Okay,
happening right there,
so
man? I mean, he's 9. He's 9. He's level 9. I think he's just capitalizing on getting on the that level, man. So
okay,
maybe that's
okay.
why Mikopi.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Excelsior, but basically, MSGGN here now has the full six, what they call it, six goblin mech synergy, 6 goblin synergy. And look at those goblins; they are now so tough. Even if he doesn't
Yeah.
have his Venomancer, the Devastator more than makes up for it. And in fact, he also has
Oh
a Dark
yes, it
Spirit right
is.
there for good measure. And the great thing about
Oh
this is that
man.
anytime that the Venomancer comes in, you can just simply swap his Dwarf Sniper for it, and then he
Yes.
has the complete set. And when you consider that this happened so early in the game, just a bit before round 20, he actually um, he is actually in a good position to fight against most of the other players.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, the I would like to beg to differ right there because I think one of its best players right now is the dwarf sniper because as you can see, it's in the back line. It's not getting touched, and I'm not seeing any dominant assassin build from our other players. And look at that damage. It's 1,000, 2,000. Right? So it's I mean
That's right. That's
it's
right.
irreplaceable at the moment.
Is inseparable from
Yep.
someone.
So yeah, actually, you made a very good point. Up until this point in the game, the dwarf sniper, even by itself, I completely forgot that it's level 2. Will be able to deal significant damage and act as the pseudo carry for the goblin team until the actual carry arrives. So we've seen it right
That's
there.
right.
It's well protected, it's well positioned, and was able to deal a lot of damage next to that heaven bomber.
Man, almost just 300 damage difference between the two, and now we're looking at Dao falling off from a 100 health now down to 67. What happened there? I think he has a 6 out of 6 beast build. Mikopi, why is that? Why did he fall off? What do you think?
Oh, I'm actually surprised as well, considering that he got the six beast synergy going on. And what
Yeah.
I guessed happened is that he got faced in the last few rounds against players who have already reached bigger power spikes than he does, or maybe it happened uh, before he was able to get the 6B synergy. But now that he has it,
Yes,
we
yes.
will see it in full effect. So I guess this is him invading STZK, who is fielding hunters at the moment. And yeah, he is simply overwhelming him with those level 3 Treants, with that level 2 bear. And yeah, STZK will have a quick fall in that round. For Moose, however, on the other hand,
That's
he is
right.
winning with Warriors, and it's nice. It's just nice to see that the Warriors are back at it again, giving Moose the stable gameplay that he needs, particularly with that just the stable gameplay that he needs for this round.
Mikopi, I'm thinking that the Warriors are in a golden state of being picked right now because we are seeing that a lot of people are realizing that the patch has actually made them much more powerful. If you haven't done so in this day, can you explain, Mikopi, what is the additional benefit of getting a 9 Warrior synergy?
Okay, so one of the more significant things that came around in the new patch is that there was an adjustment to the warrior synergy. Before, when you put 9 warriors together, they get plus 20 armor. But this time around, they also have the additional effect of reflecting damage back into the attacker equal to their current armor. So if you attack a warrior with 25 health, with 25 armor, you will take 25 pure damage in return.
Don't gain too much weight.
That's
Otherwise,
right.
you'll be
And
eating for dinner.
man, that 20 pure or that armor equivalent damage is also really powerful, especially if your opponents are on the weak side or in terms of HP. So the time honored question, Mikopi, is that is it going to be more powerful to have more health and armor than damage?
Uh, Again, it would be on a case-to-case basis. However, generally, you will always want to have a higher health. That's why some comps will always want to prefer a what they call this a good front line, so that it buys them all of the time for the softer guys to deal damage. And speaking of damage
Right.
dealers, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Excelsior Lamy has a level 3 Witcher, way faster than the other
Whoa.
players have.
No good. No
But I
However,
evil.
think
this
Lamy
this
is, yeah.
this Witcher, yep, this Witcher is not on the back of a warrior or a beast composition, but rather it seems to be riding on the back of a glacial composition. What can you say about that, Excelsior Glacial being represented right now?
Oh, well. I'm not sure if that's going to be important in this matchup or in the in spread, because as we can see, some of the other compositions are now dominating, and it has fallen off a bit over the last few games that we have. So, Mikopi, we are seeing the 9 out of 9 Warrior Synergy going to win these two. Is it? I think it's going to be because of the Abyssal Crawler. It's going to be
Yeah,
dominated by the Abyssal Crawler.
that's true. The Abyssal Crawler really carrying that one. So it's just a matter of I guess this is Moose, yeah, of Moose uh, just leveling up his units. And he might also
Yeah.
want to start looking for that Rogue Guard. And the great thing about this is that he is just one Red Axe Chief away from a level 3 Red Axe Chief, and just two
Yeah.
Swordmen away from getting a level 3 Swordsman. Once he get those, you can be sure that he will be getting those win streaks, especially if he can face opponents that those two level 3 units can overwhelm.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking right now at the screen of Moose. And of course, they're just fighting some low level neutrals that compared to what they're donning right now. And Mikopi, why is it that Dao
turn
is
them into
still
sharp food.
dominating right now. Is the beast the thing right now?
Yes, it seems yeah,
Live
that
by
seems
the
to be the
sword,
case. It seems that the
kill by the
6B
sword.
synergy has now kicked in for Dao, and it's also important to note that he now has his level 2 Witcher, which will give him a good carry now in the middle stages of the game. It's I guess he feels really bad that he wasn't able to capitalize on getting a level 3 Witcher, such as what the other player has, but that will do for the build, especially when you consider that you are still its attack power is still increased by the 6B synergy. It is still applying a stacking damage on the opponent's that it hits in addition to a 30% damage increase.
I am the Eggman.
Yes, that's
Blade
right.
few
And
live by the
we are
sword,
seeing here
kill by the
maybe
sword.
in one turn, 4 players will get eliminated, Mikopi. I'm seeing a lot of players on within lethal range. So, man, Mikopi, will we see domination of CDYI continuing over in this match? I want to see what synergy he's carrying right now. But the goblin synergy, is it falling off?
That seems to be the case, and yes, so we were talking about what happened in the previous rounds. STZK was unfortunately had to bow out in this in this round in this game. So and yeah, a lot of players also in lethal range. In fact, we see an item dropping there, so that means another player got eliminated. And hopefully
Yes, that's
it's not.
right.
Oh no, it's Lamy, and
Oh no.
that makes Dao a very happy
Time for a
Witcher,
miracle.
fallen Witcher using player because Lamy is the one with the. I think it's Lamy that has the level 3 Witcher, if I'm not mistaken. So that
That's right.
essentially frees everything for all the Witchers in the world for Dao for the taking.
Oh
However, yeah,
man.
Jen and SQZM is still fielding that Goblin synergy. Both are now at 6, so these will prove to be very tough. But yeah, CDYI. I can't really with that quick glimpse at the synergy board. I can't really quickly assess the like what's making him tick and how he's doing it. So I really want to see his
Yeah.
army in action.
That's right. That's right. And also, aside from wanting to see his army, we are looking at the army of SQZM falling up, and I bet he's going to get eliminated because he's being bogged down right now by that dwarf sniper, and you can see right there he's going to go out of the game. And man, Mikopi, that was good match for that goblin. Goblin synergy. We are looking at Dao right now with the 6B synergy. CDYI again, still with the mix of his carry, Abyssal Crawler, and he has a Marine. He has a Feather synergy and Assassin. So let's see if that's gonna work.
This is very surprising. I'm looking at CDYI's composition, and yeah, he is actually banking a lot on the feathered, um, synergy. But of course, the weakness of feathered synergy is that it's prone to ability magical damage, and to compensate for that, he is also fielding a marine synergy just to protect his units. However, that's not enough yet to protect him from the mech player that invaded him. I guess that is Dao, or rather
That's right.
that's
That's right.
Jen.
That's,
And
yep. Yep.
but
Yep.
yeah, he has to level up his units more. He probably needs to level up to 40, but I don't think with this current economy that's possible. But yeah, some adjustments have to be made for CDYI.
That's right. And we are seeing Dao, Mikopi, going down to the top 3 position because he was dominating a while ago in the top 1 position. Now he's down to top 3. Not really a bad position, if we say so here in this match, because top 3 also can gain you a lot of points. But the game is not over yet. He can still make up for it with a few gold left. And he is not able to develop a lot of minions, right, Mikopi? I mean, where is the carry there? Is it still going to be just the Witcher?
That is right. He still has to bank on the Fallen Witcher to try to carry the game. He also needs to have that level 3 Warpwood Sage so that he will have a lot more tanking power. And I think that is what is actually making him lose the engagements in a close manner because the tanking power of a level 3 Warpwood Sage, as you can see, is a lot way better than what the level 2 can do. And in fact, he's getting overwhelmed by right now. And yeah, I think that's it for Dao.
Yeah, that's it. That's it for Dow. He's going down. And wow, what a matchup right there. And getting swarmed by all those Treants. Mikopi. Yeah, how sad is
Oh,
that? But well,
and look
it
at that Warpwood
happens.
Stage. It's not dying. It's stepping
It's
on a
not dying
black
to
hole.
a black hole, right? Wow.
It's a dying to a black hole. It's just staying there. It's just leech seeding
Wow.
the dark spirit,
Wow.
and I'm guessing it will
CDYI.
just yeah. Yeah, it will just punch the remaining Grim Touch in the head and just win the whole round for CDYI right there.
Very
And I
good.
guess
Very
this
good
is
match right
the
there.
adjustment that he needs to do. I mean, the round before that, Jen seemingly has the upper hand, and now it's actually Jen's turn to try to adjust. But I think he's locked in now with all of his units. He just has to
Yes,
rely on a
that's
level
right.
1 Venomancer. So slowly but surely, I think Dao might be able to pull one over him in this game.
That's right. And we are seeing a side-to-side matchup right here. We can see CDYI right on the right, Jen on the left, both MSG players, brothers going toe-to-toe, and I think Abyssal Crawler is going to take this
No
one.
one is inseparable from someone.
And that's a very unfortunate thing for Jen because with the Goblin synergy, you have very little what they call it adaptability in order to try to counter certain units. So what
Is that right?
he may want to do instead is to just go for raw power and he's try to overpower CDYI. It's also important to note that in the previous clash, CDYI's Siren wasn't able to do its Abyssal Gaze. It died too quickly, so he might want to consider repositioning that that piece as well. But he didn't. So you can see it now. It will die quickly without being able to fire an Abyssal Gaze. And also the black hole going into the ideal spot, the backline of CDYI. However, the HPs of his units are very are still high, and
Yeah.
that Warpwood Sage just doing a lot of work. I wonder what's it equipped with. I'd be surprised if it's
Yeah,
I mean, you get a lot of value from any defensive item that you equip the Warpwood Sage. And
that's right. That's right.
one of the best things that you can actually equip it with is the new armor from the patch, the ice plate mail, which you can upgrade into the
Yeah.
ice armor later on, because it will give in a lot of dodge, a lot of an additional armor, and of course combined with the high HP and leech seed, he'll be tanking for a very long time.
That's right. And we can see here, Jen is kind of stuck in a rut because we can see him not developing a lot of 3-star minions, even though he got early Devastator, early Dark Spirit, and again that Abyssal Crawler slowing down the attack of the other minions, but the damage, look at that, explosions all over. It's again the Warpwood Sage survive this matchup. Let's see if he still gets to destroy these two minions on the board. That Devastator is not really doing that much damage, right, Mikopi?
That's true. Look at him. He is attacking very slow, but the problem with the Warpwood Sage is that it has been attacked by the Abyssal Crawler at some, oh, not the Abyssal Crawler, sorry, but it's attacking very slowly, and
Yeah.
the Goblin has regen, so I don't think it has enough damage between its attacks and Leech Seed to actually kill the level 2 Devastator.
It's a
So
draw.
yeah, that round
It's a draw.
ends in a draw.
Inevitable.
Wow, but I'm seeing I think more of a reflect damage on the board right there, Mikopi. I think
Mhm.
we can see. I think Warp would say just carrying some of a reflect damage item, because when the Grim Touch was attacking him, it was also dealing. It was also getting damaged as well as the
I
Devastator.
see. I see, and you make a perfectly sorry, make a perfectly good point right there, Excelsior. And just looking at Jen's
Like eggs or
composition just
pills,
now,
I
it's
came
actually a
and
bit
went.
unfortunate when you think about it that he is forced into a position
Always
where he has
maintain eye
where he only
contact.
has a level 1 Venomancer, and he has to rely
Mm,
on his other Goblin units and mech units to actually pull through. He now has the 6 mech synergy, the 4 mech synergy as well with the helicopter. So that might
mm,
give him a bit more choices. And actually,
mhm.
he's on his way to making a level 2 helicopter, a level 3 helicopter.
Wow.
Just need 3 more. But it seems like time is not on his side on this one.
Yeah.
So we will
And
see
we're
if
seeing
he will be able to win the
Mikopi.
next two clashes. Yes, yes.
We are seeing him Mikopi that his dwarf sniper usually on the back line is now getting on the front, because if it gets to the back line, that means will be a target for the Trions. That's not the
That
case
is
right
right.
now, right, Mikopi?
That is right. The Dwarven Sniper 2
We
being a
work in the
level
shadows to
2
serve
Draven
the
Sniper
light.
is that it can easily get beaten by Traians. Level 3 Traians have a high attack power. And finally, there goes the level 2 Venomancer. It's just a matter of, it's just a question of does he have the right items for it so that it will be able to carry the game for him against this assassin, this feathered druid assassin lineup from CDYI. And this might probably be the last clash of the night. So yeah, that apparently the Venomancer is carrying so hard this time around. It has the right items. It has the
Yes.
Shadow Edge, I think, and it will be cleaving in left and right. So it's just
Wow.
the issue of the Shadow Crawler being there. But
Wow.
again, he made a non-issue, and wow! But it's Jen. I think it's Jen
Mm.
who actually
Yes,
survived that
yes, Jen.
encounter.
Yes, I think it was Jen who survived that encounter using the Goblin mech synergy with getting an early Dark Spirit and also an early Devastator and a helicopter. How many legendary minions can you get, Mikopi, to win the match? And that's what what we saw from Jen in his Goblin mech synergy. What did you think about that match? Any other points that you want to point out that happened during that match, Mikopi?
I got so excited about that last clash that I
Yeah,
jumbled the players up. I got so confused, but
yeah,
yeah, props to Jen for making that great adjustment. Um, I know he was waiting for the just for a Venomancer to show up because he needs to have that level 2 Venomancer so that he will have a great
you're
carry
right.
in addition to all of the damage that's going around with this Goblin synergy. But again,
Mm,
I gotta give props as well for to the other player a who's using quite an orthodox synergy right now. It's a
yeah,
feathered druid and a bit of assassin in order to deal damage. Just
yeah,
relying on that
that's
abyssal
right.
crawler, relying on the feathered
That's
synergy
right.
to reduce
Yeah,
damage, and of course the marine
that's right.
synergy to just mitigate damage.
That's right. That's right. And that marine energy is something that we have seen players try to utilize to decrease the damage that they're getting. It's magical damage, right, Mikopi? And that's actually important because most of the skills have magical damage with them. And also, with the current beast synergy rework, that can also decrease the damage that's coming from the beast, which is 20 magical damage, and if it has 6 out of 6 beasts. So, well, that's another point that you guys can think about. And let's see the lineup right now. Can you give us a run copy of the players and their positions?
Of course, in the first place we have Jen with this wonderful Goblin Mech synergy, proving itself to be still a contender in the current metagame. Next up is MSG CDYI with that unorthodox assassin feathered druid build. Next is of course Dao with that very reliable six beast um, synergy. Next SQZM, another Goblin player. Then there's Xdeath G with seemingly feathered build as well. Then you have Moose, Nami, and STZK rounding up our uh, our 8 players.
That's right. And now, congratulations again to Jen for using that very, very entertaining Goblin synergy. And we were actually entertained right here. Mikope and I were super entertained because he got those early legendaries, and that was actually a bit of luck, right, Mikope? As you said, it was around 1% for him to get those legendaries. Congratulations again to Jen for winning this match. That's it for game one. I hope you enjoyed that match. You are watching again the Southeast Asia Auto Chess National Finals. I'm Excelsior PH and with me is Mikopi. We're going to go on a short break, but just stay tuned. We're going to be back with game two. See you in a few.
Together we'll go and find a better place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, and nothing is to say. We'll be running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. Till we find another place.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms?
And we are back here right now at the Southeast Asia National Finals of Auto Chess. I'm Excelsior PH and with me is Mikope. We are on day two, game two. What can you expect from this match, Mikope?
Okay, so round one is now over. I guess the players are able to get over their tournament jitters and
Yeah.
probably be able to plan during the break their next strategy going in. So the great thing about this upper bracket semis is that it lasts 4 games, so that gives players a lot of opportunities to try to make a consistent performance. Because remember, they only need to get in the top 4 in total scores to be able to advance to the grand finals. And that's when they will be what they call this, probably pulling out the hidden strategies that they have in mind.
For the
And
tundra.
sometimes you have to pull out your luck card to get the synergies that you need, because the roll is random, as we know, right, Mikopi? I mean, sometimes you may get it, sometimes you don't, but you really have to use the cards that you are dealt with. And
That is right. Yep.
Mikopi, why is it that it is important to use the synergies that you're getting, or not getting?
Okay. So in auto chess, yes, luck does play a factor, but more than that, it's your adaptability and decision making that affects your games more than anything else. Because I'd like to think that luck is like the last thing that will happen to you, and before that
That's
happens,
right.
you have to put yourself in the best position possible for that luck to kick in. So, and one of the best ways that you can do it is
The
simply
magic
just
ends
make the
here.
most out of the units that you are making. You don't necessarily have to commit to a synergy early on. You might want to take a look first at which units you can get into 2-star as quickly as possible so that you will have a
Yes.
power advantage over your other opponent. And then from there, once you get a sizable advantage and a bit of a breathing space, that's when you can start to adjust and look for synergies that will probably carry you through the whole match.
That's disappointing.
That's
I
right.
thought
That's
you'd be
right. That's a
stronger.
good point, Mikopi. And we are actually seeing right now Moose. We are looking right now. We were looking
My
at Moose, but now
order
we're looking at
is
Dao. Dao
chaos.
is carrying that Hell Knight, and
Open
the Hell
your
Knight is actually
third
one of the
eye
more powerful
and
minions
see.
on its own. That's why a lot of people pick that. Mikopi, just tell us why is the Hell Knight a powerful minion, Mikopi?
I just like to point out as well that the Hell Knight is so good that Dao chose two of them to play rather
Yeah.
than any of the other units on his bench. And what makes the Hell Knight so powerful is that, number one, it's very durable, and that as a demon, it deals a lot of damage compared to the other two cost units. Not only that, it has a good stun in the form of Helling Bolt, and it's just unfortunate that it got overwhelmed by by these trio of warriors. But I swear, a Hell Knight is good at any point in the game,
Yeah.
especially when you can get it to
That's
three
right.
star in a knight composition because it's one of your main carries for that kind of strategy.
Do not touch the fire of my
That's right.
tail.
And
The
also,
Marie,
one point
you
that we
I
can
am
note,
you want to
Mikopi,
build
is that if it combines with the Grim Touch, that bolt can stun a lot of minions inked already. So I haven't seen that combo in this in the previous days, Mikopi, but maybe we'll see if it's viable, right?
That is true. And speaking of Grim Touch, she is like the half of all of those clippable highlights that we have seen throughout some of the matches. Of course, the one that we have, the one that stuck to my mind was what happened with the ink splash into Shooting Star
Yeah, that's
that
right.
we got so hyped about because simply because it stunned the whole backline of the other player, and that allowed
Relaxing
the
sound.
hunter player to just
Small.
simply overwhelm him.
Welcome to the
So
Marines.
yeah, hoping for more
That's right.
combos like that in this game.
What?
That's a good wombo combo to watch out for, right, Mikopi? But we are still waiting for a good synergy to pop out from this whole lineup. What can you say about this synergy board, Mikopi?
Okay, so while players are developing their synergy boards, there are a lot of demons going around, particularly for CDYI. He has totally committed to a Witcher lineup. So not only will he be able to use the Fallen Witcher that's currently now in his roster, he's also able to make full full use of his remaining Hell Knight. Because remember, demons don't necessarily have work well together because their bonus damage
I used to be
This war
disappears
song
when there are
needs
two
more
demons on
hell
the same board.
screams.
But the Witcher lineup, however, the Witcher synergy, however, bypasses the disadvantage, allowing all demons that the player controls to deal their full damage.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking at STZK trying to form the only warrior synergy on the game. Wow, are we going to see another 9 warrior stack, Mikopi?
That is highly possible considering how Nine Warrior is a very stable, difficult, and accessible strategy as well. Also, in high pressure situations wherein you have to consider a lot of things such as positioning and then planning your units. The Nine Warrior compared to the other builds is a bit easier on the player because I mean they're your warriors. You just put them in front, and then they do the work by themselves. So
I am the
I used to be a
compared to other
painter.
compositions wherein you
Then I
have
took
to
an
think
arrow in
about
the
how you're going to reposition your backline, for example, and which units will get jumped and which ones engage first. The Nine
Yes.
Warrior doesn't really burden that player with that heavy of a pressure, allowing them to focus on other things such as their economy and what the other players are using.
That's right. That's right. So, Mikopi, we are looking right now at CDYI going with, again, the Taboo Witcher and the Fallen Witcher synergy. And what happened right there? It's Moose going again with the fourth synergy, open fourth synergy.
That is seemingly the case. You see that gray smoke coming out from his name, and the economic advantage that he has, 20 gold over the other players who are barely in their barely reaching 10 gold in this round. So that seems to be highly possible. Moose is going for that economic play, and yeah,
Yes, that's right.
that priest there is used, of course, to just minimize the damage that he is taking while he is developing his economy. Also, he is using this time for sure to scout the other players and see what synergies aren't being played, and then taking full advantage of that.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, we are looking at a at Jen's synergy right now. He's going for the Igursis Hunter synergy, different from the Goblin synergy that he used in the previous match. This is actually strong considering that the Igursis and the Hunter synergy is well works well together. You have damage increase and armor reduction. So do you see this getting into the late game, Mikopi?
That is right. The how do I call this? Again, it's one of those more stable builds. If you can
You'll
get the
fight
right
first.
units for
My arrow always
early
arrives
on,
time.
just to complete the synergy of Agursis and Hunter, you have access to high damage, and of course the some of the units for from the Agursis, such as the Evil Knight, the Umbra, and the Umbra, can act as your tanks and buy you enough time just for the hunters to deal with the opponent's army.
So, Mikopi, what do you think of this build that STZK is forming right now? Will he be able to
Another
get
win?
to 6 or at the best 9 warrior synergy by round 20 as we saw in the previous days from the other players? Is it possible?
Well, looking back into the synergy board, I think that yeah, that is highly possible for him. In fact, it's highly possible for him and SQZM to share the same pool. It's just a matter of how strong both of their warrior pools will be if they are going for the same build indeed. But if it doesn't, and that probably could happen because STZM is also using some other subsynergies, so warrior might actually just be a secondary option for him. Then in that case,
right.
STZK will have full access and could easily go 9 warriors, considering he also has the life, he also has the economy. So there's a lot of time for him to develop that composition.
That's right, Mikopi. And we are looking right now at Dao going with that Feathered Hunter Agursis Druid synergy. And this has worked before, getting you to the possible top 4 position. Is this going to be the way for Dao to get into top 3? He's fighting with
That
another player with that synergy, right, Mikopi?
that is right. And as a general rule, as long as you are not fighting with 2 other players, then it is still okay to pursue that synergy. Now, if you're going up to 3, then it's a matter of whether or not you're able to get your crucial core pieces And I think both players who are pursuing this strategy are in a good spot at the moment. You see down his army is really strong, looking really strong at the moment with that feathered hunter.
Rain hellfire.
And wow, this is something different from XZG. He is actually pursuing a
Nice.
a knight synergy, and I'm willing to bet Excelsior. I'm willing to bet that he is the only one going this route among the other players, and this might put him in a good position considering that he still is at a healthy life total, and well, not that much of an economy, but if he continues winning because he has the sole access to all of these knights, then that might change quickly, and hopefully it can get him into a good spot.
That's right, Mikopi. That's actually a good insight because I mean, as I said, if someone is not going with that synergy, if a lot of the players are not going into that synergy, then you're the only one going with that synergy. And if you're the only one going with that synergy, there's a high chance that you will get the pieces that you need because nobody is contesting for it. And we're looking here at Moose with the huge economy, Mikopi, considering his low health, and I think it's paying off. He has done this before. We have seen them succeed. We've seen him succeed. Maybe he's still going for that huge burst of with the Warpwood Sage as a tank.
Yep, that is true. And look, and right now I'm looking at XZG's what's happening to him. It seems like the knights are working well against Moose though, so that's one thing that probably gave him a wake up call that there's a knight scum going around, and that necessarily might not his army might not necessarily work well against him. However, this Wolfpack round, of course, will give our players enough time to rethink their strategies so far and then adjust, hopefully. And also, time to probably build one of the more core items for their respective compositions.
That's right. And Mikopi, what are you seeing right now? This is SQZM, Mikopi, with the Feathered Hunter synergy. Someone else over at the higher health range is also building this. This is not going to go well for him, right, Mikopi?
That is right, and both players, of course, just hoping that a third player won't add into the mix and dilute their unit pool further. But so far, so good. It seems like both have healthy access to their core pieces. It's just a matter of completing the synergies. Of course, in the case of SKZM right here, he still has other choices that he can pursue if the pieces doesn't fall his way. And I guess the prayers aren't that much answered because there are 3 players now going Hunter, and SKZM has to contend with the fact that he's the one at the bottom of it. So unless like a good surge of important pieces come in, he might want to consider going for a different strategy for the remainder of the game.
That's right, Mikopi. And as we're seeing right now, this is the clash between Moose's Assassin synergy and Dao's Feathered Hunter synergy. And we're seeing that again. Who's dominating? It is Dao.
Is Dao.
Wow. I mean, it is because he has his minions can't get hit, even though there is a critical hit with the other players of Moose.
That's
So
true,
it's
and you
not
have to
working.
consider that.
Yeah.
Yep. And you have to consider
okay,
that Moose took a gamble on this seemingly going feathered assassin because he made that economic play just to get enough economy and scout the players and find a synergy that no one's taking, and then he took it. But somehow it's still not on par with the power of some of the other players' compositions. So with that in mind, he will be for sure looking to develop this board further, especially that Abyssal Crawler, which seemingly is the carry that he will be picking for his assassin composition. You see how effective it is now against the player who invaded him. But yeah, it seems that that Wave Slash will finally win the match in his favor against those knights.
That's really, really a reliable water spirit, considering
Open your
that
third
he
eye
is. I
and
mean,
see.
the water spirits is all and good, but I'm still looking for
green.
the abyssal crawler or the shadow crawler to step up their match, right, Mikopi?
That is right. As an assassin player, you have access to two, or if you consider the Shining Assassin a good carry as well, then that might also be the case. But generally, your main carry for an assassin composition would usually fall on the Abyssal Crawler because of its capability to be stronger as the game, uh, as the battle drags on. And your other choice would be, the Shadow Crawler, as you're seeing at the top of the screen, just simply ripping through that backline. Look at it go against the Venomancer. That's one crit for 400, and just another crit will probably, take it out.
You gotta beat my
So
piggy
for
before
burst
you
damage,
challenge
if you want
me.
burst damage, you may want to pursue the Shadow Crawler route
ทำดี
instead.
ได้ดีทำชั่วได้ชั่ว
That's right. That's right. And I think you are already biased, Mikopi, of the Shadow Crawler because we over the previous days we have seen that the Shadow Crawler has performed really well, right? Mikopi is we were asking between ourselves who would win. Would it be the Abyssal Crawler or the Shadow Crawler?
Welcome
And
to
it
the
has proven
Marine.
that the Shadow Crawler has a crit advantage over the Abyssal Crawler, right?
That is true. The main advantage that the Shadow Crawler has over the Abyssal one is that it has a chance to easily take out one or two units in the opening phases of the battle, and sometimes those units happen to be very important, such as an important backline unit like a Tortola Elder or a Dwarf Sniper, something like that. But for more sustained battles, where for example like against goblins, I would prefer something along the lines of an Abyssal Crawler instead, wherein it can
Right.
grow into a state where it's almost unstoppable for the other team.
That's right, Mikopi. And we're seeing the SQZM and STCM being defeated by their adversaries right there. STCM going for a full warrior stack, and I think SQZM was going with I think he has a level 3 assassins, right, Mikopi?
Well, it would be very fortunate if he does have that. I'm also distracted right now by Dao, who has been flying under my radar, but is now at 8 win streaks. It's just now that I've noticed that happened. So I'm very curious to
Right.
see what he is fielding. But right now we are looking at SQZM with going up against the ogres. So this will again,
Yeah.
this hopefully this will provide him some useful items that he can use for his composition. It seems that he'll be settling on some sort of hunter feathered comp, similar to what was used last game. But given his current life total, he doesn't have much time. He has to make this work some way, somehow. And the bad thing about this
I
is
used
that
to be a
Moose
painter.
is still in the
Then I
game,
took an arrow in
and
the knee.
if he happens to get matched against SQZM, I fear that SQZM doesn't have enough of a strong army to fight against those assassins.
Mm, that's right, Mikopi. And I want to see the synergy that's happening right now with other players. But let's go on to Dao. You see here Dao, Mikopi. He's going for the feathered synergy, feathered assassin synergy. And all while here's he's flying flying under the radar. I think there's also a hunter synergy going on right there. And ooh, so that's why it's
Wanna see
druid
how you lose?
feathered hunter synergy.
Wow, and apparently it was Dao who had the lion's share of the great units for a feathered hunter composition. I mean, look at that Warpwood Sage. I think it is one of the units that is like carrying
There's
a
an
lot of the
arrow with
feathered
your
builds right
name
now,
on
especially
it.
if you can easily build it up to level 3.
Right.
Because of it simply just does one thing. It buys the backline a lot of time to deal damage, and I think that's what's been winning games for Dao left and right, especially because only one of the players has an effective way of getting through the back of bypassing it and getting through the backline, which is Moose, and I don't think that they've been matched that often.
That's right. And we are looking right now at the CDYI going with that full Warrior Synergy. You now see how strong it is, right, Mikopi? You can I
Yeah,
think our viewers can now appreciate how strong it is and how it is going to be with that reflect damage.
Wolves.
Man, that's
Get it?
really really strong.
that is right. He had a sizable advantage at the end of the battle over there against Lamy, and in fact, it will push Lamy into the bottom of the group right now. But the great thing about this is that he is level 9, and I don't think that he will be matched against Dao for for a while. So we're now looking at Lamy right now, the bottom of the pack, along with Moose. These two are fighting for their lives in their current state, and I'm more curious about what happens to Lamy, especially now that he gets attacked by Moose. That level 3 Abyssal Crawler might be able to easily take out the Venomancer, the Delayed Action Bomb not doing enough damage, and the Abyssal Crawler still lives, and as long as that lives, well, yeah, the Assassins will simply overrun Lamy's army, and that's a very decisive victory there for Moose as well.
But
In fact,
we are
it is
seeing moves
enough
with
to
yep.
sorry, I mean it's enough to get Lamy defeated now. So there goes one Goblin player, and
Yes.
I feel bad for him, especially with that with that emote. But don't worry,
Yeah.
Lamy. There are still 2 more games for you to
My
come back.
hair
So
looks
don't lose
tired.
hope and reconsider your
Time to
strategies
feed them.
as well. But yeah, next up the chopping block,
I
Excelsior
have a
is
bad feeling
SQDM.
about
What?
Bullet. 3
Yes, that's
targets.
right.
No problem.
SQ ZM needs to perform well right now, but he doesn't have any wiggle room. We're looking at him right now on the right side of the screen. He's going against a 9 Warrior Synergy. And is it going to be enough? We'll see how it develops over this game.
And no, things are not looking good, especially with that ghostly ship crashing into the map of SQDM. Now he doesn't have his damage dealers, and all of these warriors are simply just ganging up on the Warped stage. Tough as it is, it can't stand the might of all of these warriors just simply hitting him. So yeah, that's enough for actually for SQZM to be out of the tournament for now.
Yeah.
Out of the game rather, sorry, for now.
Yeah, so that's it for SQZM getting the top 7 position. And let's look at the other players as well. Dao is actually dominating the match yet again, and you can see him right on on a healthy 73 health points, and that's actually going to be helping him over the next few rounds because that's a kind of a buffer in case he makes makes some mistakes along the way in terms of picking some of the minions or repositioning his board. And we're looking at Jen right now going against those neutral minions.
And so Jen right now completely pursuing that hunter dragon strategy. However, he is still one hunter away from the full synergy. So he will need to look for that missing hunter because the difference between a 3 hunter, 5 hunter, or I mean, there's a big difference between the level 1 hunter synergy and the level 2 hunter synergy, and that is
That's right.
called that difference is called 50 damage. Imagine you are losing on
Yes.
50 damage just
I used to
because
be a painter.
you don't have the last
Then I
hunter
took
on your
an
board.
arrow in
So
the knee.
he might want to
Oh,
look into that as
tundra.
quickly as possible.
That's right. And I think one of the demons can be dropped off right there if you really want to pursue the whole hunter synergy, because you're already discounted with the wizard synergy that he's using. But now let's look at the left side of the screen. We're looking at Moose. Oh man, look at that damage going in. The Abyssal Crawler dealing cleave damage as well. And it's the only one left. It's going to be swarmed by all those warrior minions on the board. So, Mikopi, Do we change our answer? Damage versus health.
Apparently, health is winning this winning that debate. The Abyssal Crawler, 3-star, super strong, still falling to those warriors because of all the reflected damage. And of course, I'm willing to bet that the corrosion ability from the Abyssal Guard, just standing on the side supporting the other warriors, played a big part on the other units being able to take it down. Normally, you don't take down an Abyssal Crawler that easy, but apparently, it made it happen.
Right. And if you remember, Mikopi, there was a before the new skill of the Abyssal Caller, which is to decrease the attack speed of the opponent. It had the skill wherein it would go into a dormant mode and just regen. Right, Mikopi? That was actually a strong skill to deal with. That's why they had to rework that
That is
great piece.
That is right. A bit too strong, and it drags games out for very long as well. Sometimes you go into the last phase of the game with just two abyssal crawlers trying to outmatch each other, and that doesn't go well. So he was nerfed into this current state. However, even in his current state, he is still very strong. He's still the ideal carry for the assassin for most part. And yeah, looking at the two players here, CDY on the left, building that warrior synergy against again another warrior synergy. Meanwhile, XLG on the right, are his knights working well for him? That doesn't seem to be the case, and this, yeah, he takes a little 15 damage just from that clash.
That's right. And I think one more player just got out of the tournament, as we have seen on the left side on CDYI. There has been a cattle hide armor offered to him, and that abyssal guard actually destroys that last minion XDSG, going out of this game on top 6.
Oh no, and this is sad news for Knights fans everywhere like myself, because XLG was our hope and dream that he will be able to bring the Knights to a sizable finish in this game at least. But I guess today is not that day, so we'll be, what do you call this? I guess we'll be seeing some other synergies dominate this game for the rest of the game.
So we are seeing right now STZK on the right going hard with his hardened warriors, and on the left we are seeing CDYI going with the same kind of a synergy. So I want to see the synergy board right after this match to see which synergies are being picked or are being developed over with the different players. We're looking at the mirrors. Look, we're looking at the similar synergy right now between the two.
That is right. I'm very curious as well, because at this point in time, there's very little room for adjustment except for changing those sub synergies for each composition. For the most part, our players are now locked into their synergy choices, into their armies, and it's just a matter of, I guess, for Dao to just level up to 10 and then get the last hit for his composition. For Moose, however, he is seemingly locked in at level 9. The same goes for STZK. So they're hoping that after this Thunder Hide round, they'll be able to get another item that will allow them to build a stronger item that will enable them to just shift the tides of battle in their favor. So here's the synergy board right now. 2 hunters, 2 warriors, 1 feathered assassin. What can you say about this? The choices that our players made so far, Excelsior?
I think that we are seeing a kind of a risky move here from Jen, going with a mix of dragon in hunter synergy, and we're seeing him right now on the left. And it's wow! What happened there? Because I didn't see. There was an explosion. What's that? What happened right there? Can you explain?
I don't. I think what happened there can't be explained by science, because just one moment earlier, I saw the units of his opponent just teleporting in, and then some stuff happened, and he just fell down like that. I'd like to think that it's a black hole from a dark spirit, but the
Yeah,
damage
I think
happened
it's
too
a black
fast.
hole. That's right.
And
I think
and
it's
I
a
guess you
black
can
hole. Yeah.
yeah, that black hole. Plus, you can also attribute it to the synergy that he's using as well. Dragon, of course, the sixth dragon allows all of these dragons to fire off their abilities as soon as possible. So, what might have happened there is that one of the abilities from the dragons got in combination with the ink splash from the grim touch, and then the rest of the hunter team and the dragon knight, having transformed early in the game, just piled on all of these damages to the remaining units, so they shred through it like paper.
That's right, that's right. But that's not going to work this time as Jen is facing a warrior synergy, and I think that's going to be the last that we'll see from this match. Jen already taken out, Moose already getting taken out as well. So we're now left with the top three players from this match: Dow, CDYI, and STCK. But STCK is going on a thin wire with 1 health and 12 gold to work with. So that's going to be a tough hill to climb, Mikopi. Look at that. Oh, Dow now has three-star minions, and one of them being the sniper. Man,
That is
how far ahead is Dow, Mikopi?
Well, he has a sizable lead over the others, and we will see how effective his current composition is against the remaining two warrior armies. And as we can see, he has a lot of crowd control going on for him that allows his other snipers to, or rather, his other hunters to easily damage any and shred through any warrior composition. You see that his backline there is relatively unharmed. His three-star
Wow.
dwarf sniper doing all the work for him.
Mm,
And
damn.
between the abyssal gaze from the siren and the ravaging tentacles from the tsunami hunter, tsunami stalker, it gets very hard for those warriors to get in.
Yeah, I think I was about to say that, Mikopi, because you can see Dao, he's going for the marine synergy, he's going for the disables. That gives his backline a chance to deal some damage without getting the punish.
And here's what I was talking about. The warrior player in there got a doom in the middle of the backline. However, all of the damage going to the doom is still not enough to kill it. It also got pushed back. So, but yeah, there's another doom arbiter again at the backline. It died quickly. And look at this sniper. It's relatively unharmed. It only took like 1/3 damage, and was still well protected. Meanwhile, that warp would stage up the front, again attacking all of those warriors, just giving Dao enough time to fend them off.
So we are not seeing Dao going down in this tournament anytime soon because of that solid composition. SDCK as well is going with a solid warrior build, but the warriors on the side of SDCK are not that strong. You can see that it's not really glistening because of all those 2 stars and 1 star minions.
That's true. In terms of unit quality, Dao by far has a lot of 3-star units, and that will play a big part in his upcoming battles. Especially that normally that kind of build is unfavored against warriors, but because of how strong his units currently are, and of course how well positioned they are, he might be able to take this over the two warriors. Also considering both warrior players are now at low health, so it just takes one wrong positioning, one clash to go wrong, and then they might get eliminated, and Dao will be able to get this victory.
That's right, Mikopi, and we're seeing here 1 health and 4 health accordingly from CDYI and STZK. And we are seeing right now on your left, Dao. We now want to see. Oh, so that's how he's doing it. It's a
Look
mix.
at all
It's
of
a
the
wombo
crowd
combo.
control.
It's the wombo combo, man. Mikopi, that's how you win. That's how you win. You see that? I mean, what happened there is that there's going to be a black hole. Then the tsunami stalker uses his skill, and then there's going to be a gaze from that siren. and that's how it happens. While the enemies are stunned, they are being petrified as well. So when the petrification spell gets activated, that's exactly at the time when the stun wears off. So it's a continuous slaughter coming from Dao with all those disables, and STZK moves out of the match. What do you think about that,
That
Mikopi?
that's very true, Excelsior. Those combination of abilities allow him a lot of breathing room for his hunters. But I guess this is about to change as there's a level 3 Doom Arbiter on the side of CDYI, and that crash from the Ghost Ship might be more than enough to stun the backline for a while. And wow, the sniper is still alive. It's dealing a lot of damage. However, a second Ghost Ship will be stunning it again. We will see if it survives, and it does.
Whoa. And
And
that
look,
was
the Warp
actually a
State's still
serious
alive.
move, right? Whoa! There you
Wow,
go.
so suddenly it now comes down to the Doom Arbiter versus Shining Assassin. Doom Arbiter, however,
Wow.
level 3, super strong. Just one punch off it could take down, I don't know, probably one of the 2-star minions. And yeah, I guess this level 3 Doom Arbiter Excelsior will be playing a huge part in the upcoming battle against Dao.
But I'm thinking, Mikopi, there's one minion that can make this all go away, and I'm thinking Storm Shaman could have played a role right here. Disabling all those skill-based combos is going to be really, really valuable.
That is right. And there goes the Ravaging Tentacles on the side of...
There's a good gaze.
There's the Gaze. Black Hole not in the best position, I guess, but that will have to do. He is now winning against Dao's army, however, or CDYI's army. However, that level 3 Doom Arbiter from CDYI still strong, doing all this damage by himself. However, he's standing on the Black Hole, not the best place to
Whoa!
be. He will try to teleport at the back and take out the sniper, but he has already suffered too much damage, and Dao will take it over CDYI in this game too.
That's right, that's right. So Dao is now at the top, and he's going to dominate this game too. I mean, from the first portions of the game, we have seen Dao already on the top, and this synergy is really, really working well because of the Tsunami Stalker using his combo along with the Black Hole, and as well as the Gaze from the Siren and the Dwarf Sniper at the back line, dealing each hit or each punch with certainty and with so much damage. And what can you say about the game, Mikopi? Any other points that you want to point out?
That is true. From what we've seen from the past 2 days, Hunter has been a popular choice. Going Hunter has been a popular choice. In fact, too popular during the first day. We have seen up to 5 players try to go for a Hunter synergy, and that didn't work out well for them. Now that I guess newer strategies have developed, wherein players either went for Warrior, either went for Beasts, or other preferred strategies. What happened is that suddenly Dao was free to pick a Hunter composition that he's comfortable with and without worry, because from what we saw that game, he was only in contention with 2 other players, and one of them wasn't able to make full advantage of it. As you can see in our lineup, would you give us a run through the lineups that the player used, Excelsior?
That's right, Mikopi. This is the lineup of the players right now. We have here on top 1, that's Dao, and top 2, that's CDYI, top 3, that's STZK, top 4 is Moose, top 5 is Jen, top 6 is the Death G, top 7 SQZM, top 8 is Lammy. Let's note that Moose still use his time-tested strategy of open forting, or rather taking the damage while gaining the economy using the priest synergy. What do you think about that, Mikopi? Is that what some of the players can emulate?
That is right, and I think what Moose has in mind here is that he is still going for a strategy that's comfortable with the goal of just being in the top half of the group. And to that end, I think the assassin pick worked well in his favor because his other
That's
alternatives
right.
would be. I think his other alternatives at that time are heavily contested, so he quickly decided with the right timing to shift into assassins, and that was enough to get him into the top half of the group during this game.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, a lot of these players are actually playing at the pinnacle of their career, and we are seeing a lot of MSG players from their clan representing their clan in this tournament. And we are also seeing a lot of players from different countries as well. So, Mikopi, I think these players are really proud that they're playing for their countries in a very, very big tournament like this. And with that, Mikopi, I think we're going to go on a short break. You're watching the Southeast Asian National Finals here over with Excelsior PH and Mikopi. We're going to go on a short break and see you in a few. Bye, guys.
I'll run with you, come see how far we go. I promised you one day, I hope you know. Bring the fight, see the light closer brings me home. And I'll promise you one day, I hope you know. 'Cause I'm craving for through the shadows. Let me burn down until the light your life. Bring me water, bring me fire. I know I'll make the distance. Then give me something to look for. You say I'm crazy, wow, but I don't care, baby. Wow, you
And we are back with Game 3 of the Southeast Asian National Finals semifinals. Right, Pikopi? What do you think is going to happen in this match?
Oh no, we are at game three. So I guess it's time to bring out the strategies. If your point ranking is somewhat on the lower side, then I guess it's time to do something drastic, take some risks, and hopefully it
That's
pays
right.
off. If you are being if you have a good in a good
I have a
if you are
bad
in a good
feeling
standing
about
rather
this.
during the last two games, then I guess it's still a good idea to go for the more stable strategies, like for example, what Moose did just last round, just enough to get you into top four and continue that stable performance. Yeah,
I
I
might be
guess
red,
that's
but
what
I ain't shy.
the players have to do this time around. Excelsior.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking right now in the early stages, Mikopi. Some of the players are already picking. Of course, don't forget this the ever so trusty Skybreaker. Mikopi, the Skybreaker. Why is it so very popular in this early part of the game?
Well, the Skybreakers, I mean, during the initial rounds, the game gives them a dime a dozen. Like
Right.
every player mostly has a Skybreaker in their pool, and not only is it durable, not only is it a core part of the Goblin, its battery assault also helps a lot when it comes to deciding these small skirmishes that happen early in the game. Simply because it does a bit of damage, and it also grants a mini stun where it delays the actions of the opposing pieces. And sometimes, just that small delay is enough to win you the favor, or rather, win you the battle for that round.
That's right. That those small stunts actually sometimes interrupt the animation that's happening from the other players, and that's going to be enough for you to interrupt a whole amount of damage. And so, with that in mind, we are looking at Moose, which is again carrying a level 1 Skybreaker, and SZK already going with the level 2, so that's going to carry him over with in the next few rounds with a possible win streak. Right, Pikopi?
That is true, and in fact, if the rolls go the right way, he might want to consider going Goblin as well. I mean, Goblin is not that bit of a strategy, but for now, I think he's also content benching two warriors. Yeah, in his bench, maybe to have a plan B, wherein if the Skybreaker Goblin plan doesn't work out, then he can always sell them to get his other pieces.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking right now at STZKO and Jen. Jen has a lot of pieces being banked right now. He's going for maybe a glacier clan, maybe a beast Sergi, or maybe a druid. Maybe he's going to go with a feathered hunter synergy. So we'll see.
That's right. He has a lot of options here, and that could still change during the course of the early game. But for now, that Warpwood Sage is still not up to par with the rest of the units. He will need to grow up to level 2 to be tough enough. However, on the other hand, that level 2 Hell Knight from XZG really bringing in the pain.
Oh my.
Just nearly half health depleted, and he was able to win the game all by himself. Now we have talked about the Skybreaker early on, right, Excelsior? How a good,
That's
how
right.
an early level 2 Skybreaker is good. That
For the
goes
glory of
double
the
for the
Holy
Hell
Knights.
Knight.
That's right, because that Hell Knight is of a
the
different
glory of
rarity
the Holy
from
Knights.
the ever so ubiquitous Skybreaker. And now we can see right now on Lammy's side, oh, he may go for a soft Knight build, having two Argali Knights on the board. That will be very valuable in protecting his Agurtus Ranger by healing them. Or
That is
his
true,
Hell
and-
Knight.
Yep, that is true, and actually, it's a very good stroke of luck because the Hell Knights are hard to come by at this level. They are 3 gold. They're expensive at 3 gold, and they don't really appear that often. And for Lamy to have 2 of them at this point in time is a good sign that he might want to consider shifting the Knights, especially on his bench. You can see there's a Light of Blade Knight waiting on the wings. Probably, uh, he's probably looking to grow it more so that it will be a carry for the composition. But then again, Excelsior, it's very risky because Knights, they haven't been performing really well, and now we are seeing 3 players looking to build some sort of Knight composition. What can you say about it? Do you think it will work out for them?
Yes, I think it will work out for them. I think they might build the when there's an early Soul Ripper for Moose, man. They okay.
Wow.
He's going to go for that um, synergy, which is Knights, Gersis, and a possible Dragon synergy to boot if he gets his early Dragon Knights.
And as we are seeing here, that the Solar Reaper, no matter how expensive, still didn't hold a candle to our, I guess, the tournament favorite carry, which is the Fallen Witcher. But that's more
Oh
of,
man,
but that's more because the other units surrounding the Solar Reaper
you're
still
gonna
are
get
still at level
axed.
1, and a transformed
right?
Fallen Witcher simply rips through all of them with ease, and that the Solar Reaper can't really heal them all well with that Heartstopper pulse.
That's right. That's right. And we can see right now, Mikopi, the setup of a CDYI. That's a warrior and beast, and a taboo witcher just to decrease the mana or get mana burn, give mana burn to those other players. And there you go. There's the fallen witcher transforming into a very strong damage dealer, DPS, dealing 3k damage. Wow, Mikopi, how important is that fallen witcher?
Well, to provide some context to those numbers, he dealt 5 times the damage of the next of the next unit, which is the Ghost Kid. So yeah, that
Yeah,
when you consider that amount of damage being done just by one level 1 unit, and at this early phase in the game, that makes a good argument to get the Fallen Witcher. But look at this on the synergy board, Excelsior, still so many
yeah,
knights, not and yeah, we're seeing some hunters. Apparently, people forgot that. Some other builds are a thing as well. But I think it's a good
yeah.
spread now. It's not unlike in the previous games wherein most players will go into the most popular build. I mean, too many of them go into the
Yeah.
most popular build. And I guess this leaves the room open for goblins to get the spotlight.
That's right. That's if and only if nobody block picks the Venomancer early. Also block and maybe also a block pick for the Herald and the Wizard build. So if that happens, maybe it's going to be a thing. But right now we're not seeing it right now. It's going to be on the bench of XZG right now because he knows that some of the other players are already building up on the uh, the the Night Surgery, but he's now just capitalizing because he has a level 2 Hell Knight, so it's just, he can carry him through. But if it doesn't develop into a stronger minion, it's going to get cut over the next few
That
rounds.
is that is very much correct. And I like how look at the XZG's bench. He has a lot of options to transition from. In fact, he even has a Lord of Sand somewhere in there. And but the story that the pieces are telling me is that sooner or later he will want to ditch one of his current synergies, which is knights and goblins, in favor of pursuing the beast route. Because as we are seeing on the synergy board right now, no one is really going hard at beast. I mean, you have XLG, you have CDYI, but they're still both at level 1. And
That's right.
but in terms of pieces, XZG has some of the core pieces in his bench, namely the Razor Claw.
That's right. That Druid synergy is one of the coveted synergies in auto chess because why? Because you can finish it early while having just one of each of the Druid pieces on your bench or on your board. So it's really sometimes some people use it for economy as well. How do you do it? How do you maximize your economy with a Druid piece, Mikopi?
Aren't they just the cutest?
Well, that one I am not so sure, but knowing you, I think you have an answer for it.
Yes, that was a rhetorical question, Mikopi. I know it's a unicorn. If you get a unicorn
Oh,
and you get another copy,
Don't take
then
the
you
bait.
can make it into a level 2 unicorn and sell it for 3.
Oh, so you're essentially getting back one additional gold piece every time you sell a level 2
That's
unicorn.
right. Yes,
okay.
that's right. That's right.
Okay, I learned something new today again.
So,
Thank you.
but that is actually a classic style,
There's an
Mikopi.
arrow with your
I'm not sure if
name
some of the
on
players
it.
are also using it right now. That's just one extra gold. I'm not sure if that's going to be helpful for some of our players, but then again, we might not seeing that might not be seeing that microtransaction in this tournament, but it's already possibly be happening. And we see here XZG with a level 3 unicorn that could give the other players extra regeneration
That-
over at his side.
That is right. So, uh, well, yeah, that's good to know that he has a unicorn. Let us concern ourselves with the current match. So, Lamy is currently fighting against Jen, and it's not looking well for him. It seems like Lamy has a more advanced hunter composition. On the other hand, it's Moose versus XLG. That level 3 unicorn you were talking about, Excelsior, it is making
Yes.
work here, but it's not probably capable enough to deal with these Night Dragon enemies.
right.
Punch. That's all. Wolves in
But yeah,
wolves
you brought up a
clothing.
good point
Not gonna
there.
be enough.
We are now seeing a semblance of the start of a B synergy from X-Death G. So that is yeah, that is something that we need to watch out for.
That's right.
Looking now at the board, lots of figures going on around Excelsior. What can you say about the popularity of Igursis?
I mean, the popularity of figures is, as you said a while ago, Mikopi, is because a lot of pieces are now carrying Igursis. For example, you have the Soul Reaper, Igursis Ranger, the Winter Chiropteran, remember? And also,
Yep.
you have the Evil Knight, you have the Umbra, and the Ghost Kid. A lot of pieces are already supporting the Igursis synergy. And I mean, that's going to be something that you can utilize in your setups.
All right. So looking now at we are now in the Wolfpack stage. So looking now at our top player Lamy, he is still he's putting all of the units in the backline because remember when the Wolfpack appears, it jumps just like what assassins do. So you might want to put your front line at the back and your back line at the front. And he has been leading the game so far, not comfortably though. He does have a bit of a scratch of damage and no win streak going on, but his hunter Egersis composition seemed to be working well, and he was able to complete the Egersis synergy first thanks to that early Soul Reaper. And I guess from here he will start to be working on his on completing his hunters as well.
That's right. That's right. And there you go. He gets a lucky coin, extra evasion. We're looking at a lot of players getting some of the items just from the minions themselves. That would be a lucky pick for our players because they usually get it from the end of the last neutral minion removed. And what can you say about this synergy board, Mikopi?
Oh no, there will be some shift in power soon as XZG has now reached level 2 Beast Synergy. So he is just looking to develop a bit more economy and level up his units. So to accommodate, or rather level up in general to accommodate more pieces for that synergy. Meanwhile, one important thing that I saw from the synergy board is that it seems like the other players have given up on getting a warrior synergy at this rate, as they are starting to lock down on the synergies that are provided to them. So we might not be seeing a lot of warriors this time around, or the 9 warrior composition at least.
Yes, that's right. And the 9 warrior composition is going nowhere to be seen as of the moment. But then again, we are seeing other compositions being built, and we are seeing a near 6. And there you go, a 6 warrior from CDYI. I'm not sure if he's going to go full into full 9 warrior composition. What do you think? Is it possible, Mikopi?
Well, the great thing about going warriors at the start is that you can always shift them into two directions. One, of course, is going the whole 9 warriors if you can. The other route to pursue is that if you can complement them with some druids and other beast synergies, then maybe you can transition your build into the 6B synergy. What we're seeing here from CDYI is that I guess right now he is just comfortable with the 6 warrior comp in addition to the 2 carries that he is using. However, he might change his mind soon as that kind of lineup got defeated in the previous round. But yeah, for now he is at 6 warrior, but has that Witcher, Fallen Witcher carry.
And we are now looking at Lamy right now, going for a Gersis, full Gersis Hunter synergy, along with the Warlock synergy and Witcher synergy with the Dwarf Sniper DPS. Man, how strong is a Dwarf Sniper, Mikopi, if you get to level him up early?
Well, Dwarf Sniper, of course, that headshot deals a lot of powerful damage. And not only that, against lineups wherein it's that are always battling on the front lines, you only need to hold them back for a bit more time for the sniper to do a lot of damage. And as you can see here from Lamy, that sniper has been standing there ever since the start of the game, just content with dishing out all of the headshots that it can. And now I think it's going for its second headshot. It's bound to kill one of these units, particularly that dragon. But before he was able to do so,
Man.
I guess the Aggressive Ranger really took care of it. But you see how it just sat there during the whole time, just shooting everyone. And yeah, that's the power of the dwarf sniper. If you can just protect it, it will do a lot of damage for you in all stages of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
That's right. And we have seen a Dwarf Sniper just being usually put on the back and sometimes in the middle if you don't have a proper protection mechanism or protection setup right there. And it really deals a lot of damage, but it depends mostly on its attack speed rather than its skill, right, Mikopi?
That is true. And the later stages of the game, of course, as you level your sniper, you'll notice that the headshots aren't killing units anymore. That means it's time to equip it with some carry items. If you want it to be your main carry, by the way. But yeah, later on, it will rely more on its attack speed to deal lots more damage. So you just need to make sure to equip it properly. Otherwise, it will still function as a good secondary damage dealer to your main carry.
That's right, that's right. And we are looking
Axe
right
gonna
now
give it
at
to ya.
Lamy and Jen going for a 6 out of 9 feathered synergy with the Shining Archers and the Whispers here, Warpwood Sage and the Taboo Witcher. And of course, that Ranger right there. And that's going to be a good strategy against what kind of composition, Mikopi?
Well, feathered, of course, gives evasiveness to all of your feathered units and a lot of that. So this is built more to counter compositions that rely on their basic attacks to deal lots of damage. And yeah, that might seem to work out well for him, especially against things like warriors. So the weakness for that kind of synergy is that it's prone to direct damage and spells. So you might want to complement it with a marine synergy as well, as we have seen from the previous games.
That's right, that's right. And also, sometimes some of these players are using or maximizing the Druid synergy right there. And Warpwood Sage and Whispers here are really those minions that you can really get to level 3 early. And we might see them. Oh, wow! Instead of getting an early level 3 Warpwood Sage or Whispers here, a Shining Archer from Jen gets into level 3.
That's very surprising. It's not often that you see a level 3 Shining Archer, but that will surely play a big part in Gen's strategy. You can see it there. It doesn't look like it deals a lot of damage with its auto attacks. However, that Shooting Star ability is very powerful because it will stun a unit, deal huge amounts of damage, and just allow a lot. Give your the hunter composition a lot of crowd control. Look at it. It just stunned 2 units and yeah, they weren't able to do anything else about it.
That's right. And I think I just saw a Devastator a while ago. Uh, can you find that pickup? I saw someone with a Devastator. Just
It's probably
We're wolves.
I lost track
Get
of it.
yeah, it was, I saw it. It was right there. But then again, I was just saying that Jen wouldn't be able to get to level 3 Whispers here at Warpwood Sage early, but now I've been proven wrong that he gets it right on the next round. Wow.
Okay, and yep, that will again be a very big addition to his lineup. Meanwhile, XZG completing that beast lineup almost. It's just a matter of getting, I think, one more piece. But he is also banking on that Hell Knight. So we'll see what happens to his build as the rounds go on.
One
Meanwhile,
bullet,
here for
3
Jen,
targets.
yep,
Not
level
a
3
problem.
Whispers here, level 3 Warp with Sage, all the crowd control and damage on the backline. I think Excelsior that he's ready for any engagement.
Oh wow, this is really ready. But look at that, 6 out of 6 knights coming from Moose. Moose heard you, and Moose gives. So I think Moose will just give you the benefit or the entertainment that you need, Mikopi, but it will still fall off right off the bat from a warrior synergy.
Oh no, that is not entertaining at all. As I was hoping for the Knights to make a comeback there. Did you see that Hell Knight? It stood there for a long amount of time and almost killed
Yeah.
My
two of the attacking
dragon
units.
needs to take a
But
breath.
Oh man.
I guess that is not meant to be right now. I'm hopefully hopefully the Knights still stick in there. I see two of them here, one for Moose, one for Dao, and both of them are in the lower half of our current standing. So I guess they're still not yet picking that power spike. They still need to have more tankiness. Like for example, Mooses could do with the level 2 Hell Knight and the level 2 Argali Knight, and that would contribute a lot to the staying power of those knights.
That's right, that's right. And we are now seeing on the right, that's Jen, and on the left, that's now Jen going, maximizing those double dwarf snipers. 2 DPSs going on the board right now, and taking out those summoned minions fairly easily. So what is the benefit of having 2 DPSs, Mikopi?
Well, first you
One
have
bullet,
you have
3
access
targets.
to both
No
of their.
problem.
You have twice the number of abilities that can fire. So whoever is facing Jen will be on the end of having 2 headshots in one of their in one or more of their units. So there's that. The other one, of course, is that if they're reliable sources of damage. I mean, in the case of Jen here, he has 2 snipers, so that will deal a lot of damage over time. And might as well use the 2-star sniper if you don't have any other alternatives to it, right?
That's right, that's right. And of course, these players are going against the Wild Wing Ripper, one of the neutral minions that's going to give you an item. And the priest right there is maximizing the skill, preventing the death of 1 minion.
Is out of print.
So SQZM, Mikopi, is already out of the game.
I used to be a painter.
It's quite unfortunate. But yeah, he still has the last game to try to make a difference in his point standings. But for now, yep, he is out. And oh, here's something interesting. On Dao's side, he
Yeah.
now has both of his carries as a knight player at level 3. There's
Yeah.
your Light Blade Knight and there's your Hell Knight. And the important thing here is that hopefully these carries have the right items. The Hell Knight for sure has a
Oh.
Shadow Edge. Look at it cleave through the front line of the
Yeah.
opponent that's invading him. And
Oh, wow.
look at it. It still survives also via the life extension from the from the fortune teller. So it didn't
Yes.
even die. Meanwhile, while all of that is happening, the backline, the Frost Knight and the Light Blade Knight are doing all that they can to provide additional damage to that Hell Knight.
Oh wow, that's a really good support from the priest as well. But we are now looking at CDYI completing a 9 out of 9 synergy and also topping it off with a rogue guard. Mikopi, how is the rogue guard? Is the rogue guard important for a 9 out of 9 synergy?
Well, if you ask it to me like months ago, I would say no because that time I don't have much experience playing the Rogue Guard. But recently I've been playing the Rogue Guard a lot when I came across it, and I was so impressed by how tough it is at level 1 and the damage that it deals for that level. And if
Yeah.
you can utilize it in that 9 warrior formation composition, then it's always a good idea to do so, especially if you can get to level 2 and then equip it with all of the carry items that you have. It can win games for you.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, we are looking right now at STZK Moose just losing that match and getting out of the game really fairly early. Wow. Yeah, so his strategy, he switched from a different kind of strategy, Mikopi, from an open fort or economy
Dare
strategy
look
to
me
now
in the eye.
a
To
a
knights.
head on knights strategy, and he falls off his steed. There you go.
And I guess that's one more reason not to listen to me whenever I suggest that someone makes knights. It seems that this
Okay.
tournament is proving that knight is a good pick. It's not the best pick, especially when it's in contention with another player. So going
That's
into
right.
the future games, you will want to consider that to go nice if and only if you are the only one uh, on the field, and even then, you need to level it up to a point that it can match up against the other team compositions as well. And speaking of leveled up
Right.
knights, here we have Dao with that Hell Knight we've seen earlier. That Fortune Teller now at level 2, so it can use its life extension on 2 units, I believe, and
That's
that
right.
will allow for a lot of staying power. And I'd like to see how it
Yes.
will perform against his next opponent.
Shoot to kill.
And that's what you get for a kind of trying to build a nice strategy. If you get the right knights and at the right time, it can work for you. And unfortunately for Moose, as you said a while ago, Mikopi, he was fighting against Dao for the pieces, and now Dao is getting rewarded with a win because of that level 2 priest. So is Knights Glacier still a thing, or still a good composition? Considering if you want to go to mid game, if you want to survive to mid game.
I guess for the meantime, it is working out well for Dao, given that he now has a 5 win streak. So yeah, those level 3 units of his are carrying the army so hard, especially that Light Blade Knight and that Hell Knight. And yeah, that allows Dao to win his engagements at this phase in the game. And another thing that's important to note is Jen is already at his 13 win streak. So I want to see probably in the future these two players will get matched. And you have to note how Jen's life is well ahead of the others when it comes to the life
Yeah,
total.
that's right.
That
Yeah.
that feathered hunter pick is really working out well for him, especially now that he has a level 3 hunter, 4 level 3 units in fact. So
Yes.
very powerful composition indeed.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing right now on the right side, that's Lammy, and on the left side, that's Dao. Dao is getting wrecked fairly easily by his opponent, and that's because we are seeing I think that was a devastator from his opponent's side, but it's going to be the Warpwood Sage that's going to save that his opponent.
That's right. And yep, now we are looking at Lammy's board. He has the combo of the what they call it, the siren. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So the siren into the black hole, and then into the delayed action bomb from Devastator, and
Yes.
that will provide a lot of AOE damage, and then just allow his units softening up the units, and then killing them. But we will see how effective it works now against Gao. There goes the delayed action bomb. Once it explodes, how much damage it does? Not much, but the rest of the team are attacking. So it will take out the Hell Knight. It will take out this Light Blade that it's stunned at the moment, probably due to a shining shooting star. And yeah, that's another defeat for him. Meanwhile, on Jan's side, his level 3 is being attacked by a swordsman, but it seems like he has everything under control. Again, that shooting star making a lot of difference. Just simply stunning all of the troublesome units for GN and allowing that sniper a lot of breathing space to simply just continue attacking.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing already out of the game CDYI Dow and XDevG. They are a top 3, 4, and 5, top 6 STCK, top 7 Moose, and top 8 SQZM. Now left with 2 players, Jen dominating with the 15 win streak. So I think it's going to be Jen's Jen to win or Jen to adjust in case Lammy gets an advantage. But looking at their economies, they both have 0 health, 0 gold right now.
That is right. And on Lammy's side, there's a lot of AoE damage and crowd control going around. However, on Jen's side, it's simply pure power, and it seems like this level 2 Dark Spirit won't be able to do anything about it. And whatever the result of this battle is will reflect on the future battles as well, because they are both now out of economy. So they are just playing what's available for them. And this Warpwood Sage isn't gonna go die soon. However, it's not gonna kill anytime soon as well, as the Dark Spirit it's proving to be tough for it. It's also gaining some life steal. So that's something to consider. And this will just end in
Wow.
a draw. And I guess you can call it a victory on Lammy's side because he effectively cut off Jen's win streak.
That's right. That's right. And we can see right now they're having a bit of a stalemate, right, Mikopi? In terms of chess, I mean, not stalemate. What do you call this? With that draw, what is the chess term for a kind of a draw? Is that stalemate?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was thinking, I was thinking about stalemate, but I mixed it up with checkmate. So, but yeah, I think they're going to stalemate with that kind of matchup between the Dark Spirit and the Warpwood Sage. And look at what Warpwood Sage taking all that damage and all that draining all that life from the Dwarf Sniper, and now head-to-head again with the support of a Dwarf Sniper, and he wins.
And that's the wombo combo that we've been waiting for. Apparently, it's the now we have seen Ink Splash into Shooting Star. Now we are seeing Ink Splash into Leech Seed, and you have seen all of that life siphoned by the level 3 Warpwood Sage. That is not something you see every day, Excelsior, and that healed the Warpwood Sage by a lot.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing right now a different adjustments, minor, maybe minor, but some of the games that we have seen, these adjustments really a good change, especially for these neutral minions. Because, for example, this Black Dragon King has AOE, so you really have to adjust it as well. But when you go and into the late games, it is important to adjust your minions in the right position to counter a possible flurry of events that are going to happen with your opponent. I mean, in your opinion, Mikopi, how important is positioning in the late stages of the game?
In the late stages of the game, positioning could be the difference between a victory and defeat, because all it takes sometimes is for the opponent to just catch that one unit that is carrying your team and then kill it, and then you're at a heavy disadvantage and has to fight the uphill battle. And speaking of uphill battles, it seems to be there seems to be one here for Jen, as again you're stuck in the stalemate that you were talking about. However, Lammy has the upper hand this time around. There's a sniper to go along with the Dark Spirit, and it is enough actually to kill the Warpwood Sage.
And that was actually a revenge duo right there, because Jen a while ago had his own dwarf sniper hitting off the other players, or hitting off the dark spirit from Lami's side. And now we might see another. I think there are two more dwarf snipers left for Lamy to get a level 3 dwarf sniper.
That is right. And one thing that I haven't been able to point out until now is that um, Jen here is using the Scryer, which has an ability that is a great counter to hunters, where it can do a sonic attack. And what it does is it basically disables the opposing hunters for, or the opposing team for 3 seconds. So that's 3 seconds of them not attacking. That's 3 seconds of damage prevented, and that's probably helping
That's
him a
right.
lot in these engagements against Lamy.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking right now at the boards, and I think we see some developments. Oh wait, that's just other players spectating. When you see some of the avatars going right on the right and left, that means some of the other players are spectating your match and just seeing what builds you're going for. Right, Pikopi?
That is right. Everything is just so interested in what's going to happen in this Hunter versus Hunter matchup. Now, both front lines are gone. It's just snipers shooting each other. But this level 2 sniper apparently is too strong for the 3-star units because of all the items that it is
Oh,
carrying. It actually beat them. It's not every day that you
oh
see a
man.
2-star unit beat 2 3-star units. That's just amazing.
And it's a really an amazing duel that we're seeing right here, and these two players are carrying muskets on each of their sides, and it seems that Jen's health, although it was super healthy a while ago, is now dwindling down because of decay and because of Lami's wins.
And this time around, it seems like it's Jen that's having the numerical advantage. Probably repositioned his units correctly, because right now it's a landslide in this for his match against Lamy. And yes, he will take this game 3 of the upper bracket semifinals. What a great Hunter performance there from Jen.
Yes, that's right. That's right, and that's because of the combination with the druid as well. You see the Warpwood Sage working it off, as well as the Hunter synergy with all the damage that's being dealt by the Dwarf Sniper. I mean, these two players are going head to head for a few rounds, but then again, it all comes down to positioning, and that's what you said a while ago, Mikopi. What do you think? Do you have any other points to point out during the last game?
Everything has been very entertaining, and I guess this will set a precedence for what's going to happen in game 4, because we are going to how do you call this, in terms of points so far, 3 players have sort of kind of secured their spots as long as they perform consistently in this set. We have Jen currently now at 21 points on the back of that great
Right.
game 3 performance. We have Da, who
That's
is
right.
now at 20 points. There's CDYI also at 20 points. But for the rest of the other players, they need to perform well in this last game, because the rest of them are at 8 points, excluding SQZM, who is currently sitting at 6. But that only means that the 4th place spot is within arm's reach for every single one of these players.
Yes, and as you said, that's right. The top 4 to top 8 players are still vying for that top 4 spot, Mikopi, and it's really going to be a brawl cage match between these 5 players. We're talking about the top 3 players. They can go a bit more creative, and going with this rundown of the previous match, we have Jen on the top spot, Lamy with the second spot, CDYI with the third spot, Dow with the fourth, XNetG with the fifth, STZK with the sixth, Moose with the seventh, and SQZM with the eighth. One more game, as this is again best of 4. We are going to watch another match with these players, and I hope those other 5 players can step up and go with a more stable gameplay, and synergy as well. Mikopi, what do you think is going to go? And we're going to go into the fearless forecast. What fearless forecast synergy do you think is going to go with these 5 players?
Oh no, here we go again. So we have seen that history has proven itself. Don't pick knights, especially if you're gunning for those points. You are better off just taking the risk and going for one of the top synergies that are dominating the meta at the moment, which is, I think, which in my opinion is six beast. So if you are gunning for points, then that's something that you might want to look out for.
That's
How about you,
right.
Excelsior? Any predictions for the next game?
Since we're going to be seeing a lot of feathered hunters, a lot of Agarsis hunters on the board, it's probably going to be safe for you to build assassins right now. Only assassins and also goblin mechs. So we might see that build be completed by one of our players, or if the other top 3 players are being more adventurous, they can still go for what you said, Mikopi, knights. Maybe they're going to show us the knights. No, no, the Knights and the Gersa synergy. But then again, we are going to see that after the break. This has been Excelsior PH and Mikopi, and we are casting the Southeast Asian National Finals semifinals. And we're going to see you in a few minutes. See you later, guys.
Paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms, I'm calling. I'll be there when you're rolling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger with the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter
And we are back, guys, to Game 4 of the Southeast Asia National Finals. We are now on the semifinals match. I'm Excelsior PH. With me is Mikopi. Mikopi, what can you expect from this match?
Well, if our players here have a pocket strategy and they're a bit on the low side of the point standings, now is the time to pull it out. Other than that, we can probably expect everyone to just stick to what they know best and the synergies that they favor, of course, with the units that are dealt to them. And what do you think, Excelsior? What else do they need to do to secure those top spots for this game?
I mean, if I was on the lower five positions right now, um, trying to see on benching on what minions that I have, and just making sure that I have backup strategies would be the winning strategy for this final round for this group. So maybe forcing strategies is not really the best way to go. You really have to think of whatever backup that you can get by what minions that is given to you by the roles. Early on the game, it's going to be, I think, it's going to be really a toss up between all of these players. I mean, you can really go one way and another way. Really sticking to one strategy is going to be their downfall. But again, you really have to adapt to it.
That is true. Of course, auto chess is also a game of adaptability, and when one of the common mistakes that most players coming into auto chess do is that they try to force a build, as most people would call it. Wherein, no matter what, you will reroll and reroll just to get the build that you want for that game. And the thing about it is that it works better the opposite way around. The more flexible you are the more adaptable you are to the units that are being given onto you, the better your chances are for placing high in the games that you go into.
That's right. And we are seeing here Moose going with that level 2 Taboo Witcher. And also, as we said a while ago, he's banking or he's benching a warrior synergy, a possible druid synergy, and a possible mech synergy. So that's really how you play it. I mean, that's having some insurance, right? Because
That is true. That also gives you a lot more options. I mean, you can always develop your economy later, as long as you have a stable early game and some options in your bench, as opposed to, let's say, for example, you spend all of your early economy on units, but you don't have much flexibility to go on later in the mid game. And yeah, those are two ways to go about it. But for the most part, these players, of course, want as much as possible to see all of the choices that are offered to them for this game.
that's right. That's right. And we are looking at SDZK on the left. Also banking that those two pink sky breakers, and we are seeing more on the earlier stages of the match. You will really have to utilize those on its own. Those pieces on its own are who are really strong. For example, the early picks would be Hell Knight and the Abyssal Guard, as we are seeing right now from STZK. That's a second bolt right there, Mikopi.
That's
Really,
true.
really fast
Getting so much,
refresh
so
rate.
much value. Yep. And yeah, as you pointed out, to that pink skybreaker, I just want to say that it looks really pretty. I mean, the normal skybreaker is it's cute, but but this pink one from the skins is just on another level, and I really just personally like it, and I hope that it serves CDYI well because he is fielding a hunter comp, but at the same time he on his bench still has some goblin pieces on it, but it seems like yeah, he will be shifting right now into a Gersis hunter composition just to make full advantage of the synergies of the units that he has.
That's right. That's right. And that might be a soft sign that he will be going into full Versus hunter combination, but we are seeing if we are seeing now that it can still survive because of those treants distracting the other players from X.G.
Yep, those treants, they might seem like small annoyances, but the reality is they do buy some amount of time for your backline to deal additional points of damage. And sometimes it just takes a couple more seconds for your damage dealers to finish off an opponent. Also, those treants are by themselves they deal damage as well, so it all adds up, especially in these early parts of the game.
And let's not forget that um, those treants as well. That the summoner of the treants whispers here can be easily leveled up or can easily get to 3-star if you have that druid synergy. But looking at right now, SQZM having that dwarf sniper being swarmed by those warriors, and there you go, the headshot going into that red X chief.
You can't
He's
beat
gonna
me.
get taken out. How strong is that
It's
red headshot? Me copy. Wow, right on
that
time.
that is apparently a corner dwarf sniper can be very dangerous, especially if you cannot kill it really quick, as you've seen there. The warriors not dealing enough damage to kill the sniper before it pulls off that headshot, and then the red axe chief left soon after just simply died to it. It wasn't able to do enough damage to the sniper as well.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing right now, Mikopi, you are watching the 2-star sniper getting swarmed right now. That's Lamy. Wow.
Wow. Okay, so 1-star sniper getting swarmed by 2 warriors probably can survive, but not that one. There are just too many damages piling in, and and not to mention the front line fell easily during that clash, so the sniper was left vulnerable during that fight. On the other hand, however, that XZG here is doing a good job of having a tanky front line on the back
I'll
of that
take you under.
warp
All I need is my
that
bow,
whispers
an
here,
arrow, and a
and the
tiger.
Treyans, and of course that evil knight. It
Mhm.
is somehow it works. None of these units are like super tough except for maybe that evil knight, but if you add in the Treyans, as I mentioned before, it buys a lot of time for the backlines to deal damage.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And looking at right now, SDZK using 4 warriors and a B synergy, and also you have there a priest just in case you lose the match, decreasing decreasing some of the damage to your face. Well, I mean, with this kind of composition, this is kind of what we call a safe composition. Why? Because of you would have enough damage from the B synergy while also trying to gain armor from the warrior
Yes,
synergy. But then again, it's not enough because there's no DPS right there on the back line.
It's coarse and
that's
rough
true. Without
and
much damage,
irritating.
it fell prey to those warriors. Especially those warriors are a bit leveled up, so just by the quality of their units, the warriors had the advantage. So, yep, it went in their favor. Meanwhile, here's something interesting. Going into round 10, Moose now has a 6 win streak, and that's on the back of an assassin composition. I saw the
Yes.
synergy board earlier. There was the new unit, the Thorn Predator, in there, providing some sort of tanking for those backline assassins, as well as an AoE stun for all of the attackers. And I guess Moose is really taking advantage of it.
That's right. That's right. And he's really fulfilling our needs of getting a an assassin synergy into the match. Why? And this is good because no one
All
is
I need is my bow, an
actually
arrow,
picking
and
up
a tiger.
assassin. A lot of the other players are going for the hunter build, and only 2 or 3 players are going for the warrior build. We're seeing SQZM going for that 6 warrior build early on. So, Mikopi, What do you think is going to happen with those players who are fighting for warrior pieces?
No, there's about to be a problem somewhere along the way, especially when the pool starts to dwindle and they are not getting the pieces that they want. I also want to run it back with Moose's current composition. He actually has a lot of options from there. I thought at first that it was like, okay, this is going assassin no matter what, but based on the synergies and his current units and his bench, he can actually go for the beast route. He can also go for a
Yes.
feathered assassin route if he does want to. And
Yes.
apparently he has to make his choice soon enough because he got faced with Jen and Jen was able to beat him. So some adjustments have to be made in order for that to not happen again.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing, there you go, a lot of level 2 pieces on the side of Moose. You have their level 2 Abyssal Crawler, and we are seeing not a lot of level 2 pieces on the board except for Lammy. Lammy getting level 2 Dwarven Sniper on this side. And these players are actually not so varied in terms of composition. We're seeing a lot of warriors, 3 out of the 8 players, hunters, 4 out of the 8 players. So, man, they are just fighting for the same pieces. I think of it this way, guys. You are taking a bite of the same cake, right? That's right, Mikopi. You take
That's
a
right.
piece of the same cake, and when somebody takes one piece, that cake becomes a bit smaller, and that's how you see the pieces being limited in terms of their rarity. So if the rarity goes up, that means the piece pool goes down as well.
That is a very good analysis. And yep, for now, some adjustments have to be made by the players. You have mentioned it earlier. There are 4 hunter players here, and the last time that 4 hunter players decided to all pursue hunter, it wasn't really
That's right.
a good story to tell.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, some adjustments have to be made by these players, but again, that would depend on how much they are willing to risk it. Because we are already at round 13. Supposedly, you are finalizing, making some final changes to the builds that you will be pursuing before the mid game hits, and it might not be a good time to shift around, but we shall see.
That's right. That's right, Big Copy. And we are looking at a win streak coming from Jen
The
and
chakra.
that X
I mean,
Death
magic
G.
ends here.
Will this be the way that they get up on the ladder? Because we can see X Death G and Moose. Oh wait, Jen is already on a safe spot, but X Death G is only has 8 points right now, so really needs to perform.
That is right, and I guess this is what's forcing these players to adapt a more the more stable point composition, because I guess by itself it also carries an inherent risk in that risk reward what do you call situation, in the case that if you happen to be the best warrior lineup out of those other warriors, or if you happen to be the best hunter composition out of all the hunters, then that puts you in a good spot. However, it also means that if there are 4 of you who are vying for the same build, you might not be. Chances are you might not be the best, the best hunter. So it's that's something to consider as well.
That's right. That's right, Mikopi. That's a good point. But if these players want to be the best, the very best auto chess player, they really have to adapt. Man, I mean, we see here SQZM being lucky with that 6 composition. I think with his bench, he really is aiming for a 9 warrior composition, Mikopi. And who do you think of these two are going to go early on with that 9 warrior composition?
That is yet to be seen. That is yet to be seen at this early phase. But of course, both of them will want to pursue that path. It's just a matter of balancing their current economy with the quality of units that they have at the moment. I mean, if you can already secure the mid game stages and then build some economy, it is worth it to not try to directly pursue that nine warrior path a bit and just see what happens next, or at least put yourself in a spot to safely transition into the next two levels and get your nine warriors.
That's right. That's right. That's right. If you have played, I have played this warrior composition. For you to get to a safe spot, you really have to combine it with another synergy that's more stable, and just like slowly trudge into that nine warrior composition. You don't really have to force it early, but when you do get that chance to when your bench gets a bit stronger and you see that the nine warriors can hold it off, then and only then can you go straight into nine warriors safely.
That is true. And yep, looking at our synergy board right now, we are seeing, yeah, just the warriors got reduced to two. The hunters, I think there are three of them still going on. But Moose, of course, the sole assassin build so far that we have seen, he is not. He doesn't seem to be pursuing that beast route right at the moment, but it is giving him good results. He is now quite atop the pack. Meanwhile, Dow and STZK being invaded successfully by their opponents, and that is something that they will have to consider. Maybe they are falling behind in terms of overall power, and they might consider trying to stop building economy and try to reroll more, or probably get to the next level at least.
That's right. That's right, Mikopi. And we're looking at STCK and XDetchi right now. XDetchi looks like he has a full Egursus build with one, two, three, four. You have the Egursus Ranger, you have the Umbra, you have the Soul Reaper, and you have the Ghost Kid, and also a level one Hunter build. What? Why are these guys going for this kind of synergy, Mikopi? Why is it a popular pick to combine Negursis plus Hunter?
Well, number one is that the units just simply fall together perfectly. The hunters need a good front line, and it just so happens that Igursis has some good frontliners in the form of Umbra and Evil Knight. So
All
they are a
exercise
naturally
free
good complement,
will
and it also
last.
helps that the Igursis synergy reduces the armor of the opponent, so more damage can be dealt to them. And of course, the hunter synergy one is quite strong because it adds damage to all of your hunters, enabling them to deal a lot more damage. And yeah, damage wins games. We always have this argument of whether it's toughness that wins games or damage. But in these stages of the game, it seems like damage really is super important.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing here. Wow, that's an early helicopter from Lamy.
That
Okay, we're
cooldown.
seeing. Why are we seeing a lot of these guys getting early high level pieces? Wow, these guys are going in for the kill, Mikopi.
Yes, and to
Because
add to that, yeah,
we just saw that a while ago, right? In the first game, there was a Devastator and a Soul and a Dark Spirit, and now we're seeing an early helicopter.
yes, it seems like the level 5 units want in on the action early as yeah, they keep popping up and just before round 20 as well. And I'd just like to point out that it might not look like it, but there is also a dwarven synergy that's composed of the helicopter and the dwarf sniper. And what
Yes,
happens
that's
is
right.
when you complete that synergy, they tend to attack the units with the lowest HP, thus making them a lot more effective. And of course, for in the case of the helicopter, that cooldown is very important. I mean, just look at the AOE damage that it is contributing to the battle.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing. That was a good point, right, Mikopi? Aside from dealing targeted damage towards a specific minion, for example, with the lowest HP first, it also increases the range by two, right? for all ranged allies. And that's also important, right, Mikopi? In terms of dealing with your using your long range minions.
That is right. Of course, if your units can attack from a very far range, that means that you will be the first to get damage in, and that initial opener of damage can sometimes be enough to either cripple or weaken your opponents. I mean, for example, if a battle opens and then suddenly your opponent is left, your opponent is left at a dangerous health, then it's just a matter of picking them off one by one. And yeah, looking at the synergy board right now, Gertis Hunter taking the top. That's Exodus G Assassins. Let's go from Moose. They are at the second place. Meanwhile, the rest are settling down into their respective builds as well.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing our players right now. This is Lammy going on with that 6 out of 9 feathered build. And there you go. There's the call down. And that's not going to be as effective because you see right there. Right, that Warpwood stage is effectively blocking all that damage. That Lord of Sand will get taken out. And look at that. He's really a good tank. Mikopi.
you drift away again?
Look, he doesn't seem bothered being attacked by 3 assassins at once, one of which has a disable. He was able to buy a lot of time for the Shining Assassin to finish off her opponent and then help him out.
Venom. When do I
That's right.
get a move?
Nature
Man.
knows.
And how great are these voice lines, Mikopi? It's like all of them are a tribute to popular culture. What is your favorite line, Mikopi?
That is true. I guess my favorite one out of all of them would be the Tusk Champion's voice line, which is a reference to the one punch. So
Yeah.
that always gets me anytime.
Yeah.
And yeah,
It's,
I like
yeah.
the voice quality of these lines. What they call it, they scream quality, they scream personality, and you can over the time it plays on
Yeah.
your head because it sticks. I just like it.
Yeah, that's right. And me too. I like that voice line. One punch, that's all it takes. Right? It comes from one of our favorite anime series. But let's go on and look at one of the warrior builds right now. Looking at that match, that was a dominating match, and we are seeing right now Lammy putting his helicopter on the back line. He's making it rest because it's not going to be as effective as it was. Why would you put Mikopi? Why would you put the helicopter on the back line or the bench?
Wait, he puts him on the bench?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, he
wait,
did.
that's an interesting development. My guess is that he found a better unit to replace it, whether it's in the terms of synergy or in terms of raw power itself. My guess is that he's benching the helicopter for the meantime to make space because at that point the synergy will give him a better benefit than the sole helicopter.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing right now. I want to see the development of the synergies that are happening on the board. And Jen gets taken out. Gets 11 damage in that round, in that matchup with his enemy. And let's see. I want to see the synergies right now. Between all of these players, we're seeing quite a spread. We are seeing now about 4 players on the low end of their health, and 4 players as well on the top end. 2 players dominating right now, being XSG and Moose. So I want to see what's happening.
That is true, and also all things considered, their life totals are relatively close. You don't see one player dominating the rest like in the previous games. So this
That's
goes
right.
to show how stable everyone's strategies
Fight
are
first, nap later.
being. The exceptions, of course, are those players on the lower half, and I guess they have to adjust soon. The good news about this is that CDIY has a lot of gold to work with. So he can spend them on leveling. Just right now, he leveled up from 8 to 9.
I do.
And then the rest of them, he has to spend them wisely. Otherwise, unless he's really confident about his current army, it might be all for naught. But we will see after this Wild Wing Reaper neutral round.
That's right. That's right. And the Wild Wing Ripper neutral round is really a good blessing. Sometimes, likely, if you have don't have good items on your hand or on your item pool, and it also helps to have good items on the board, especially for your DPS or your tank, right, Pikopi?
That's true. Your main carry can only take you so far without any items. So it's always a good idea to try to buff your main carry with items, but it's also sometimes useful to spare at least even one small or complementary item to your front line just to make sure that they get that extra bit of toughness. And yeah, the synergy board right now, lots of beasts. Surprisingly, Assassin's still on top, making it who's making it work. I think we are seeing it now on the right as he's invading STGK. Lots of jumping going in around. However, it seems like STGK has the upper hand in this match and will easily fend off all of the attempts to assassinate his units. He will take it easily here.
That's right. That's right. And we can see, Mikopi, these players are actually. Wait. Let me see. Okay, these players are actually fighting very, very hard, and we see CDYI getting taken out of the match, but CDYI already is secured with 20 points. That gives him 20 points right now.
You dare to look me in the eye.
That is right. So, however, you can't always help but have a little bit of anxiousness when you get to when you get eliminated first, even if you had a good standing so far. Uh, as much as possible, as a player, you will want to be somewhere on the upper half still, just to ensure that you qualify the top four. Because remember, uh, even if you lose here and end up at the bottom four, you still have a chance in the lower bracket. However, the players there are more hungry than ever. They have been through more grueling matches and have probably more practice. So it's a very dangerous place to be, considering the stakes in the next round.
When do I get a movie?
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing a 6 out of 6 beast build coming from Dao. Dao is really, really on a roll right now, going forward with his strategies and succeeding in completing them a bit early. Now we are now on the mid game, Mikopi, but then again, we can see a 6 out of 6 with a Fallen Witcher clincher, a DPS.
That is right. Again, the Fallen Witcher it's just so good. Look at once you can, especially if you can master his positioning, wherein you can put him into spots where he can transform safely and then attack from range, just like what we are seeing now from Dao. He will probably win this game. However, that Abyssal Crawler has other plans, but then again, that Fallen Witcher, just the single damage from one of his attacks is enough to actually wipe that Abyssal Crawler.
That's right. And we are seeing here right now, Mikopi, a good spread. And also, STZK is already out of the match. So he won't be getting into top 4 because he will just be getting I think it's 1 point, right?
1
Mikopi?
point, yeah. Yes, 1 point.
So it's not going to be enough because he's now going to have 9 points. XDG is at death's door as well.
Oh no, and that's magic for XZB. Meanwhile, what's happening here? It's Dao versus Jian. That level 3 swordman is providing quite a lot of damage to all of his units, actually wiping out a lot of them. So it all comes down to the carries. But the Swordman has an assistant here as well in the form of the Doom Arbiter, and together they are more than enough to take down that Fallen Witcher.
Is someone
That's
afraid
right.
of the dark?
So Mikopi, what do you think is going? Oh wait, XG is already out. That means he gets plus
2
2 points. points. So
Yep.
that's going to be 10. He's going to go up to 10 points. So right now on the screen we see SQZM completing that 9 warrior synergy going on with that Thunderhide. We see on the right that's Dao. He's going to make complete or fast work of this Thunderhides. So that means when you see those players finishing off those minions early, that means their damage output is really up there, right, Mikopi?
Pride is more
That
toxic than
that's a
venom.
good point to make. I haven't really noticed it until I saw, a side by side comparison like what we saw earlier. So yeah, that's a good point to make. You see which compositions deal a lot more damage, which compositions are a lot tougher instead. And yeah, it's more like what they call this. It's more like a contest between who is gonna be able to down that neutral creep first.
Yeah, that's right. Because I've been studying this, and when I see, I don't turn off the updates from the other players because I want to see how fast they finish their neutrals. That means their damage output is way up there as compared to mine, and that's also a valid strategy just to know, or a quick glimpse just to know which minions or which players are
My hair looks
right up
tired.
there in terms of damage output.
Oh, that 100
That is true.
push-ups,
And
100 sit-ups,
also, looking in here now at the Dao's board, that
every
Witcher actually,
day.
if I saw it correctly, I think that Witcher has a teleportation dagger. And right now,
Wow.
I think it's one of the best items to equip him with because once he teleports, he gets half of his mana and it enables him to transform earlier. Meanwhile, here it's Lammy versus Jen, that level 3 swordsman against that level 3 Whisper Seer, and it's gonna go down quickly. So that swordsman dealing a lot of damage. You can see the life totals just simply dwindling away, and it's now making its way towards the backline, but it was stopped by that level 3 Warpwood stage, and the damage isn't enough. Meanwhile, all of the backline of Jen is killing, of Lammy rather, is killing the Jen Swordman. So that's a victory for the Warriors right there. Rather
That's
for the
right.
Hunters right there.
That's yeah, for the hunters. And I mean, we are seeing a rogue guard on the bench here from Jan's side. What is the right time for him to put that rogue guard out in the field?
I think he is still waiting whether or not he wants to commit into to pair it up with a Doom Arbiter, because remember, if the demons, if there are 2 or more demons and you don't have the Witcher synergy, they're not able to perform their full damage potential. So I guess he's still thinking if he wants to keep it, considering that Jen also has a Berserker in play, which can act as a secondary carry to that swordsman. And I think sooner or later he might be selling the Rogue Guard instead, because it seems that this Doom Arbiter is doing a lot of work. It's almost on par with that Alchemist. In fact, it will. I mean, with that Venomancer, in fact, it will kill
And
it.
hit you with another.
And that makes a good argument for
Wanna try?
keeping him rather than the Rogue Guard.
That's right. That's right. And I think we just have one more player being taken out, and we are now looking at SQZM on the left, Dao on the right. Dao still donning that 6B synergy, and now to add more damage, there's a Dark Spirit on his side.
Yes, that Dark Spirit. We can't wait for it to do some clutch black holes, and there's one quickly reducing the life of the swordman and one other warrior. Look at that swordman; he's still stepping on the black hole, which is totally a bad idea, as it keeps getting damaged. All the while, the other units, beast units, the summons, they are also attacking it. The plague wars, in fact, are dealing a lot of damage in this game, considering that they're just level 2. So yeah, that
That's right.
is the power of the beast synergy. Even the smallest units, even the most seemingly harmless ones, start to produce a lot more damage. And yeah, even without the level 3 Witcher carry, I think Dao here is in a good position to actually take the match.
That's right. And I'm looking right now at Dao.
Wanna
It's
see how you
Dao's
lose?
composition. It's really fast. He really has a good grasp. I mean, he really made quick work of that black dragon. Wow, that's actually super exciting, Mikopi. I mean,
It melted.
you see the damage output. Yeah, you see the damage output. It's like really really strong, really really fast.
I mean, for context, it took Jen's army like twice the amount of time to kill the dragon compared to Dao's.
No good.
One thing we aren't talking
No
about much, I guess,
evil.
is Moose. He is still
Only
alive
darkness.
with his assassin composition, and we will see how effective it works now. There's the level 3 jumping, Disregard jumping on the back line of Dao. It seems like it's actually very effective against Dao's army. It's sweeping it left and right, and with that Witcher, just the main threat, it will easily fall to these level 3 units. Meanwhile, on GN's side, he seems to be on the winning side of the engagement. And yeah, surviving to fight another day. However, that assassin composition probably opened Dao's eyes that, okay, maybe I don't have this game yet in the bag, because that Abyssal Crawler is proving to be very problematic. He has to find a way to deal with it.
That's right, that's right. But I think we have something to note here. Moose is already secured a top 4 spot, Mikopi, because he's the only one surviving at the lower top 5 people. And why? Because Jan and Dao already on top 1 and top 2. If Moose
Oh,
just gets, yeah, Moose in any position right here, he will move on to the next round.
that's good. He will be very happy to know that, of course. And I'm just happy to see that it's on the back of an assassin comp. Probably my favorite
Yeah.
comp of all time in auto chess.
Yes, that's right, that's right. Wow, and Jen gets taken out. Dao and Moose on the top 2 spots. Maybe Moose really, really wants to make sure, okay, I'm going to make sure I'm going to win this game. I'm going to get on the top 4 spot. Let me make sure that I get this top spot by using my assassin comp. I've been trying to make this happen. And
That is
there you
right.
go.
And yep, this is probably the last clash of this round, and I think it's going in the favor of Dao. In fact, that Witcher
Yes.
is still
Wow.
very much alive, and
Try
he
to
will
hit me.
take that victory over Moose's assassin comp. So congratulations again to Dao. Very consistent performance, especially in this last round
That's right.
of the upper bracket semifinals.
That's right. And this group is going to move on, or the top 4 of this group is going to move on to the finals, right, Mikopi?
Yep. Meanwhile, the
And,
bottom 4 will be trying to fight their way out of the next round in the lower bracket semifinals.
That's right. And we are seeing there, we're going to wait for the updated scores just to see you, just to inform you guys of what the scores are for each of the players. But then again, what can you say about that last match, Mikopi?
I am just relieved that assassins are still in contention, and that's mainly on the back of the matchup against the other comps that the players are using. Also, I think Moose at that time doesn't have much competition. It seems that everyone shied away from assassins and went on
Yes.
to pick the more stable strategies that will
Yes.
probably allow them to get a good finish and get the points. And I'm just glad to see how it worked out. How about you, Excelsior? Anything in this round that kind of struck your eye?
And yeah, I was actually surprised that the Moose, who was actually very, very comfortable in using an assassin synergy over the past few games, we have seen him perform, triumphing on the last portion of this group, and therefore getting a secured top 4 spot. And I just received from our production that we got the final scores from this group. And here we go. We have Dow with 29 points. We have Jen with 27 points on top two. We have CDYI on top three with 20 points. And the top four, it would be Moose, as we have said a while ago, with 15 points. And on the lower four, it's going to be Lammy with 11 points, SQZM with 11 points, XDSG with 10 points, and STZK with 9 points. Wow, and that's going to be super, super exciting for these players to go on with a secure spot on the finals, Mikopi. Um, what do you think is going to happen with these players? What do they need to prepare to for the finals, Mikopi?
Okay, I think as far as tournament goes, this is the time where you want, if you're comfortably in the upper bracket, this is the time to relax a bit. Just try to gather yourselves and make sure that you're in the best condition for the grand finals. Meanwhile, if you're in the lower bracket, then I guess you can always take off the lessons that you've learned from your battles so far into heart and try to apply it and get that top four spot in the lower bracket as well, so that you'll be prepared for the grand finals. And of course, be sure to have some spare gas in the tank so that you will be able to perform your best in the grand finals. And yeah, we have
That's
here
right.
the placing. So Excelsior, if you would kindly.
So we have over here the last match for this group, the semifinals. We have here Dow for the top spot, Moose for the top two, Jen for top three, SQZM for top four, Lammy for top five, XDetG for top six, SDCK for top seven, and CDYI for top eight. And look at those synergies right there. We also have a lot of 3-star minions. Even though Moose has 4 3-star minions, it all comes down to Dow with his 3-star minions and 10 pieces on the board to dominate that match. And look at those synergies, Mikopi. What do you think about that?
Well, we have seen this time and again since yesterday. It seems that 6 Beast is the way to go. It's just dealing so much damage in the late game that you really have to find a hard counter for it. Maybe spirits, maybe something else more disables, I guess. But for now, uh, players are riding it to the first place spot. So that's something that you may want to consider going into the grand finals, about how heavily it will be contested. I'd also like to point out
That's right.
that yeah, throughout this bracket in particular, MSG has been performing well. Two of their players are going to the grand finals secured, so that says a lot for regarding the strength of that team. Of course, OKR no slouch either, with Dow also going in there. And of course, just happy to support one of our Philippine representatives, that's Moose, also secured in the grand finals. So it will be a battle to watch out for. How about you, Excelsior? Is there anything else that you're excited about?
That's right. I mean, I was actually excited to see Dow going with, if I remember correctly, he was using he was using the counter to what he was playing this round. The previous match, I think he was using that combo that we saw, the tsunami stalker, the siren, and the dark spirit black hole. I mean, if correct me if I'm wrong, but I was seeing that combination to be a possible counter for this synergy that we saw from Dow. And again, congratulations to the top four players right now. We have again Dow, Jen, CDYI, and Moose moving on to the next round. They are going to be fighting for a lot of prizes as well as a spot for the regionals, right, Mikopi?
Yep, yep. So yeah, congratulations again, and good luck on the next round.
So that's it, guys. We're going to go on a short break before we go on to another match. We're not going to be casting that one. We're going to be casting the finals. And if you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asian National Finals, and you just watched the semifinals of Auto Chess right here by casted by Excelsior PH and Mikopi. We're going to take a short break. See you guys in a few. Just keep watching and enjoy on a chess.
If you stay, please just say you're mine. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. Ooh, I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, and I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. I need you. I need you. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. My God, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim's love. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down. C'est la vie. Boy. C'est la vie. Down. Boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My body, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim's love. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture. C'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down. C'est la vie. Boy. C'est la vie. Down. We're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy.
As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This song will go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same. Running, we'll be running, we'll be running, we'll be running. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, and nothing is the same. The same. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. Till we find another
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no, won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't teach him for some meaning to explain his feelings. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes,
the forest by integrity.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Killing can save a life. Trust me.
Yeast, they are my family.
Canvas?
The ancestors will guide me.
embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are...
Nothing is true.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind. mean, magic ends here.
I can pick roses with one hand and hit you with another.
For the
Wanna try?
tundra.
I can pick roses with one hand and hit you with another. Wanna try?
I'm not the reindeer, I'm a dragon.
You can't handle us pandas.
Venom. When do I get a movie deal?
You're gonna get axed.
to read more.
All I need is my bow, an arrow, and a target.
Beast? They are my family.
High hoof.
Feed the force by integrity.
One punch. That's all it takes.
I'm an Easter egg! You found me!
Nature will always protect us.
Now you're endangered.
I'll make them vanish in the sandstorm.
Don't let anyone know what you intend.
Welcome to the Marine.
Ever tried my poison? Guess not, you're still alive.
Feed the forest by integrity.
We're the best.
This stock is just a buck.
Pride.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day.
Sand. It's
Time to go green.
Why walk when you can fly?
I used to be a painter. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Looking for me, you little monster.
Wolves in wolf's clothing. Who would have guessed?
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
Want to sign a contract with me?
No life is left under my pen.
Demon dudes, follow me.
I am in friendship is magic.
Want the secret to creating gold? Want the secret to creating the law of equivalent exchange? I don't think so.
What is untouchable is the most precious.
Wanna try Link game?
Voodoo?
Wanna try Link game?
A move I can't control. It's just
Beast? They are my family.
Let's find some new soulmates.
Sorry for hurting you.
Nothing is true. Everything.
Listen and you can hear the sea.
Water always wears you down.
Oh, it's tough being a single parent and a fearless warrior, but I make it work. Blade Fury! Oh, I feel dizzy.
1 bullet, 3 targets.
Knock. Draw. Loose.
Don't get crush on me.
Some assembly required.
Look.
Some assembly required.
Tomorrow is another day.
Want the secret to creating gold? The sell button is up on the right.
You can try visualizing victory.
Never underestimate an elf.
They look sick of living. Let's cure that.
Tanks full, ready for takeoff.
drift away again?
Time to call for brazen saints and overthrow the rule of evil.
Leave them all burnt and broken.
We'll meet again. I'm an Easter egg! You found me!
I
No
got
life
you.
is left
Don't try to get rid of me.
under my pen.
I'm coming out.
Don't take the bait!
Did you drift away again?
I bring the doom.
High five! Hi.
You can't kill what's already dead.
Where's my arrow? Oh, forget it. I'll find it later. What is untouchable is the most precious.
Is someone afraid of the dark? Is someone afraid of the
fire?
No good, no evil, only darkness. When you look, no good, no evil, only darkness.
another day.
Improvise, adapt, overcome!
What is untouchable is the most precious.
Wait for my signal and play it by ear.
I'm coming out.
Forest by integrity.
They look.
Don't look up!
Beelzebub, where have you been?
What do we say to the god of death?
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Some assembly required.
Strangler vines and deadly nightshade. Aren't they just the cutest?
Some assembly required.
Nature knows what to do.
Sorry or out of mercy.
You can try visualizing victory.
Praise the holy light.
Another win? What? Another win?
All I need is my bow, an arrow, and a target.
Oh, can't you be kind, kid?
Have you seen Gawk at
I cut down trees and foes, and I'm all out of trees.
Shoot to kill, aim to please.
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
You dare to look me in the eye?
Blade Fury! Oh, I feel dizzy.
Don't let anyone know what you are thinking.
Where are we going?
I thought you knew!
Tim!
Where are we going?
No light.
Time for a miracle. Want the secret to creating gold? The sell button is up on the right.
Did you drift away again?
Ladies and gentlemen, my person.
Wait for my... I cut down trees and...
Come with me if you want to live.
Improvise, adapt, overcome!
High five. High hoof.
Wait for my signal and play it by ear.
No good.
Friendship is
Life.
Strangler vines and deadly nightshade. Aren't they just the cutest?
you want to live.
You can try visualizing victory.
Best with the best.
High five! High hoof!
I'm an Easter egg!
Tanks full, ready for takeoff.
Cool. But it's mine now.
Time canvas. Launch Mark 11 armor.
Shoot to kill, aim to please.
My arrow always arrives on time.
Do not touch the fire of my tale, the essence of my life.
Wanna sign a contract with me?
Ladies and gentlemen, my personal showtime.
Feeling worn out? Try electrotherapy.
When you look into the abyss, I look back.
With the non-stop chop of stainless steel.
Spin, slice, and sweat. Blade fury. Blade fury. Oh, I feel dizzy.
That's too bad. to beat you so easily. Never underestimate an elf.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day.
That's too bad.
Don't take the bait! Don't take the bait!
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
My arrow always arrives on time.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
We'll meet again.
When you look into the abyss, I look back.
Never underestimate an elf.
Leave them all burnt and broken.
again.
With the non-stop chop-chop of stainless...
You're all ready.
Axe gonna give it to ya!
My father is Franken's something. Not that tasty.
How embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily.
The fate of Glacier Clan is in my...
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day.
The fate of Glacier Clan is in my hands.
Tomorrow is another day. Don't get crush on me. Don't get crush on me.
I'll plunge them into the deep.
This war song needs more hell screams.
Tomorrow is another day.
Victory is in my sights.
Where's my arrow? Forget it. I'll find it later.
One bullet, 3 targets, no problem.
The chakra.
Before I come down here, it never snowed.
Ready for takeoff!
What you pissed off is just
Maybe
a
after
block.
I lose some weight.
Canvas, launch Mark 11 armor.
I am the god of war, boy.
Canvas, launch Mark 11 armor.
Wanna sign a contract with me?
Knows what to do.
Blade Fury. Whoa, I feel dizzy.
You're gonna get...
Brother, shall we play together?
Another win?
We work in the shadows to serve the light.
Fight first, nap later.
Another day.
Brother Nature, here to fight.
Where's my arrow? Forget it. I'll find it later.
What? How dare—
The moon? I can't.
The law of
Victory is in my sights.
Knock. Draw. Loose.
Before I come down here, it never snowed.
punches with one hand and hit you with another. Wanna try?
What is untouchable is the most precious. Where's my arrow? Forget it. I'll find it later.
You can try visualizing victory.
I used to be a painter. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Don't get crush on me.
Strangler vines and deadly nightshade.
Excuse what?
One bullet, 3 targets.
Excuse what?
We'll win the fight by dragon fire.
Open your third eye and see.
Beast? They are my family.
Time to go green.
Shoot to kill. Aim to please.
by integrity.
Strangler vines and deadly...
I'm not the reindeer, I'm a dragon.
One of my arrows is worth 1,000 of theirs.
I am the god of war, boy.
The moon?
Welcome to the Marines.
The moon? I can't control. Oh, it's just a lamp.
You can try visualizing victory.
Blade Fury. Whoa.
My father is spanking something. Not that tasty.
My hair looks tired.
Axe gonna give it to ya.
Open your third eye and see.
We'll meet again. I'm an Easter egg! You found me!
So rude. I thought I was invited to host the wedding.
I am inevitable.
Don't take the bait!
Now you're endangered.
I am inevitable.
I'll turn them into shark food.
Welcome to the Marines.
Looking for me, you little monster.
You dare to look me in the eye?
Tomorrow is another day.
Shoot to kill.
High five. High hoof.
Toothache? They look sick of living. Let's cure that.
No life is left under my pen. Wanna try Link game?
Only a demon can defeat a demon.
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
Strangler vines and deadly nightshade.
Knock. Draw. Loose.
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
Knock. Draw. Loose.
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
High five. High hoof.
All I need is my bow, an arrow, and a target.
I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away.
tired of waiting here. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side.
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
Goblins love to talk shop.
I am the knight, the Bat Knight.
Don't let anyone know what you are thinking.
The chakra, I mean magic, ends here.
My order is chaos.
Beelzebub, where have you been?
Killing can save a life. Trust me.
Now you're endangered.
1 point. Plunge them into chaos.
The universe is made up of protons, neutrons, electrons, and chlorons.
Now you're endangered.
Venom. When do I get a movie deal?
I might be red, but I ain't shy.
Come with me if you want to live.
Praise the sun.
Roses with one hand and hit you with another. Wanna try?
Friendship is magic.
You're gonna get axed.
Relax. What you pissed off is just a buck.
Looking for me. You
I'll
little
exercise
monster.
every...
Fight, there's an arrow with your name on it.
The enemy is no more than a mirage.
feel the fire of the phoenix.
The universe is made up of protons, neutrons, electrons, and photons.
Where have you been?
Live by the sword, kill by the sword.
We'll meet again.
For Brother Nature, here to fight.
Cursed.
Your everyday girl with magic powers. That's me.
Some assembly required.
So rude. I thought I was invited to host the wedding.
Wanna try next game?
Look, a dwarf!
Goblins love to talk shop.
I wonder if my assistant would like being a suit of armor.
Have you seen Gawk at 4 o'clock?
I'm an East.
Have you seen Gawk at 4 o'clock? I'll never get a bigger bounty than Kid with a straw hat.
No life is left under my pen.
High five. High hoof.
When you look into the abyss, I look back.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
I thought you knew!
untouchable is
I'll
the
never get a
most
bigger
precious.
bounty than Kid with a straw hat.
Come.
Wait for my signal and play it by ear.
The law of equivalent exchange. Want the secret to creating gold? The sell button is up on the right.
Ladies and gentlemen, my personal showtime.
Blade Fury! Oh, I feel dizzy.
Time to go.
After the battle, let's go rub against some trees.
Nature will always protect us. Let's find some new soulmates.
Friendship is magic.
Sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating.
I am inevitable.
Never underestimate an elf.
Only a demon can defeat a demon.
Never underestimate an elf.
Brother Nature, here to fight! Time to go green! Time to go green! Let's find some new soulmates.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
Friendship is magic. That's too bad.
A moon? I can't control. Oh, it's just a lamp.
Never underestimate an elf. That's too bad.
I'll make them
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
Relax. What you pissed off is just a buck. Don't let anyone know what you are thinking. Feed the forest by integrity.
My creed is to assassinate.
No life is left under my pen.
There's an arrow with your name on it.
I'll plunge them into the deep.
Relax. Don't let anyone know what you are thinking.
I can be your everything if you stay. Please just say you're mine. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. Ooh, I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, and I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. I need you to stay. Have you found another? I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. I call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. I run like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. Why such a sad face? 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 Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No review mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This strong we'll go.
And we are back right now. We are now going into the finals of the Southeast Asian National Finals. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi, and you're watching this tournament. And this is just tournament organized by ESL Asia and OnChess VNG. So, Mikopi, who are moving forward in this finals?
We have three representatives from the Philippines, three representatives from Malaysia, and two representatives from Singapore. So these are your best AutoChess VNG players right now for these three countries, and they will be fighting it out to see who is the best out of all of them. For our top 8, we have from Malaysia we have OKR Dao and MSG Jian. From Singapore, we have MSG CDYI and also MSG Lycan. And from the Philippines, we have Moose, Super XX. Also from Malaysia, Super XXX as well. And from the Philippines, we have Moose, we have XDesG, and of course, our very own Cyril.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Excelsior, How excited are you given all of these big names are now clashing finally in the top 8
Yeah.
of our grand finals?
It has actually been a tough hill to climb for all these players, especially on the lower bracket, because on the lower bracket, Mikopi, you have had to play a lot more games, right? And just to get that top position, we have seen some of these players just get the top two in some of their matches to move on forward, and that was a how do you say this? It was like threading a needle, because you only need you really need to put some effort to get to that spot, and that's what some of our players did. And Mikopi, will we see some of the trademark strategies that are going to happen from some of these players? Can you tell us what strategies they have used over the past games, which can be used in the finals?
Okay, so in the 3 days we have seen some very strong strategies that are recurring among these players. In fact, I'd argue that they're just what they call this. There is a rotation of strategies that are being used. So once they see that a
Yeah.
strategy was dominating during the previous game, they try to pick it up during the second game, and so on and so forth. So if you are using, for
Right.
example, six beasts, you have to be prepared for another strategy in your next game, because for sure some players will also be gunning for it. Now, as far as the top
Yes.
strategies go, we have our all-time favorite flavor of the month, Six Beasts, along with, of course, that very reliable Fallen Witcher carry.
Fallen Witcher.
Then you have your Nine Warrior, and then of course
Right.
you have your Hunter with different variants. May it be the Egursis variant, or may it
Exist.
be the more feathered variant as well. But of course, not only that, there are also some fringe strategies that you can use. Like, for example, Goblin is now being less contested than ever. And finally, you have your assassins as well.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And we also have one strategy that hasn't been mentioned by Mikopi, which is, in terms of strategy and not synergy, we have seen a pre-strategy being constantly used by Moose over the past few games, and it has proven very effective as well. And we might see some of the lesser popular synergies that we have been requesting over the last few games, and it might really work now that they're in the finals, because if you see some of the more experienced players just gunning for the meta right now, then you are just free to go and pick that strategy or synergy out. So right now, these players are already going to the best of five matchup, right? Right, Mikopi. How is that going to affect these players, as they have only played best of three and best of four over the last rounds?
Okay, so 5 games, number one, is very long. It will be a test of the players' consistency, stamina, as well
Yeah.
as their, how prepared and conditioned they are
Yes.
today. So also, it is given that they won't always be performing to their best ability. So you can expect some sort of decline sometimes
That's right.
in some matches in their performance. But also,
Right.
it's up to them to try to recover from these, especially when they get hit by the short end of the stick when they want to pursue a synergy or a certain strategy. And what's good about this, though, is that there are many chances as well to come back from such a deficit. Also,
That's right.
the longer format ensures that you can always try to go for the most stable strategy that you can allow, and that in
Mhm.
turn will convert into just being consistent. And then after that, you can maybe take a risk somewhere towards
Yeah,
the end, and try to
that's
grab the
right.
last few bits of points from there.
That's right. That's right, Pikopi. I have seen these players play over the last 3 days, and they have been showing some consistency regarding on how they play. But some of them have been displaying a kind of different strategy from the other players. and that small difference can actually give you the advantage over the other players because you're actually giving them something that's really not expected, right, Mikopi?
That is true. I'm really happy when I was watching the previous lower bracket match. One of the players here, Cyril, almost didn't make it. He was actually tied uh, at fourth place in the top four with another player. And in one of the games, he actually used knights, but again,
Yes,
to unexpected, not so good finish. However, that was still enough to pull him through. So he went for a stable performance, and then suddenly
that's right.
jumped up in the last game at ninth place in order to clutch those last few points and win via the tiebreakers and actually reach the grand finals.
That's right.
So yeah, there's also
And
that.
yeah, and Mikopi, what do you think is the most popular item right now, or build right now with these players?
Okay, I am probably biased because all I see are three-star fallen Witcher carries with
That's right.
carrying those feared words, the Holy Spirit lands, and then just simply wrecking the boards once they
It's
transform.
like it's like three shots, right? Or
Yep,
yeah,
three shots.
when you see that,
One for
and
you,
when you
and
see
maybe a
that, it's like,
critical for the other for the last one. Yeah,
oh man. Oh wow, that's a really, really that's a good item for that carry, especially for that for the Fallen
Fallen
Witcher.
Witcher.
But
Yeah,
I'm really excited with the teleport dagger. If you're for that Witcher as well, because you can see that he can actually teleport into the far reach, in the farther part of the board, and just probably hit the back line and rank up on the mana and just transform into his strong self, right?
that is right. And also one of the, I guess, one of the what they call this, I guess you can call it the silent MVPs, the real MVPs rather, in some of
Yeah,
the matches that we have seen, is
yeah.
the Warpwood stage. That Warpwood stage at level
Yeah,
one, it's very unassuming.
that's
It's
right. That's
very
right.
soft and you can easily kill it. But once it reaches level three, along with the semblance of some armor, for example,
That's right.
like the ice armor, which grants armor and evasion,
Mhm.
coupled with the feathered synergy, and of course its very own ability, the Leech Seed, which allows him to heal itself. It becomes suddenly becomes a very tough tank, and I think a lot of the more a lot of the more popular builds right now, such as the Hunters, really rely on his toughness to buy the backline a lot of time. And we see this work time and again for a lot of the players throughout the course of this
That's right.
tournament.
And I was actually thinking that Warpwood Sage would not be in the previous seasons would not be a good tank, but now he has come a long way, and he's also now he has always been easy to access, right? Mikopi, you can get an easy level 3 Warpwood Sage with just two pieces to get to 2 star, if you especially if you activate the druid synergy. And I have seen it also being utilized in the hunter synergy, Mikopi, because it has the feathered tribe activated as well for that feathered hunter synergy. So really, really a very versatile unit to go with, and also if you put a lot of items on it, it's really going to be so much. There's really going to be so much value. So, Mikopi, I
That
have a
is
question.
yep.
Uh,
Okay.
with these players going into these finals match, will what is the biggest hurdle in during the first few rounds? I mean, what do they really have to do? Would they just use their resources to spend and just diversify their portfolio, or would they just go and save up to get a good interest on their investment?
Well, considering that the first game of the series is always how do you call this, the pace setter for each of these players. I think they might be trying to, what they call this, trying to play on the safer side of things. They might not be taking a lot of risks yet, and it's only after
Yeah.
the result of this first game where they will be able to plan ahead for the other games. So
Wow.
you might will probably expect a lot of, for example, those grabbing all of those early goblins to establish a good early game, trying to get those
Yeah.
warriors so that
That's right.
they will have choices to go for the top builds. And of course, somewhere in the mid game, those who are lagging behind or those who are playing for economy will want to look into the other synergies that are not being used, and then hopefully all of this will
That's right.
work out for them.
That's right. That's right. Mikopi, we are really excited with these top 8 players right now. I mean, running down their names, we have again Mikopi, we have
Mhm.
Dao, we have Jen, we have CDYI, we have Moose from the upper bracket, and rising up from the ashes from the lower bracket, we have Lycan, Super XXX, X Death G, and Cyril. So these guys really have worked for it, and we are now on the precipice of the Southeast Asia National Finals. This is the big leagues, guys. With this, what do they expect if they win? They if they get the top spots for this tournament, Pikopi.
Okay, so the prize pool for this tournament amounts to $2,000 in total. While I think the first place gets $600, so that's a lot still, and then the second place gets
Oh
around
my.
400. And as for the rest, I totally forgot the breakdown to be honest. But still, that's a lot of money
Yeah,
going on, and for sure,
that's right.
even our eighth placer will have, uh, will still get, will still feel like a winner when they get their prize. Also, it is very
Yeah,
important to note that there are only 6 spots reserved for the rest of Southeast Asia for the regionals. So while we have our top 8 today, only 6 of them will be able to make it into the regional finals, where they will be playing for, well, thousands and thousands of dollars.
that's right. That's right. And as I've seen in the previous breakdowns, there's a lot of money going into this tournament or being given out from this tournament. And it has over the last few weeks, we have had some qualifiers from different regions as well, and this is one of the hurdles that they have to go through to ensure that they have the prizes and the glory of being an auto chess player. I mean, Mikopi, personally, we are also playing auto chess on our free time, and it has been I've been really, really how they say this inspired by our players right here that we are casting. These synergies had been how do you say this? Been inspiring and been emulated, and they do really work. Right, Mikopi? What was the best synergy that you have played in your own time?
Well, okay, in my own time, I have been very fascinated with the Nine Warriors. It just keeps on working. It's a very stable strategy. But enough about our personal games. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, okay.
this is it.
Go.
It has all come down to this: 100+ players coming in from the open qualifiers, down to 32 during starting last Friday, and now this is Sunday. These are your top 8, and this is the game one, just starting right now.
That's right. We are looking at the Lycan and XDSG. Lycan going there with the Red Axe Chief and benching the God of War and the Taboo Witcher. And also on XDSG, he already has the Hell Knight.
The Hell
Mikopi.
Knight,
Wow.
yes.
I want
And
to
speaking
become
of
stronger and
early,
stronger so
powerful
that I can
units,
carry
the Hell
you.
Knight is, of course, one of the more reliable ones that you can find early in the game. And coupled with the other reliable unit that you can find in the game, which is the Skybreaker, it puts XSG, I guess, a bit ahead of the competition until probably someone is able to level their first units into a 2-star. during these early phases of the game. But we shall see.
Yes, we shall see about that. And looking at Moose, he already is going for 2 dwarf snipers early in the game. And on the left side, let's see the YI going with what he has been playing. I think he's gravitating towards a warrior build, Mikopi.
That is true. And to be honest, it's a bit very characteristic of CDYI considering his tournament record during this past week and this past few days. I mean, if you go back to the records of his Open Qualifier tournament, he actually qualified in his group with a comeback. He was performing poorly during the game 1 and then came back in game 2. Now, during the playoffs throughout the tournament, we are seeing that his scores has been fluctuating. Like for example, in the last during his last group, his score was 7, 7, 6, and then suddenly dropped to 0. Just when you thought he was getting stable, suddenly he fell off. So maybe what I think is that he is already confident during that time, and that he's trying to employ a different strategy. And I think we can probably see the same trend, especially now that he is playing 5 games.
That's right. So let's see how that's going to work for our players right now. We are looking at Jen having a level 2 Skybreaker as well as Dao, but the Dao is kind of benching it right now. Let's see if he's going to be able to use that later. But let's move on and look at our other players and the synergy. What can you say about this synergy board, Bikopi?
It seems like everyone is trying to hide their real agendas because I am not seeing hunters. I am not seeing any beasts, but I'm seeing some goblins and of course bits and pieces of Igursis and some demons. Now, of course, this is the early phase of the game. Players are probably just making the most of what they've got. And from what I can see here, Jian is really making the most of what he's got with that level 2 Skybreaker, just using that battery assault to try to get an advantage. However, he is also met with this powerful 2-star Soulbreaker, but that won't be enough. Apparently, he has the Goblin buff, so that is regenerating the Skybreaker's health as well as giving it a bit of armor, and with that battery assault, that easily got him that match.
Welcome to the Marines.
That's right. And we are looking at the board of Lycan right now. He actually, as I said a while ago, Mikopi, they are now spending a lot of resources reserving some of the pieces and the synergies that might happen. So right now we are looking at a possible warrior synergy, but he's also banking a possible mech synergy. So this is how you play it, guys. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, and put some investments for a rainy day.
That is correct. And I'm also surprised that Super XXX current board right now, you see Flame Wizard there. So I think he just, while I'm not confident that he will be pursuing a full mage composition this soon in the game, it is always a good practice to try to get the best unit that you can. Because at the early game, synergy doesn't really play that big of a role. What's more important is that you get access to A, more powerful units, which is their 2-star versions, or B, powerful abilities that can win you the game. Like for example, here we see Super XXX again. This time, he is invading Cyreal. And look at that, the Laguna Blade from the Flame Wizard, easily almost melting the Red Axe Chief, and it falls down. Also increasing its attack speed as well, so acting like a pseudo carry. And just like that, he was able to quickly deal with Cyreal's board.
That's right, that's right. And we are looking at the board of Jen right now with mostly goblins and a fallen witcher. Will this be enough to carry him towards the later part of the game? I've been seeing, Mikopi, that this is there's a Ripper right there, there's a level 2 Skybreaker. I mean, it can carry him possibly through the mid game, but we have to be we have to see the other synergies.
I think your assessment is spot on here, Excelsior. I mean, it's a reminder of the classic way back when early game Goblin synergies have to choose what they'll pair up with, the synergy that they will pair up with to carry them into the mid game. In some cases, yeah, it's something like this, which is the Witcher synergy. Sometimes it often falls on Goblin Assassin synergy instead, and both are good actually. So both are powerful when you combine them together. So yeah, I can safely say that what they call this? Who is that player again? Yeah, that Jen will have no trouble navigating the early stages of the mid game from here on out.
Yes, looking at this synergy board, Mikopi, a lot of the people are hiding their benches. I'm seeing a lot of similar synergies, but also the bench is carrying the bulk of the damage. Man, this strategy is now like they've been hiding this strategy over here or saving it for the finals. So I'm really surprised that they're doing it right now.
I guess this is the game one. Of course, you have to go all out. So you have to pull out all of the strategies that you can, no matter how big or small that they are. And other than that, it's all about just playing really stable. And this is what I was talking about earlier. So you have your early Goblin synergy here. The alternative to a Witcher synergy to combine with the Goblins is, of course, this Assassin. And what makes it possible is that the Soulbreaker itself is also an Assassin. So you only need to find 2 more Assassins, and then you will have the level 1 Assassin synergy, which increases their damage output by a lot because of those critical hits.
That's right, Mikopi. And now we are here at round 10 with that rock golems. So if you are one of those unlucky people who get beaten by rock golems, I feel sorry for you. But I'm really not seeing some of the players here being beaten. But take note, Mikopi, at those synergies and their benches. I'm seeing some assassin synergies being benched. Maybe it's going to be a block pick for our other players, but we have here Super XXX going strong or going all in with that kind with.
Yeah, that might actually be the case against yeah, he's actually winning a lot here against Moose.
That
Goblin synergy. Yep.
So that the Goblin synergy might actually be working for him, right, Mikopi?
Yeah, that's really working for him, especially when I think I caught a glimpse of the Venomancer in there. That is a very early Venomancer to get, and I'm sure that he will be very happy about it, considering that he is building towards it anyway. Also, I'd like to point out that I think at some point in the game, Dao has revealed his hand during the synergy board. I saw him shifting to a level 1 this synergy. So that might be a tell on the composition that he is going for.
Yeah.
Right now, it's CDYI against Super XXX. CDYI having the tougher board that God of War, really tanking a lot of damage from Super XXX backline. And with these remaining minutes, I think this is more than enough to win him the round against Super XXX.
That's right.
Wow,
and we are looking.
I just like to point out that that was a very bad timing for the headshot. Only after the swordman stopped spinning did that sniper pulled off that headshot and killed him.
Oh wow!
So really great timing there by the sniper. Good work.
And we are seeing this synergy board right now. I'm not seeing any assassins. They're probably being hidden right now.
I've heard that there's a
Venom.
And I'm seeing 2 goblin synergies being built. Dao being a really consistent player, as we have seen in the previous games that we casted Mikopi. He's still at 100 health, untouched, unscathed over at this grand finals match.
That is true. And if we review Dao's records from earlier, out of the 4 games that were played during the upper bracket semifinals, he actually has won 2 of them. And during the open qualifiers itself, his performance is actually very stable, and this continues on towards his run in the winners bracket. So, and even up to now, as you have mentioned, there you can see it 9 win streaks, 100 health, a decent economy going on. So that says a lot about this player.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking at the distribution of health as well. Jen and Cyril are now at the low health range, nearly less than 50%, all this with 54 and above the 50s. But going back to this board, we are seeing side by side Jen on the left, Lycan on your right. Lycan is building a warrior synergy. Jen building a I think this is goblin synergy, right? But I think Lycan synergy is prevailing, Mikopi.
Where's my arrow?
Yeah, that 2-star Blade Master really strong. And this is a very interesting formation for Lycan here.
Yeah.
With those Cave Clan units up front. And yeah, as we are heading into round 15, this is the Wolfpack round. So this gives players more time to reconsider their next few moves, scout their opponents for what they're building, and then, of course, hopefully try to get a useful item that will serve them well in the following battles.
That's right. And I want to see, Mikopi, how this is going to go for Dao. We are now looking at Dao's build right there. I think he's just going again for that Beast, 6 Beast, and the Fallen Witcher synergy, which has worked a lot. Lots of miracles for the previous matches.
Come on, try to
That is true. He now has a level 2 Fallen Witcher, so that by itself is scary. I wish I could see its item progression, but I'm sure he's building towards a Holy Spirit Lance if possible, as well as the teleportation dagger that you mentioned before. And I like how he positioned his Fallen Witcher here, somewhere up the front, but not necessarily too up front, wherein it will get hit first, and then it reposition it again. Maybe just for that creep round. But yeah, again, Fallen Witcher positioning is very important. You don't want him too much up front, because he will get clobbered by the enemy's front line. But then again, you don't want him at the back as well, because that will make him transform a bit too late, and that might cost you the match.
Yes, that's right. So we are looking right now at Dao on the right, XDeathG on the left. XDeathG looks like he's dominating his match right there. He has a level 2 Warpwood Sage. Dao is still again going for that Beast synergy. And let's look at Lycan. Whoa, Lycan is also going for a warrior build. How many warrior builds are going on with this board right now? Let's count, Mikopi. 1, 2.
2. Oh, only 2. Okay, so that is still within the safe margin of players not what they call this, not cannibalizing each other's pieces, and that's a good sign for both of them. Now, as for Dao, however, he is seemingly having the best deal out of the bunch. He now is on 2 Beast, 2 Witcher. Nearly most of his guys are capable of dealing lots of damage right now.
That's right. And we are looking at Moose on the left, showing some signs of I think it's kind of a mixed synergy, right, Mikopi?
That's true. It's kind of a mixed bag, and he will have to suffer this loss for that round. But I guess this is more of a case of him not yet completely locking into a certain build that he wants.
That's right. That's right. And we are Jen and Cyril are now at the bottom 2. And we are looking now at Jen with the Goblin synergy, and also a Fallen Witcher carry right there. Already rolling, he just keeps on rolling just to get those pieces that he needs. No Venomancer in sight, Mikopi. So what does that mean?
Yep. Well, that means that he won't be able to complete it just yet. He might have to wait for a Devastator, or try to go for a. Actually, just reroll a lot to get the pieces that he needs. And from what I'm seeing here, yeah, that's what he needs to do. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Hamus's board right now. I got distracted by that delayed action bomb that exploded earlier, and I was so surprised that wow, someone already got a Devastator this early in the game, and it has to be that Goblin player as well.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, we are now near. I think we are on the round to 18. We're now near round 20. So we are nearing the mid game right now. Most of these players have locked in their synergies with a few adjustments depending on their economy. But looking at their economy right now, we are seeing CDYI with lots of gold, 63, and nice on his health. So, and also Lycan is up on the 55 gold range, and also Dow, of course. We are now seeing a healthy 80s health. So, Mikopi, what is again the optimal health for optimal gold range for our players?
Of course, as you will always want to have your gold reserve at 50 unless you really absolutely have to spend it to try to catch up with the other players, and that is because it will earn you 5 gold interest, which is the maximum interest that you can get every round.
That's right. And we are now looking at Jen with the lowest health right now, trying to complete the Goblin synergy. He already has the Grim Touch right there. The only piece missing is Venomancer. It's nowhere to be found. I'm thinking probably a block pick somewhere right there on the bench of some other player. And I'm guessing one of the players who just blocked that is looking right over Jen's board.
Of course, scouting, as you mentioned, is very important, especially during these creep rounds. This is only one of those few times that you can leave your pieces alone and just go and see what the others are up to. So yeah, however, yeah, going back to your point, Venomancer will be highly contested. And oh, there it is, finally. One Venomancer, just as ordered. And yeah, he will complete his Goblin synergy, I think, finally. Does he have the space for it?
Finally. I think he has level 8. Maybe he just needs 2. Yeah. He just needs two slots for the wizard and 5 slots for the goblins to finish it. So kudos to Jen for completing that synergy.
Yep, so the big question now with Jen is, did he make it in the nick of time? He's being attacked with the other Goblin player that he probably wants to get the Venomancer from. And that Paralysis Shuriken coupled with the Ink Splash from the Grim Touch still wasn't enough to fight the other Goblin player, however. So Jen will be taking that loss for now. But once, hopefully, he gets to a level 2 Venomancer, then that is where he will hope to turn the tables against his other opponents.
That's right. And Jen's board is looking a bit underwhelming, as we can see. By this time, round 22, there's usually at least one level 3 or 3-star mech or goblin right now because of the early rerolls and the economy that he has. But he is not being dealt with a good reroll, I think. Copy.
That is true. And looking at Jen's board now, his army is still underwhelming compared to those of his opponents. We see them getting surrounded. That is because they weren't able to kill these other warriors very quickly. On the other side, of course, Dao being attacked by someone who has a lot of 3-star treants, and I'm guessing that is oh, it came from Cyreal, I think.
So let's see.
Or rather,
that
it's the
synergy.
other way around. I got confused for a moment. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. But we have here Jen already out of the game with his Goblin mech synergy. And again, you were talking about a while ago, Mikopi. Let's see the synergy. Who has that minion that you were talking about?
Okay, so it probably came from from either Cyreal or Dao. I can't tell which is which. But yeah, Jen, what I didn't notice about Jen is that he's actually sharing the Goblin pool with 2 other players. And apparently, and unfortunately, he got the short end of the stick right there by committing to it. So that's an unfortunate first round for him. However, the good news is there's still 4 rounds in order to try to come back from it. And of course, Jen, by the way, is no stranger to winning individual rounds. In the qualifiers, he actually won one of the qualifying rounds as well. And during his performance in the upper bracket earlier, he was actually also he also managed to win. Actually, he was also the other player to win the 2 other games, aside from Dao.
Right. That's right. That's right. But then again, he was fighting with another player for the Goblin build, which is actually the one that's blocking his progress. And let's see what's going to happen right now with this 9 out of 9 warrior synergy from Lycan. Lots of warriors, not a lot of stars on the board. Let's see. It's face to face with another warrior build.
And look at those 2 remaining warriors at the back. That Tuskar, the Tuskar champion just waiting on the wings, and also that God of War as well. Well, the other wolves jump onto it. However, what we are seeing is that Lycan is actually the weaker warrior build in this matchup. You can see that he is getting surrounded. However, that Doom Arbiter is still not giving up, and he's actually winning on the back of those 2 demons. It's just a matter of whether this Doom Arbiter can actually beat the Abyssal Guard, and that doesn't seem to be the case. However, it was a lot closer than what I expected at first.
That's right. That's right. And we are now looking at who's this player? 6 out of 6. I think this is Dao.
Yes,
right?
it's
With
probably
Dao.
Dao.
Dao with the 6 out of 6 B synergy and the Fallen Witcher. Fallen Witcher. Oh, wow! Look at that! Look at those items, Mikopi. Is that the lance, the fabled lance that we were talking about later a while ago?
Not yet, but it's already in its initial form. So all that's needed is to upgrade it. I'm also one important thing to note as well is that it's also wearing the new ice armor. So Dao really wants a lot of survivability with his Fallen Witcher, and that's also very important because a lot of his damage relies on the fact that the Witcher surviving.
That's right. That's right. And we are now looking at a very variations of synergies right now. Something's a bit missing. I'm looking for a hunter. I'm looking for it from Cyreal or XSG, but it's underdeveloped. What happened there, Mikopi?
I think in Cyreal's case, he was able to just now complete the Hunter synergy, the 600 synergy. In XDeath G's case, I think it's more of a sub synergy for his overall plan. I think he's probably banking more on a feathered build along with the druids and probably one of the assassins.
That's right. That's right. So maybe you will see that rise up from the ashes. But Mikopi, look at that. Cyreal already has a dark spirit on his side, so that's actually a good minion to have. Is that Cyreal? Who's carrying the...
Let's see. This is CDYI.
It's CDYI, okay. It's CDYI carrying the 9 out of 9 warrior build with a dark spirit. and it's already going to
and-
be activated, but because of it being targeted Mikopi.
That's right, and all of these crowd control, I wonder if it's enough to stop CDYI's rampaging warriors there. That level 3 Abyssal Guard doing a lot of damage.
Oh wow, I'm seeing a lot of. Oh, there you go. It's going to
There
be
you
the
go.
Warped Sage versus Venomancer. Who is going to win? I think no one is going to win here. It's going to be a tie. Oh man.
You're right, so just
Yeah,
grab your
it's what-
popcorn and chill for a while because this is probably going into overtime considering the units that are involved in this brawl.
Oh wow,
However,
wow!
there-
I think it's Venomancer. Look at that.
Nah,
Wow.
Oh wow!
Oh, he won.
He actually got it. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, Venomancer showing the new meta, what the old meta feels like.
Fire in the hole!
Yeah.
And hopefully that continues because I really want a goblin synergy to take this time around because I haven't seen a goblin get a high place since probably in a couple of games.
That's right. And we also want to see the warriors interact with another synergy on top. So I think is it going to be a war? Is the warrior going to win against a? I want to see if the warrior is going to win against a fallen witcher, right?
I got
Because of all
Don't
the
try to give
damage
in.
reflect, or will the damage still overwhelm the warrior's armor?
That would depend on what the other units that the what they call this, the hunters as, because we saw earlier, right? We were confident that the 9 warrior will be able to just power through all of that backline. However, with a bit more crowd control, the story changes. The warriors can get in, and then they
Live by the
just
sword,
simply take all the
kill by
damage
the
and just
sword.
fall and die.
Fight first.
So,
Nap later.
Mikopi, we are now looking at X-G with just 1 health, right on the gates of death, and we'll see if his 6 hunter synergy can work. 6 hunter marine, and Agursis, plus a devastator icing on the cake. Will it be able to survive? Let's see.
This is looking bad for him, but he has the crowd control. However, that Venomancer in the front line has a Shadow Edge doing all of these cleave damage. Will it fall in time? It got petrified again, but it's still alive, and yeah, that will be enough actually to power through XSG's remaining hunters. So I guess the what they call it, the weak part of that chain there is that he doesn't have a really good front line. He is just relying on the delayed action bomb from the Devastator, dealing enough initial damage, and the Abyssal Gates follow up to buy him a lot of time to kill his opponent. However, of course, the Goblin player who invaded him has a lot of health, has a lot of regen, shrugs off the delayed action bomb, and of course the Venomancer just simply carried him all throughout that match.
And we are looking right now, Mikopi, at the Super XXX full 6 mechs, full 6 goblins, so much regen, so much armor. Let's see if this composition is going to survive in the next round after this Thunderhide round.
And Thunderhides are carrying some valuable items that may or may not be needed by these players to make the core items for their carries. We see a Magic Crystal dropped by Super XXX, but of course the main item that he chose, we have no idea, but I hope it's useful for his carry. Meanwhile, here on Dao's board, he is having not just 1, but 2 2-star Fallen Witchers, both of which capable of dealing a lot of damage, especially when you consider that B synergy also stacks on magical damage. When you couple it with the fact that he has a lot of summons as well, you have your Razor Claw, you have your Treants, you have even the Unicorn with its flimsy arrows dealing a lot of damage still. That makes him a very huge threat for the rest of the board here.
And yes, Mikopi, we are now looking at Lycan on the left with his Warrior Synergy. When surprising to see that the 9 Warrior Synergy is kind of on the low portion of this tournament. I mean, a lot. Both of them, both warrior synergies on the top 6 and top 5 and top 6 position, and we now see CDYI with his own warrior synergy being dropped up into top 6.
I thought you knew!
Meanwhile, we are back here on the screen with Dao, and while he doesn't have the the 3-star Warpwood Sage that we are all looking for, he does have a level 3 Unicorn, so that in itself can still tank a bit of damage because of the healing, the cure ability that she has. On the side, you have to keep an eye out of that Venomancer. Watch as it throws down the Chemical Rage and reduces everyone's armor. Now the question is, does it have enough damage in the region to sustain all of these damage that's going on to him? And the answer is, of course, no. That simply is too much damage stacking up on him and then killing him quickly.
That's right. That's right. And we now have see some more players getting taken out. Mikopi, let's see. It was Super XXX and Lycan being taken out. I think Super XXX was using the Goblin synergy and Lycan was using the Warrior synergy. So we have Dao right now with a win streak using a Beast synergy with a DPS Fallen Witcher just level 2. So the Taboo Witcher is already level 3. We have a Razor Claw level 3. We have here the Whispers here. I think the Warpwood Sage or Whispers here is level 3. And that's going to be helping his board right now.
Yep, and wow, look at it. He probably has completed the Holy Spirit Lance because I'm seeing the splash damage earlier from this Fallen Witcher, and he will defeat Moose right there. Okay, so Moose has enough HP to survive, and that's a good thing. So he still has a fighting chance, but now that he had a taste of Dao's army, he might want to try to adjust, maybe shuffle in a few units, maybe change positioning, hoping to catch that Witcher. But with that teleportation dagger, it might be a bit hard. And look at this, Dao is just potentially one Fallen Witcher away from getting a level 3 if he decides to use that Strange Egg on it.
That's right, and we are seeing a clash here right now. On the right, that's OKR Dao. That's left, that's Moose. And I'm looking at Dao right now, Mikopi. Look at that the black hole, and look at
Come on, try to hit me.
Look at that Fallen Witcher dealing so much damage, and while on Moose's side, it's going to be again one-on-one.
Here we go again.
Stage. Man, these guys really want to go one-on-one, but I think it's going to be the Venomancer's win. Let's see if it's going. Yeah,
I think I make myself some coffee while we wait for what happens. But okay,
yeah,
the game just proceeded to the next round. So it seems like Dao still has his win streak. So he's in a really good position right now still. The other two though, so it is Iriel who finally had that level 3 Warpwood Sage. So he stole that one, I guess, away from Dao, which will go a long way into attacking his front lines, buying a lot of time for his level 3 Dwarf Sniper to deal a lot of damage. And look at that sniper go. It is just simply targeting the Black Dragon. It's a race who will be able to kill it first. Apparently, it is Cyriel's army that has more damage than Moose's. But I am willing to bet that Dao managed to beat them to it when it comes to taking down that Black Dragon King.
That's right. And we are now nearing the end, round 36. We are seeing again the full beast synergy from Dao, having 4 3-star minions and 3 3-star minions now on the side of Cyriel with the Feathered Druid Hunter and a partial Demon Witcher synergy. And we have here, since the same clash, no, it's a different clash. Cyriel is going against Dao, and Moose going against, I think, still Dao. So they're both fighting Dao's one is fighting Dao's mirror and one is fighting the real one.
You get the claws.
And here's the thing, I think they both lost that one as seen
Yes.
in their life totals. So that's probably a sign that they need to do something, maybe a bit of adjustment. They can't really purchase any units now or make new compositions because they don't have the economy anymore. So it's just a matter of which of these two will be able to withstand Dao's assault a lot longer. So yeah, Malaysia
right.
really putting itself on the map here in game 1, as Dao is seemingly unstoppable against these two remaining competitors from the Philippines. And look at that Fallen Witcher go in both windows.
Wow.
And Cyril will be the one who will be eliminated first by Dao.
There you go. There's going to be a match between Moose, and I think this is Cyril's mirror.
That's Cyril's mirror, yeah.
There you go, and he wins against that. Dao with a healthy 68 health, above the 50% mark. Moose already at 9 health. And the Goblin synergy surviving with Moose piloting it. Man, I think, although I'm kind of almost certain that Moose is going to be losing this matchup, that's a good effort on him because he's the other Goblin synergy that was being formed, right? Copy?
That is true. So yeah, huge props to the last 3 players for being able to identify and make the right decisions when it comes to composing their armies. Although, as you've said, yeah, Moose will be losing here. He did put up a good fight, but Dao, of course, being able to detect on the radar that 6 Beast is available for him, and that's his most likely option that will bring him to victory. And it did. Dao taking first place in the first game of the Grand Finals match. But don't worry, there are still 4 matches to go. But for now, yeah, Dao showed some absolute dominance this game. So yeah, Excelsior, if you would the rankings.
And now we're reading the rankings right now. Dao getting the top 1 position, Moose getting top 2, Cyril getting top 3, Lycan getting top 4. We have top 5 Super XXX, CDYI top 6, X.G top 7, and Jen on top 8. Wow, Mikopi, that was a really exciting match, and Dao showing some dominance and saying, "Thou shall not defeat me," right? Because as you can see, that synergy, Mikopi, really time tested, along with the item build that gives you the damage, the different that divides damage over the 3 minions also helps as well.
And look at that win-loss score as well, 36-2. That means roughly that he only miscalculated the strength of his army twice. So when you look at the win-loss records, usually it tells the tale of how many times you misjudge the strength of your army compared to your opponents. Maybe because you are trying to reroll a lot for holding back on rerolling, or probably you didn't level fast enough, or you leveled too fast. So that's what usually that score tells. And for Dao to just lost 2 engagements during this match, that says a lot about his decision-making powers in this Grand Finals.
That's right. And also, we have been seeing a lot of similar builds going on right here. We see CDYI and Lycan going for the same warrior build. We're seeing, I think, Jen and Moose going for the same goblin build as well. So if these players, as you can see right now, they have a rank difference, and so it depends on how fast you can build that synergy, on which position that you're going to get.
That is right, and I do feel a bit bad for Jen here. I didn't notice next he was sharing with Super XXX and Moose in the Goblin pieces. So he didn't get the piece that he needed. Of course, our Goblin players did great as well. I guess you can call this it's like some sort of reminder that Goblin is still very much viable, as you can see from the results of those players who play that synergy. But of course, for now, it's 6 Bs, and I'm sure our players will be moving into the next game with this in mind. Will they want to go for this, or will they try to build a counter for this with the pieces that they are given?
That's right. I mean, I think Mikopi, some of these players are still going to go for that synergy, and this we can see it from these players that this synergy is actually really popular, and they have seen it work. They have seen its stability as well. The positioning is a bit how do you say this? A bit textbook. Just put everything in front, right? And
That's right. That's right.
yeah, yeah, and that and don't even have to think about positioning because all of these guys will just be a wall that you have to go through.
That's true. And yeah, well, we are waiting for it to set up for the next round. Here are some interesting facts. This group actually has two players that have won both of their matches in the opening qualifiers. We are talking, of course, about XDeath G and Cyril. And for the most part,
Wow.
they have a sort of stable performance somewhat during this round. They have been in the low for a bit. Of course, Cyril, we saw him during game one, during day one, and what a monster he is in auto chess.
Right.
But yesterday, right, there was a decline in his performance, and we are seeing some remnants of it today. He was just barely able to qualify for the grand finals from the lower bracket. So that only goes to show how skilled the rest of the competition are as well. And of course, big props to MSG. They actually qualified 10 players out of the top 32. And now, out of those 10, 3 are here in the grand final. So that says a lot about this team. They're very powerful.
That's right.
And of course,
That's right. That's right.
we can't discount OKR. Of course, Dao showing also from Malaysia, showing this very dominant play. And I'm just excited to see more OKR players come in the tournaments to come.
That's right. That's right. And with that said, Mikopi, we're going to take a short break. And for those of you who are just joining in, you are watching the Southeast Asian National Finals Grand Finals matches. That was game one, and I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. We're going to take a short break. See you in a few.
I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Southeast Asian National Finals Grand Finals, and this is going to be Game 2. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. You are in for a treat. Mikopi, we are now starting the match. So, from the last game, Mikopi, we have seen the domination of 6 beasts. I think someone's gonna try it again. What do you think, Mikopi?
Of course, dominant strategies have always been like in the list, high up on the list of priorities for all of these players for sure, and it's usually easily picked by those of when its initial pieces starts to get available, and yeah, for sure, a lot of people will be trying to go for it. Now, the question is, how many of them will be aiming for the same strategy? Because remember, if too many of them try to fight over these 6 beast pieces, then nobody will be better off, and they will fall prey into those of the other builds. And of course, some other builds, some other compositions are can be utilized to take advantage of this, especially when people are fighting over the same pieces. So compositions like assassins that can easily overwhelm weaker units is a good example of this, and might even propel a player into one of the top 4 spots.
And that's right, Mikopi. But we're seeing here the luck that XFG is carrying with all he has 4 soul breakers, Mikopi. How lucky is that? He just need he can go level up 1 and bank one more, and just go probably straight in assassins or goblin synergy.
That is true, and the good thing about the Soul Breaker is that you can't have too much of it, because you can't have enough of it, rather, because it is a very good unit in the early game, especially when it's up at level 2. That paralysis shuriken deals a lot of damage. It's comparable to the dwarf sniper's headshot. Yeah. In addition to that, the Soul Breaker, being an assassin, has this innate ability to jump straight into their backlines. So it is very powerful early in the game when the backlines are a lot softer and less protected as well.
So we are seeing here, Mikopi. These are the early builds that our players are going into. But Mikopi, what round is usually the turn that you're going to be concretizing your synergies?
Well, it would depend on your strategy when you're approaching this game. Like, for example, if you're going open fort, you will want to form your synergy somewhere in the later rounds when you have a more stable economy. You just have to weigh the risk versus the reward. For the others, and for the usual game of auto chess, you tend to finalize your build somewhere around the early mid game into the mid game, wherein you have a general idea of which pieces players are using for their own synergies, and you already have a grasp on which pieces you will want to be using for your final lineup.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing the popular unicorn being picked by some of our players. Unicorn has always been at the back of my choices, but now it has shown great promise, being a druid and a beast as well. So it can go into the druid synergy just to finish off those early high level pieces. And wow, is this Cyril going for the priest open fort synergy?
I think so, but I can't tell for sure because his current gold standing is not really that high, and it's probably a case of him taking a bit more damage than usual. But we have yet to see. However, that gray smoke beside his name seems to be probably telling of the that kind of strategy, and we just haven't seen it come to fruition yet. Unlike, for
Yes,
example, what Jen is doing. And yeah, right now I can't really tell yet if it's intentional or not.
That Jen is doing a more of a hunter synergy, just because you get a dwarf sniper and also you get the shining archer as well, and a Gersis ranger. So you copy that Taboo Witcher is really he got level 2, but that's not actually a good frontliner, right? Because it's soft. It has to be accompanied by one of the warriors.
That is true. A great backline, rather a backline unit is only as good as the time that the front line
I am the god
allows
of
it.
war, boy.
So of course, you can't always bank on relying on damage to
100 push-ups.
kill the opponent quickly. So yeah, you have to protect your. You have to have a decent front line at least to protect your backlines.
That's right, and we're seeing here over at Lycan's side, he's being swarmed as well. So I guess Lycan is also doing the priest, what do you call it, strategy. What's happening? It's popular now.
That's right, and I think this is more of. Yeah, this is more of just trying to get that loose streak and get that slight additional boost in economy, while at the same time minimizing his losses. If you look at his bench, he is, I think, still trying to decide whether to go full warrior or deviate into the beast build. And right now would probably be a good time to look at the synergy board and see what the rest of the players are playing, so that we can somewhat put ourselves in his shoes and think about the current situation of the game.
That's right. So, Mikopi, I am actually trying to see the whole synergies that are happening right now, taking note, but we are looking at them one by one. We are seeing Moose with the partial warrior synergy. Also, he has benched some druid synergies as well. And CDY, we're seeing XSG and CDYI with win streaks, Mikopi. That's really going to be helpful for their economy as well.
That is true. In this game, these two players seem to be making all the right choices, at least before round 10, and making the most of the units that they have. They also have a good economy to go along with it, though not as much as Lycans and Gens, but that is bound to change soon after this golden round.
So, Mikopi, this golem round is really sometimes it's dangerous because some of your minions are not able to defeat it, but most of course we won't be expecting these players to be falling to the golem. And we're seeing a level 2 Fallen Witcher coming out from Moose, that minion who seems to be weak at first, but when it transforms, it goes into rampage mode.
That is true, and we're also seeing a variation of that here in this is Moose. Okay, I also saw the same Witcher synergy in Dao side. It seems that he really is fond of that synergy. But with that in mind, yeah, this is Moose right now. It seems that the Fallen Witcher is sandwiched between these warriors, and its attack is not enough to take huge chunks out of the warriors that it's fighting. That Umbra has cast a familiar, but that only means it's taking triple the amounts of damage despite the huge HP increase.
Whoa.
And without any backing, the rest of Moose's team will just simply clean up his opponents.
I think Moose Mikopi is going into the 6B synergy. As you can see, there's a Lord of Sand right there on the back line, and some other beasts as well. You can see that he's preparing for it, and we can see here CDYI having that werewolf and that Tusk champion, and the Red X Chief on 2 stars, he's probably going to straight forward into the Warrior synergy. What do you think, Mikopi?
Yep. I mean, yeah, that's right. That seems to be the route that he is taking. I'm also concerned about this match because this is a representation of what could happen later, because Jen is fielding hunters against these warriors, warrior beast composition, and seems at least in the opening stages of the battle that the hunters already reached the point where they're able to defeat the warriors, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It is a close battle though, so that will give a sign to Jen whether or not his army is on par, and that seems to be the case. So he can take this time to probably develop a bit more of his economy.
Yes. We're seeing again XDeathG now probably thriving on the early game mech goblins, and he now has a fallen witcher of his own on his side. Additional damage, if I might add, the copy.
That is right, and also it's up to Dao. Rather, it's up to Dao to try to break his win streak, but as you have seen, that's not the case. XZG's current army is a little bit too strong. You see there, a lot of his armies were able to just steamroll Dao's army. And yeah, that puts XZG now at the 9th win streak.
Yes, and it falls upon XZG on how he will be able to maximize that economy. Will he be investing on leveling it up, or will he be investing on units as the Goblin synergy dictates? So, Mikopi, we're looking right now on MSG Lycan, still going for a partial warrior build, and Jen is now going for a hunter build. So
yeah, for now it seems like
Lycan is actually polarizing towards that build, right, Mikopi?
That's true, and I think that sort of indecision probably that's going through his mind has costed him this current round against his opponent. Jen, on the other hand, is sitting pretty with all of those hunters. He is nearly completing the hunter synergy, and it's good that he has a great front line in the form of the 2-star Warpwood Sage. And looking at our current board now, so this is Cyril. He is also using the reliable hunter synergy. No Warpwood Sage in sight though, and he will have plenty of time to look for it as the Wolfpack round ends, and he is now on his optimal economy. So after this round, he will be sitting on a bunch of gold that he can use to try and find his other pieces.
That's right. And we are seeing the board right now of Cyril with 4 out of 6 hunter and the Gersis, and also he's probably going towards the better route. And we are now also seeing Super XXX going to the beast Fallen Witcher build.
That's right. Meanwhile, so this is the post wolf round. So they probably have received some items. So the tides of battle might shift again depending on what they are able to build from those. And we are now currently looking at Lycan. He is at the bottom of the pack. However, he seems to have found his footing here in the units that he has. He is now on level 8. He also has a Berserker at the back. But the big question is that does it have the carry items that he needs for it to be a proper carry and win him his next few matches? He is at a very dangerous 35 health right now, at a stage where being steamrolled by an opposing player will net you a huge amount of damage. So that's something he has to watch out for. But it seems like, my fears are a bit unfounded because he seems to be on advantage in this one. That God of War up front, just killing that Umbra and those familiars really well. However, that Ink Splash from the Grim Touch put an end to all of those dreams. It's
Yeah,
not
that's right.
enough.
Yes, and I think does the Ink Splash go well with the Warpwood Sage's skill, Mikopi?
Well, we have seen it from one of the highlights, right? The Wombo. Again, the Ink Splash is like the, how do you call this? It's the glue that makes the, no, that's wrong. It's the, I guess it's just one half of the recipe of a good Wombo combo.
Yeah,
We have
that's
seen
right.
it paired with Shooting Star, and yesterday we have seen it actually work with the Leech Seed, so that surprised me as well.
That's right. And with that, you can get a lot of health, and while also dealing so much damage. Something is missing right now, Mikopi. I am not seeing a full assassin build.
It seems that our players have decided that okay, they're going for builds that might not be able to be taken down quickly by the initial jump and the opener of the assassin. So that might be the case. So that made them steer away from picking assassins. It might also be that none of our players managed to get their hands on some really good assassin pieces early on. So they kind of deviated from that option. But hey, look at this. Lycan actually winning his next round. So that shows that he made some adjustments probably. And his lineup is a bit more powerful now. And yeah, it looks like it can go toe-to-toe with the rest of the players.
That's right. And we are seeing here on the left that Cyril going with his Hunter build. And on the on right now is CDYI still going for that warrior build. I've seen him play this in the first game, and he's still persisting with this kind of setup, Mikopi. So I'm seeing some of the players are actually kind of powerful with certain builds.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, as in the highest level of competition, you are a bit expected to know at least a lot of these builds going in, how to know in and out, like, so that you will be able to adjust to different strategies. But of course, that doesn't always eliminate the biases you have for certain strategies, especially if you've played them before and they have put you in a dominant position. So yeah, we can see that some players are gravitating towards strategies that they have tried before.
That's right. And we are seeing the consistency with all these different players. And right now, we are looking at a Super XXX with the 6 out of 6 build completed. Will he be able to get away from the bottom position and go back up the ranks, or by maintaining a win streak? Let's see if it's going to be enough. Mikopi, who are
that is right.
We just saw some of the players, right, also building this strategy.
That's true, but this time Super XXX is looking very powerful. Even though I thought that the Witcher, Fallen Witcher up front will get clobbered by the rest of the warriors that it was facing against, somehow it still survived and managed to turn the tables around Super XXX opponent. Meanwhile, on the GN side of things, yeah, he seems to be winning here as well. His opponent somehow has both a Warpwood a bear, a Razor Claw bear, and the Heaven Bomber on the same board. So just a little bit confused by that.
So we're looking right now at I think we have here a 5 out of 6 build from oh wait, this switched from Jan. We now can see a Hunter and Feather build and a full Druid build, so that's going to be easier for him to complete all the Whisper Seers and the Warpwood Sages that he has. And we are now on round 20 with a lethal Ursa. Let's hope these players get the items that they need to complete their weapons and or armor.
That is right. Although one underwhelming fact about his Jen's current army is that level 1 Wind Ranger. Its power shot does deal a lot of damage, but at this stage in the game, it is likely that you won't be able to make full use of it. And wow, as I was saying that, there you go. He heard me. It suddenly turned into a level 2 Wind Ranger. So Okay,
Oh,
that's a
wow.
more powerful power shot right there.
Waste away.
Oh, wow. That's going to be a powerful Wind Ranger. And that's one of the two chargers that we have on this game, right, Mikopi? And the other charger that I was talking about is the Tortolan Elder, which I haven't seen for about 2 days. Like 9 games now.
Well, that's yeah. I think we saw some of him in the early rounds, but then again, the patch just launched then, and I guess some of our players are still experimenting and going for the more fringe strategies that haven't been tried and tested yet. But they soon quickly found out that okay, maybe it's not the best time to invest in Tortolan Elder or in any semblance of
Yeah.
a mage strategy at the moment. But we shall see. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like how the nature of metagames work, right? Excelsior, sometime on one, I mean, one day or for the first week or for the first month, this strategy is popular, and then the players start to adjust and then find counter strategies into it, and thus the meta is formed and is constantly evolving.
That's right. Usually, from my experience, the meta gets adjusted within around 3 to 4 weeks, and that's where you see the people already going in with the popular picks, popular synergies, and that's also it rarely changes after unless there's a new patch, right, Mikopi?
Yep, that is true. The more drastic changes in metagames come from the different patches. I mean, prior to this patch, it has been the goblins that are dominant. So with the adjustments that are done just a couple of days ago, just those simple adjustments already caused a shift in power to the current rankings of these different synergies. And it's
That's right.
just nice to see the game constantly evolving in that sense.
And yes, that's right, that's right. And we are now looking at X Death G. Mikopi, look at that. And he was switched, but that was a full Goblin mech synergy. On your left, Dao is going with its own, I think, Druid and Beast synergy, and Super XXX going with the Beast synergy as well. Very popular synergy, Mikopi.
That's right. And as you were saying that, I was distracted again on Dao's board because I thought for sure that he had the upper hand, especially after that Fallen Witcher has transformed. But his opponent, however, has all
Wow.
these level 3 Treants that just swarmed him and provided a lot of distraction for the backline to kill the Fallen Witcher.
And with that, Mikopi, Dao falling from grace, used to be top 1, now top 8, and he gets 0 points for this round. Let's see if he gets back from that slump, and this is because most of the other players are actually simulating the strategy that he used earlier in the round, in the first game.
That is right. Once he has let go of the strategy that he used in game 1, it is up to one of our other players to pick it up and try to run with it, going into first place, and that costed Dao dearly because after a stellar game 1 performance, he suddenly dropped here into the 8th place, and that actually has what do you call this? I think that's the first time that happened, that he has such a decline in performance.
That's right. That's right. And we just saw during that match that was Super XXX versus X Death G, that 6B synergy versus the Goblin synergy, and the 6B synergy powered up with a Fallen Witcher wins against the Goblin synergy. So looking right now, Lycan still comfortable with the 9 Warrior synergy. Let's see if he survives this one. Oh, after this neutral creep.
That's right.
Round.
So we will entertain ourselves with this damage race that's happening between CDYI and Lycan, and apparently it was Lycan who managed to beat both neutral creeps first. And they roughly had the same lineup as well. It's just yeah, very small differences there. Lycan, of course, notably has that level 2 pirate captain, but on the side of CDYI, he is at a slight disadvantage because we can see his pirate captain is a bit smaller as well.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing, again, it's the same story between these two. From game one, they've had the same composition, and now they're using the same composition yet again. Twins. I'm talking twins, Mikopi. I think they really like the 9 Warrior competition, and they're both fighting for it. And we see Lycan finishing off his opponent earlier than CDIY.
And that is a good sign for both warrior players that their compositions are still on par with the rest of the pack, and in fact they were able to beat their opponents decisively, considering that especially they are now at a low health total, particularly so for Lycan. So that's a bit of reassurance right there that he is still in the game and has what it takes to fight against the rest of the group.
That's right. That's right. And we are now looking at the synergy right now. A lot of 3-star pieces on the board. We're looking at Super XXX. 3-star pieces. He might be able to catch up with his own beast synergy. And on your left, that's Super XXX. On your right, that's Lycan with his 9 Warrior. I think it's going to be a win, another win for Super XXX right here.
That is right. Those trends are providing a lot of cover for Super XXX's carry, which is the Fallen Witcher. On the other hand, Lycan, a bit unfortunate, has fallen to the Goblin Synergy from X.G, and that is unfortunately enough for him to get eliminated in this round. So we only have now, I think, have just one remaining warrior player who has to carry the flag for all of the warriors in the auto chess VNG world.
That's right, and that's going to be CDYI because Lycan is already out. Cyril and CDYI are in danger, but meanwhile, Jen going in with his own Hunter and Feathered synergy along with Druid, and Cyril looking in right now. He's going as well with his own Hunter and Druid synergy. Let's see what's going to happen.
It is, from my observation in all of his games so far, Cyril has been rotating between among 3 stable strategies. This one, of course, the Hunter, and then he has this Warrior, and of course, I think he tried the what they call this. He tried the 6 Beast also in one of the games, and when we were not casting, I saw him try the what they call this, probably the Knight as well. So that just shows the range of builds that he knows of in auto chess.
Some of our players are actually trying the builds on paper to see if it would work. I mean, that's a good pastime for you to practice the synergies, right, Pikopi?
That is right, and especially you really have to try it again right now because there are some changes to the synergies for some of the units. Some synergies suddenly became a lot easier to build, yeah, you really have to practice those as well, even just in theory. It's always nice to have some background knowledge, at the back of your head, that you know what you're gonna build even before the game starts.
That's right. That's right.
And unfortunately, at the end of this round, it's CDIY just right after Cyril. Now, next on the chopping board is Super XXX. The damage from the armies that are winning is probably enough to eliminate him. However, we see from his record right now, he's on a win streak. He is actually causing the damage, and he is actually the one causing players to get eliminated by the huge amounts of damage that this composition of his is doing right now to his opponents.
Contrary to what we are looking at right now, Super XXX has 17 health. He is in danger, but from his composition right now, he is the danger with that Fallen Witcher and 6 Beast synergy. And Mikopi, how dangerous is this? How dangerous is this synergy that he's donning?
This is, of course, 6 Beast, and he is in contention with Moose for as the other 6 Beast player. So when this 2 players faces off, it's honestly hard to tell. Moose, however, has numerical advantage from what it seems, but I'm betting Super XXX will also use that last slot for another unit, which is the Soul Reaper. And when it comes down to this, and this, I think this is the mirror match that we're looking for. Oh no, this is Jen's side of the board.
Okay.
Yeah, everything is happening so fast, and and units are being summoned left and right. All of the strains are now overwhelming Super XXX board, but he was still managed. Oh no, he's not able to clear it. Only his Fallen Witcher is left now, and Jen with the Hunters, the backline barely surviving, but was able to win rather that engagement for him.
That's right. That's right. And we are now waiting for the two players with 8 and 6 health. What are they going to do with this match, with that strong lineup right now?
So
is it going to be more position, right, Mikopi?
That is true. Position will play a part in this, and for the most part, we have seen that they have already spent their economy, and we might be seeing one of them or both get eliminated during this round. I see the late action bomb on X.G side of the board. His Venomancer is doing quick work of whomever he is fighting. It's clearly clearing all of those minions, and we just saw some items drop, meaning that someone got eliminated, and there are a lot of them. So maybe 2 players get eliminated this time around. We shall see after this Warpwood Sage dies. Wow, that took a long time.
Wow, that's actually a good match, and Moose is already out. I think it was Moose, right? Mikopi was carrying the I forgot his synergy.
The
beast synergy, yeah. But it now falls upon Super XXX to carry that flag, and Jen and X.G going further with that Goblin synergy. I think he is in a good position. And the XFG summons that Dark Spirit and that Black Hole, and Super XXX is still going to win against that matchup.
That is right. I could imagine Super XXX smiles as all of the other Druid pieces get freed after Moose got eliminated. For the longest time, he was lacking that Warpwood Sage in his build, and that's the only front line that he's lacking right now. He just simply replaced it with one of the Taboo Witchers, and surely that's not the same tanking power that he is looking for. However, from what we have seen so far, his Fallen Witcher is well equipped despite being a 2-star. So again, it's just a matter of positioning. However, is this a good position for him? He's very near the back line of his opponent. However, yeah, that only allows the Fallen Witcher to transform and easily access that backline. Look at that Warwind Sniper. It's making its last stand, and that goes for the Warpwood Stage as well. And yeah, he managed to win. He won this convincingly on the back of that Fallen Witcher.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, we are now within the final rounds of this match. Jen, Super XXX down at 7 and 6. X.G with his Goblin synergy already trying to bog down these two other players. We'll see in the next few rounds how this is going to go. X.G on the left,
the damage race. Look at the damage of Super XXX compared to X.G. That took him like half the time to kill the dragon than his opponents. However, of course, this is only a representation of the attack power of these compositions, and yeah, being the Beast synergy, he is still in a good spot. His opponents, however, X.G is already on 2 3-star units, and of course, that important level 2 Venomancer and at level 2 Dark Spirit. So we shall see how this will fare against his opponents. And in fact, here we go. He is fighting Super XXX right now, and one of his frontline quickly falls. That other level 3 Goblin unit falls as well, but that Venomancer doing quick work of everyone, plus that Soul Reaper as well. Soul Breaker
Man,
as well. Just oh, wow. Okay.
wow. Yeah, that's really really fast. I was actually curious what happened right there. Who got the first? I think it's X Death G was dominating right there, right, Mikopi?
Yeah, that's a big possibility. You see him how his goblin army just ripped through his current opponent, but I can't discount that the beast player is also what they call this also eliminated his opponent. I'm not so sure.
That's
I
right.
was just simply
Yeah.
torn between watching those two screens, and
Yeah,
everything is
yeah.
happening so fast. So we will have to see. Uh, we'll have to wait for our from HQ to transfer us to the screen and see the final rankings of the players for this round. And here it is. Go take it away, Excelsior.
So there it is. We were right. Mikopi X that G was able to win with his Goblin Synergy Super XXX on top 2 with that Beast Synergy. Jen going on top 3, Moose going top 4, CDYI going top 5, Cyril going top 6, Lycan going top 7, Dao going top 8. So Mikopi, what happened in that match? What caught your eye, man?
This is crazy. Goblin's back. Just when we thought that Six Beast will dominate everything, Goblin is back, and I want to see what would our players do with that, with that fact presented to them in the next round.
That's right. That's right. And it can still work. And CDYI and Glycan are hell bent on completing that warrior build, and they're still competing for that. And we see that Dao, even though he performed really well on game 1, he falls from grace on game 2, going down to 8th place, fighting for that 6 beast strategy with a Fallen Witcher. Even though he has a level 2 Fallen Witcher, it's not going to be enough for him to get higher in the ranks, because the other guys are also going for it.
Yeah, it's true. He somehow found himself in the losing end of the war for the pieces, although he managed to get himself a 3-star Whispers here. It still wasn't enough to bring him to the game, and it's actually surprising that this kind of synergy this early got eliminated. But that just goes to show that all of the other players were preparing for this and are ready to take advantage of the fact that players are gravitating towards this dominant strategy.
That's right, Mikopi, and we are now here on the precipice, and we are going to go on to game 3 in a short while. But that strategy, the strategy Beast plus Fallen Witcher is popular. Let's see which players are going to go and pick that up. And Mikopi, what do you think? What is your fearless forecast for the next game?
Okay, just one fearless forecast for the next game. Someone will be playing 6 feathered plus I think Hunter Druid, and it would catch everyone by surprise. How about you, Excelsior?
That's right. I want to looking at the board. I'm not seeing any assassins. Assassins are still strong if they are built quite well. So we might see that happening in the next games, Mikopi. So we might see that, and we might be super entertained in watching that happen. Shadow Crawler, Abyssal Crawler. Let's go. Maybe it will work. And again, it will be against a possible 6B synergy yet again from the other players. So as we have seen, it works. It gets you in the top places.
Yep. So yeah, I guess we just have to wait for the next game then.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And we are also waiting for these players to go on and just be more creative and just go veer away from the meta and just differentiate themselves into getting a top spot. But then again, they have their own strategies. and trying to get a stable positioning over the course of the game. And we are going to go on a short break, and you are watching the Southeast Asian National Finals for Auto Chess Grand Finals. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. We are going on a short break. See you in a few. And we are now live yet again for Game 3 of the Southeast Asian National Finals of Auto Chess. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. Mikopi, really, really exciting match going on right here. Some of the top players have gotten down to the lower position. Some of the lower position players going up to their top positions. It's going to be a roller coaster ride as we see these players try to vie for the top spots in this tournament.
Yes, of course, round two is a representation of the players adapting to each other's previous strategies, and this just goes to show how high the skill level is in this group itself. Because you would expect the players who did well in game one to probably be doing the same in game two, but somehow, some way, they ended up somewhere in a less ideal situations, and I'm looking forward to them bouncing back again in this game.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking right now at Dao going with the Tots champion, and Super XXX going with the Girth Ranger. Mikopi, these players are really, really going at it with a possible polarity, or how do you say this? Their favorites. They have their own favorites. I've seen Super XXX go with the early Hunter pieces. I've seen Dao going with the early Beast pieces. They really have their own quirks, right, Mikopi?
That is right. Even if these pieces are abundant and could lead to different strategies, of course, it is up to them to pick the pieces that they are very comfortable with. and we can see that it differs from one player to another. I guess this early in the game they
All I
are
need is my bow,
having
an
this
arrow,
little
and a target.
guessing game of which pieces will probably be used more, and if ever they will want to deviate from that strategy. However, we have Lycan on the left side, seemingly going warrior. He already has 3, and that's enough to complete. Meanwhile, Moose on the side. Okay, so we are having a pause first as we try to sort out what seems to be a problem. So let's look at the synergy board first. It seems like a lot of the initial picks from the players lean towards either. Wow, that's a lot of Tusk champions picked
That's
over
right.
picked over 3 players, and this is maybe because the Tusk champion eventually leads to 2 of the most stable comps this tournament, which is of course the 9 warrior and the 6 beast, both of which uses the Tusk champion. On the other hand, we have Cyril here again favoring what seems like a hunter lineup. We see 2 warp snipers there and that ranger, so he might want to build on that, but of course it is still early in the game. That would depend on the rest of the pieces that come his way. And
yes,
here's a slight problem. He's lacking a frontline at the moment, so once he gets engaged against these other tougher units from his opponents, the snipers might not be able to withstand it. They might not be able to make use of their abilities.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers
that's
are
right.
born.
And in paper, we copy these 2 snipers are really powerful. But then again, when you put it to the test, there has to be someone or some piece right there that will be able to protect them, and so that they can do their damage and then rack up their mana and then launch their skill.
That is right. So on the left side, we have Dao defending against what seems to be going for a feathered composition here, but that shadow crawler early in the game is missing. Actually, it's never did it once land a crit yet. We have yet to see it. However, it is equipped with a shadow edge, I think. Yep, enabling it to do a bit of splash damage around. But crit or not, it's still high attack power, so it will clear the board for him.
That's right. And we are looking at Jen right now with a veering towards a druid synergy with the bench of hunters. Again, no assassins in sight, and we are seeing a bunch of hunters. Only 1 warrior going for it, being Lycan again, and we are seeing. Oh wait, there's an assassin coming from Dao.
Yes, they have been effectively hiding in the shadows until now, so yeah, I think it's time that Dao starts to pull the assassin card, but we shall see. It's still level 1 assassin yet, and we saw no signs of him committing this early onto the build. However, that 3 assassin synergy will serve him well going into the later stages of the early game, because those crits does help a lot in shifting the tides of battle against his opponents.
That's right. And though those crits are really helpful in shifting the tides of battle, they are really soft, right, Mikopi? So what could help them? A good lifesteal would be beneficial for these players, right, Mikopi?
That is true. And another alternative to that is that they could just pick a good random frontline from any of the warrior pool. The most ideal of which would be the God of War. So usually, if you are going early assassins and you want a good frontline unit to support them and distract the enemy front lines while your assassins go for their backs, usually it falls on the God of War to do the job until you can get your feathered units or some other composition that you're aiming for.
And also, aside from the God of War, you can also go for a Warpwood Sage, since it goes with the feathered composition for feathered assassins. And now we are seeing Lycan going in for a still 3 out of 6 warrior composition with a DPS in the form of a dwarf sniper. So what can you see right now in this synergy board, Mikopi?
Well, for what I can see is that again, Excelsior Moose is at it again. That low health, those two priests, we know what he's up to. Sooner or later,
That's
in a
right.
couple of rounds, we'll probably see his economy get boosted up a bit as he starts to get those losing streak gold bonus. However, for the rest of the round, for the rest of the pack, it seems like Hunter is the flavor of choice for them, coupled with some feather synergies here and there. It is quite telling of which stable strategy they favor right now. I mean, Hunter had a good showing last game. Too bad it just landed somewhere in the middle. But in the first game, it was in a good position as well. So overall, it's like a stable strategy that you can always rely on. But with three players relying on it, someone is bound to be a bit unluckier than the others. So uh, one of them might want to reconsider their position. I'm not sure which. We're still in the early game, but one of them sooner or later has to change and find his footing in another kind of synergy.
And we are seeing here Dao going for a level 2 Abyssal Crawler and now going for the Lord of Sand. I think he's going to commit to that Assassin synergy, not so much into the Fenrir synergy, so he's going more into damage than dodge. And let's see if this is going to be enough facing that Fallen Witcher. That level 1 Fallen Witcher is proving to be powerful than this synergy.
That is true. That is a testament to the power of a level 1 Fallen Witcher. You see that the 2-star Abyssal Crawler has gathered a bit of attack speed trying to attack the other units, but somehow the Fallen Witcher manages to kill it anyway in 2 or 3 shots. So that's a lot of damage right there.
And we are now looking at X.G going into a Goblin synergy, but still has a lot of synergies on the bench. I think he's still going for it because he has the Herald right there for the Wizard synergy. It's still going to be Goblins for X.G, plus the addition of a Fallen Witcher just to block and to gain some more extra damage for him.
That is true, and as we've seen on the board, Moose again still sticking to that open fort priest. He has caught up a bit quickly on the economy. You see him a couple of rounds earlier. He's just hovering at single digits. Now he just reached 20 gold. So it's just a matter of hanging on for dear life and trying to minimize the damage that's done to him. And then from there, we will see his next move. I'm very interested because at the rate that the players are picking their synergies right now, well, most of the more dominant popular strategies are somewhat locked in. You have your warriors, you have your hunters, of course. So it's up to Moose to find that a fringe strategy that no one is picking and capitalize on it.
That's right, that's right. And we just saw CDYI win his match, veering away from the comfort of his warrior build. And we are seeing this now Cyril still going forward with that hunter synergy, hunter Agursis synergy. He has used this with effectivity and with efficiency over the past few games. Let's see if he's going to continue that. Mikopi.
That is right. Yeah. Currently, we're looking at Cyril's board now. He is matched up against Jen. This is Hunter against Hunter. And what would break this matchup is usually how good their frontline is. That power shot isn't going to change things as it only scratches a bunch of Treants and the Agursis Ranger at the back. So it's a bit of an easy win here currently for Cyril.
That's right. And we can see here, Mikopi, Cyril still going for the Druid support. But there is no Warpwood Sage to be found, so still he's kind of vulnerable with that kind of a setup, right, Mikopi?
Yep, that is right. As much as possible, you will want to have your Warpwood Sage But then again, we have seen builds earlier that didn't rely too much on him. However, it is noticeable how weaker the the frontline power of that kind of build is without the Warped Sage. But if it can't be helped, at least there's the whispers here in the trails to try to tank the game for you. And from what we're seeing here, the assassins of Dao still not enough to penetrate the back lines and deal a lot of damage because of how soft they are. So he might consider adjusting to that, given that he also has a bit of money in his hands. But we shall see. I think for now he will be just content on holding off a bit and just making the most of the units that he has.
That's right, and we are looking right now at X-Death-G with a Goblin synergy of his own. Let's see if he will be able to complete that with a missing Venomancer. We have an Assassin synergy from Dao, and
And
5 out of 6, right?
and yeah, Excelsior. Remember I said earlier about Dao hanging on and just holding back. Right after I said that he spent all of his gold trying to reroll and find something. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it will work out for him a bit in this matchup against Lycan. But then again, those warriors are probably still a bit too tough for Dao's assassin. So again, he will take that loose and get one additional gold for his troubles.
That's right. And we are looking right now at Super XXX going for that Agursis. I think he's going to go for a Dragon synergy. A Dragon Agursis Knight synergy, maybe, Mikopi? Are you excited about this?
I'm guessing he's leaning more towards the Hunter. But yeah, he does have a Knight in there to complete the Agursis synergy, which is the Evil Knight. But yeah, I guess the more, what do you call this, the more stable of these strategies would be to just go Hunter Dragon. After all, we have seen how they call this, how underwhelming Knights have been performing throughout the week, and there is no reason for him at the moment to shift onto it unless the game really gave him like a bunch of all of the Knights at once. So he might be sticking to a Dragon Hunter's synergy for that one.
That's right, and we are seeing a 4 out of 6 Beast synergy coming from Moose. I think he's going to go towards the Beast synergy, but he's lacking the DPS needed for that. The only one DPS that everybody's looking for, which is the Fallen Witcher, and I think we have seen it right there, right, Mikopi?
That is right. Fallen Witcher probably might be in contention this time around, but we shall see which of the other players are fielding it just right after this Wolf background. And again, it's always a good practice to put all of your damage dealers at the back. But the problem is sometimes the jump of the wolves can be a bit unpredictable. So you get situations like this where somehow they still find their way into your back line. But the good news is that for Cyril, the rest of his team will be able to take care of this, and he will get his item of choice, and hopefully it will help build towards a better carry item.
Yes. Let's see, and that's a win streak coming from Cyril, 5-win streak, and that's going to continue on depending on how the next match is going to go. But he got a magical crystal. I'm not sure which minion he's going to put that on. And let's look at Lycan right now, still going for that warrior synergy. We copy. Is this really going to be? I mean, looking at it right now, it looks powerful because a lot of the minions are already within level 2 or 2-star range.
You are right, but looking at it now, it's kind of changing my mind because these minions for CDYI's army are just melting these warriors as they try to approach him. But the good news about, of course, Lycan's army at the moment is that he's just 2 Tusk champions away from a level 3 Tusk champion. So, yeah, that's a sort of silver lining in all of these unit choices unit choices that he is making.
That's right. That's right. We are seeing Lycan right now. Again, what you said, two toss champions, and now he's putting again another werewolf on the board. Right now we are seeing three players or four players right at the bottom, four players right on the top, with 70 to 80 health, and the bottom ones are 60 to 46. I mean, these players, you have seen the difference between these players. This is because some of the players are already dominating. That's why there's already a top 4 and top 3 in terms of health. But that doesn't mean that these players are going to be lagging out. They still have a fighting chance because of all the economy that they have, and the healthy and the level that they are on right now.
That is right. And as I was looking at Lycan's board just now, he has to spend that egg on something. I know he is waiting for that last toss champion, but he is probably would be gaining a lot of value by using that strange egg on the werewolf instead, and then putting another unit in its place, because and also he has to try to reroll a bit for his 6th warrior, because at this rate, it's very dangerous for him. He's at the dangerous life total. It seems like any opponent that he faced against has more than a fighting chance against his army. I mean, look at his warriors right now. They're how do I say it? They're melting, and they're melting fast.
Melting. That's right.
So yeah, some adjustments really has to be made. He's taking more than 10 damage at a time, and that can't be good.
That's right. That's right. And we're seeing right now XSG going into that Goblin synergy. No Venomancer on site yet, but he has one half of the Wizard synergy on deck. No level 3 mechs right now, Bikopi, but those Rippers are on standby right in front.
That is right. Their job mainly, most probably, is just to deal as much damage from their Ripping Death as possible, and distract, of course, the opponent from the actual threat that's there at the back, the transform Fallen Witcher. However, these backline units of Moose has it under control, it seems, and Witcher was able to escape and was able to fire his attacks another day. However, that Warpwood Sage catching up onto him, and it's just too tough. Not to mention that Moose himself also has a Fallen Witcher of his own.
That's right. And we are seeing again the distribution of the health. We have two top 2 players, 2 middle ground players, and the other 4 are on the lower bracket of this match. Let's see if they're going to catch up. Right now, we're looking at XDetG not completing his composition. 6 out of 9 for Lycan, where he's not still going to use that egg, Mikopi.
That is true, and I think this is probably gonna be a misplay if it doesn't pay off for Lycan. He is stacking up a lot of gold here, and he is not getting. I mean, he's saving that egg when it could have been used earlier, and used to prevent a bit more life loss just simply by having a stronger unit earlier in the game. And not to mention that, yeah, even if he rerolls so hard in this game to try to find his pieces, it would not be enough. The preparation time would not be enough for him to spend all of the gold. So he has to find his 9 warriors now, and from the looks of it, that seems highly probable. But we shall see. Yeah, there you go. He has at 9 warriors now, so he managed to make it on time. But the big question is this able to hang on and be on par with the rest of his opponents' armies? And from the looks of it, it does. I mean, look at Lycan. Suddenly, you saw those warriors who are getting beaten up earlier by all of these hunters suddenly rise up and just obliterate their opponent.
That's right. That's right. And you're seeing that they're surviving, and even though we see that the surviving Fallen Witcher is right there hitting off, that Witcher is not going to be enough And looking at it right now, Super XXX is on the top with a full Dragon synergy, again with Agursis and Hunter, as you have predicted, Mikopi. How does that work?
That is right, and it is a form of art how he is able to fit and plan all of these pieces on the back of a wizard synergy. When I try to shift to that kind of synergy, for example, I lose track of which units I have to include and how many of them I should put into the composition. But this player, man, making it look super easy, and that is why he is now at the top of our current standings.
And again, while we were discussing that, we saw Lycan on the right side of your screen lose with his encounter. Mikopi, is it too little too late to form this synergy?
That might be the case for Lycan, and it would all come down to how much HP he has remaining, and of course the economy that he has. The good news though is that he is at level 9, so that allows him to put a little bit more power on board. But yeah, without he does manage to get the Goblin Synergy though, so that's a good thing going for him. Or rather, this is XSG. I was mistaken that this Death G's board, and we should see what happens to Lycan later on.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, here it is. Oh, so this is Jen
there you go.
versus Lycan, and yeah, this is the Hunters versus the Warriors. That Warpwood Sage is providing a lot of cover for all of these Hunters that's going down, but it finally fell down, and the Doom Arbiter in the back line will enable Lycan to take that game away from the Hunters, which is a good sign. This means that his army is finally on par. He has made it. He has stabilized.
Yes.
And hopefully from here, he will be able to mount a comeback as well.
That's right. That's right. And we are still looking at Lycan, and maybe for the third round in a row, building a warrior strategy will pay off for him as he tries to mitigate the damage that the other players are going to deal against him.
Meanwhile, yeah, I'm looking at Lycan's board right now. He is going through the back lines as we are speaking. Those trains at the back, however, distracting that Doom Arbiter and that warrior. However, the Blade Fury of the Swordsman ripping through at the back, and yeah, again, Lycan taking another game. He is on a roll.
That's right. And on your left, XDeathG is building a solid Goblin synergy right there, completing it. Right? Because he already has the Venomancer, he already has the Wizard synergy right there active with Grim Touch and the Herald. And I think that's going to be it for that synergy. Let's see if it still works in this future turns.
That's right, and we are now looking at Dao, who has been quiet for the longest time in this tournament, but he is still surviving at 5 health and on the back of the 3-star Abyssal Crawler, which, I mean, we would always expect it to have the best of the carry items that Dao was able to prepare. Also on his front, he has the right tanks for it.
What's that behind
but
you?
the problem now
It's
is he
me.
doesn't have the economy, and he is behind 1 or 2 levels against the rest of the other players. So whether this Abyssal Crawler will be enough to carry him through at least the top 4, we'll be able to see in this next engagement.
That's right. And we are seeing right on the right, that's going to be Dao. Wow, what an explosion right there coming from his opponent. And that from a Devastator. But again, Dao is going for a full Assassin Synergy, and he wins with his Abyssal Crawler jumping right and left and attacking all his enemies, killing them off.
That's right. Meanwhile, on XDeathG side of the board, that was an overwhelming victory and a lot of points of damage to his opponent. But
aim to please.
oh, rather, yeah, I think I was mistaken. XDeathG, yeah, he lost he lost that one. I guess those units were from his opponent, so he took a lot of damage during that time and was defeated.
That's
And
right. And
yeah,
we are
this is
seeing.
I guess this is like an example of how everyone is just so good that you can't really pinpoint one player to try to do a dominating run in this pool. But we shall see later
right.
on when we review the scores. But for now, XDFG will be watching on the sidelines as the rest of the game moves on. Next up again on the chopping block is Dao with okay, so he got defeated. Apparently
Wow.
that 3-star Abyssal Crawler wasn't enough to carry him to the game. He needs the power of the other assassins, especially since the other players are really strong. And Jen also was defeated by CDYI during that clash. I am wondering what will be the order. Okay, so it's Jen that got defeated first before Dao, and I didn't see
Okay.
whom he was matched against. But yeah, three of our players, three of the players with good match records suddenly plummeting. And yeah, they'll just have to make the most out of the remaining 2 rounds. Meanwhile, the game goes on for Cyril and company as they move on to the
Yeah.
late stages of the game. Cyril, noticeably, even at level 8, I can't believe it. He's hanging on with level against the level 10s and the level 9s. What is he
Oh,
using?
wow. Yes, that's right. That's right. I think if I remember correctly, Cyril is still using that hunter build.
Oh, wow.
And or it's either the hunter build or the hunter dragon build. I want to see that again. But then again, we are looking at Lycan with a win streak yet again against his opponent, and we are looking at Super XXX being defeated on the right side with his. Oh, that's Super XXX was the one using the hunter dragon composition. Cyril, we really have to look back into. And again, on the recap, we have top 6, 7, and 8.
Wanna try
Dao, Jen, and Def
again?
G. Here you go. Mikopi, Cyril. Let's look at that.
Oh, and I'm so happy to see what Cyril is fielding right now because it has lined up with my predictions before the game started, and and just because of that, I was hoping that he will take it all the way. But I'm sure his opponents have different ideas of their own, as we are seeing right now. In fact, big props to Lycan. We thought he is at death's door already, just a few rounds earlier, but now he seems to be in a dominating position against most of his opponents when he finally completed that 9 warrior synergy.
Wow. And we are seeing here Super XXX surviving and getting defeated by that unicorn. Oh man, that's really sad.
Oh, I mean, of all things, that's one of the stories that you will not want to tell your friends.
Yes, that's right. And man, we have here Lycan still hanging on with his warrior synergy moves right there with 17 health, Super XXX with 21, CDYI with 37, and Cyril with 50. And let's see what's going to happen with this side by side for the neutral. That's fast, CDYI.
Super fast. But Moose, of course, following closely behind. And during that round prior, we have seen Cyril drop by around 13 health from 63 to 50. So that shows that his build is somewhat starting to show some chinks in the armor. He might want to start catching up in levels against other players, or he might want to field other units. I'm not so sure which. That will depend on his economy. But for now, yeah, his life is slowly dwindling as the others are starting to catch up to him.
So that's right, that's right. We're now looking at Moose going further into the 6-piece synergy. CDYI, I think, is going for the CDYI. Moose there. We're looking at Moose right now with a 6-piece synergy, and he's now getting defeated and run down by that Hunter Dragon synergy.
That
Wow,
Hunter Dragon
from CDYI.
synergy, yes, it did a lot of damage. In fact, much more than what Moose was probably expecting. So he got eliminated during that time. I too was surprised at the amount of damage that kind of build can do. I always thought that okay, it has a weak front line, so it might not be able to deal a lot of damage other than its initial burst. But for some reason, CDYI making it work and making it work beautifully in this game.
That's right, and we are looking now at Lycan. It's the usual suspects right now. You have the 9 warrior build and a dark spirit kicker, and now 4 of the warriors are going in against that Warpwood Sage, and they're getting bogged down right now. The silence going on to the Warpwood Sage, and then some of the other warriors are trying to defeat those Treants. No, we now have 3 left, Berserker and the Doom Arbiter on the right side. This is going to be enough, and we now have 1 more left, and it's going to be the Doom Arbiter versus the Shining Archer, and the Doom Arbiter wins.
That is some really heavy carrying done by the Doom Arbiter. I thought for sure that after being stunned and that level 3 dwarf sniper just wailing on him, I thought that the Doom Arbiter will fall quickly, but he turned the tables around the rest of the hunters and just won the game, won the engagement all by himself. So going back to our synergy board, yeah, Cyril is still up on top, and the places really haven't changed much, and that's because most of these armies are relatively even. But looking now at Lycan's side of the board, big initial damage going on from Super XXX, and that dragon on the side has not remained unchecked, and the second explosion will take out both of his carries, just the pirate captain remaining. There's the ghost ship. Is it enough to kill? And it didn't. And just like that, Lycan, Super XXX rather, bringing Lycan very much closer to death's door at 2 health. So Lycan now, with no gold, no life, has to just find a way to position his units around for maximum efficiency.
That's right, and we are repositioning the units is actually one of the key tenets of winning the late game matches of auto chess. And you can see Lycan will not be moving on with his units, and he faces, if I'm correct, that's CDYI.
Oh, now he faced the same opponent again, and that does not bode well for him. It seems the CDYI has the upper hand in this battle, and he will defeat and eliminate Lycan right there. So that was a good run for Lycan, all things considered. He was at death's door just in the beginning. He was at death's door somewhere in the mid game, and then was able to rally it back once he completed his 9 warriors up to a respectable 4th place finish in this game. Meanwhile, our top 3 are now gonna have the taste of the Black Dragon King. We'll see who kills the Dragon King the fastest. Will it be Super XXX, CDIY, or Cyril?
Yes, that's right. We're going to have to watch this test of damage, and it's going to be Super XXX versus Cyril. I think it's close, but Super XXX got it there first.
I have a bad feeling.
That's right, just made a slim margin. That level 2 Devastator devastates the life that dragon's life total, and for sure it will devastate any other composition that it will be facing against as well. So this is something good to watch. It's not every day we see a level 2 Devastator, and combined of course with the Ravaging Tentacles would give him both crowd control along with the Abyssal Gaze, a lot of breathing space for this composition. And there it goes. The bomb goes off, the tentacles goes off, and just like that, half of his opponent got obliterated. But however, he's one card back, and suddenly turned the tables around it, and I'm at a loss for words. I thought for sure that he was winning.
Look at that, man. I mean, look at that. The synergy right there was all the explosions plus the Grim Touch right there. That's the clincher right there, Mikopi. You have the activation of the dragons. That's the Grim Touch, and also, so the damage also gets distributed all over the place.
That's right, and And yeah, this is we're probably looking at the last round for this match, especially everything resolves so quickly before the bomb even exploded. And
easily.
and wow, everything just
Wow.
happened so fast. It's like a flash bang boom, and then okay, on to the next engagement. And this is what happens when this is what happens when these kinds of units face each other with super huge AoEs and just damage being spread around. And yeah, we just have to keep our eyes peeled in the next engagement, because this might probably be it. Ravaging Tentacle goes out. This punishment goes out. The explosion goes out again. And it is looking to be CDYI on the driver's seat, and or rather Super XXX, sorry.
Super XXX.
And Super XXX will take it over CDIY in what seems to be an almost mirror match in team composition.
Yes, and there you go. I think it's going to be Hunter versus Goblin synergy, if I'm correct. But that's actually a bit. You don't have to blink, because when you see that kind of synergy, it's really, really, really fast. CDYI with the Dragon synergy, all of the skills are going to be activated really, really fast. Start at the start of the turn. And Super XXX is going with that, with all those skills as well. Wait, I'm correct. I correct myself, Mikopi. That's actually a Hunter synergy with the Grim Touch and the Herald on board.
That is right. And this is probably the most creative first place build we have, first and second place we have seen from the previous games. Both players opting for a semblance of a Dragon Hunter synergy. The only difference is that CDYI has banked on using other 5-star 5 gold units as well, such as the Thunder God, and yeah, he's a devastator of his own. Of course, rounding up this list is Cyreal with that feathered hunter that I was pinning my hopes on, and then of course Lycan, the comeback king, almost ending at 4th place, followed by Moose, and then Dao, and then Jen, and of course X-Death G.
Well, there you go, and let's have an update of the scores of our players. Super XXX now at the top, and from Game 3 with 19 points. Moose now at 15 points. Cyreal now at 14 points. CDYI with 12 points. Dao with 11 points. Lycan with 11 points. X-Death G with 10 points. And Jen with 7 points. It's still anyone's match, guys. So we are still going to see how these guys are going to adjust. There are a lot of points to go around. Mikopi, that's a really, really exciting development right there. We saw the first time. This is the first time that we are seeing a Hunter Dragon synergy being used for the finals match, and even in the whole of the tournament.
That is very much true. And to think that the 3 players who have tried to field Hunter have made it to the top 3 is nothing less than phenomenal. They have found a way to make the most out of the builds. I mean, they saw that Feathered was being contested, so they shied away from it. It's still Dragon anyway. There's still Wizard anyway, so they made the most out of it. And of course, while we're not looking, it's actually Super XXX that has the most consistent performance so far. He has made great progress and is now currently on the at the top of the competition. So the ball's on him to try to be as consistent as possible and try to rack up all of those points so that he will hopefully be the champion. Meanwhile, for the others, they also have to step up their game. And even if they're still at the bottom, there are still 2 games anyway. So as long as you can ace those games, you always have a fighting chance for first place. So don't count anyone out.
So that's right. Those big ball plays might be the one that can differentiate to you from the other players and therefore give you a win. And they saw the opening and they both got in and they both got the top 2 spots. So, Mikopi, we're going to go on a short break. And if you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asia National Finals, Grand Finals of Auto Chess. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. We're going to go on short break. See you in a few.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This strong we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue and nothing is the same. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, running, running. We'll be running, we'll be running. Running, running. We'll be running, running. Running, running. We'll be running, running. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone.
So we are back for Game 4 of the Southeast Asian National Finals, Grand Finals of Auto Chess. And I'm Excelsior PH, and you are watching all towards my left side. That's Mikopi. We are going to be your casters for today. That was an exciting match, Mikopi, that Game 3. Maybe we'll see a replication of that again since it has been shown. But mostly, I'm expecting the Beast synergy to be working again, and the Warrior synergy to be also be getting to start getting picked.
That is true. Last game was a great example of adaptation and trying to counter the meta, the popular meta for our players. I mean, you have there's a 6 beast in the works. It didn't work out. There was a warrior in the works. Sure, it went far, but only got to the top 4. There were goblins too, but that didn't work out well as well. So I guess players are now going into their bag of tricks and then pulling out the strategies that we have not seen before but worked out so well, as you can see from our top 2 last game. And I'm excited what they are gonna try to bring to the table in this game. And Excelsior, what do you think are the other things that we might have missed that these players might be building? From the looks of it, anything goes, right?
Yes, from the looks of it, anything goes. And I mean, we, from what I'm seeing, is that the consistency that Moose is showing right now with his strategy, it's more on. Sometimes he's trying out if he's not getting the items that he needs or the pieces that he needs, he goes for an open port strategy. But if he does, he goes for the regular strategy wherein you just fight it out and just try to win the matchups. So, Mikopi, uh, well, from what are you banking on right now? What do you think is going to go high up the ranks for this game?
From the looks of it, we are still in the starting unit, so it's kind of hard to tell. But what we can see now is we can probably gauge the power that these initial picks have. For example, Cyril is looking to be in a good position here on the right, as he has that Hell Knight and the numerical advantage against his opponent. The same goes for whoever XZG's opponent is. For that he got a level 2 Skybreaker and a Reaper as well this early on. That probably more than just implants the idea of why not go goblins for this, right?
That's right.
Because you get all of those early important core goblin pieces. So that's in effect that's a good route to pursue. And I'd also like to point Excelsior on Jen's board right now. Can you see? Do you see what I'm seeing? That guy with the wings is in this game once again.
He's there yet again. That's right, Mikopi, and that's not going to be that's not going to stop our players from picking him, because that synergy works so well and in the right time. Wow, Mikopi, so early.
That is true. At this point, I'm kind of inclined to believe that any problem in life can be fixed by just picking a Fallen Witcher. You want a front line, get a Fallen Witcher. You want a back line, get a Fallen Witcher. You want someone to carry you all the way, not just into the early game and mid game. Well, get a lot of Fallen Witchers. That has been the recipe for some of these players during the past few games. And it's just a testament to how great the unit is.
That's right. And if you're under the Fallen Witcher's wings and you are in a good position, that's why these players are picking it, because it's really powerful in terms of DPS. And it's also, although at the downside, it switches HP with another player, but that doesn't matter because the star of the show is the Fallen Witcher.
And looking at Moose's board right now, it seems that he is on the receiving end on a lot of damage from Super XXX's Hunter build. That 2-star Eggers' Ranger really piling on the hurt along with that Dwarf Sniper. But going back, yes, we're at Moose's board once again. So 2-star Heaven Bomber, again, one of those powerful units that you want. He just added 2 snipers into his arsenal. We'll see what he does with those. But for the meantime, this is currently Dao's board, and Dao's board says, I want to go Warrior, and I want to get reduced damage as well in case I lose because of that priest. But from the looks of it, yeah, he is pursuing the Warrior route.
That's right, and now veering away from what he has been playing in the first games. Although he got the top spot on the first game with the Beast Fallen Witcher synergy, he has fallen short with the past 2 games. Let's see if he will be able to catch up with a 9 Warrior synergy.
That is right, and the good thing going for Dao and Moose as well is that their economy is a bit better than the rest of the pack. I mean, you see everyone else in single digits, some of them nearly breaking 2 digits. But Dao, in Dao's case, he has double the money that everyone else has, and we might see him getting beaten at the moment, but he is sure to mount a comeback at some point.
That's right, Mikopi. And we are actually banking right now on the fact that that there might be an early 6 out of 6 from Cyril's side. 6 out of 6 Warrior.
Wow, that's really fast. Just 1 Warrior away from that hefty armor bonus. And while he didn't find his sixth warrior before we shifted, we saw him get that level 2 Tusk champion. Meanwhile, on a Gen side of the board, he has completed the Witcher synergy, so any demons that they come across, the damage bonus of any demons they come across would be negated as well. And of course, he seems to be looking to build eventually into that 6B synergy that is so powerful with what he has right now.
That's right. That's right, Mikopi. And we are now looking again at that Fallen Witcher protected by the life gain of the Unicorn. Let's see if he's going to survive that damage coming from the Dwarven Sniper. And regen, and then the headshot. Nope. Not even a headshot. And
Dwarven Sniper says no.
Nope.
And he is proving himself that he is the better carry, better leveled at least, by putting that headshot straight to the head of the Fallen Witcher, telling him who's boss. At least for this part of the game, I'm sure that later on that Witcher will find a way to Dwarven Sniper. But for now, everyone is approaching round 10. This is the Golem phase. It is a good time to scout your opponents for what they are building, making sure that you are not in a synergy that is shared by a lot of other players. But from what we have seen so far, Excelsior, there has been a healthy spread of synergies, right? What do you think?
That's right. I want to see the synergies once more. But you make a good point, Mikope. This is the time for some of the players to go delve into what the other players are building. This is because when you see the when you scroll down to it while your players are while your pieces are fighting the opponent, sometimes you just want to watch how they interact. But then again, this is the synergy that we're seeing again. No knights, no assassins, no mages, only a lot of fallen witchers and demons and hunters and warriors as well. So the spread a bit going in three directions from this match.
That is right, and we are because at least around 2 players on average are just vying for these synergies, we can expect that all of them, or hopefully nearly all of them, will be able to make some really good armies. No one synergy is being pulled in all 5 directions by the other
Yeah.
players. Although Hunter is quite there, I saw 3 players trying to build hunters, but then again, we have seen how even a level 1 hunter synergy falls into some good compositions like the one we have seen last game. Those dragon hunter synergies are actually just composed of 3 hunters, and the rest of the damage is being done by the dragons and the Egurses, and of course the ever useful ink splash from Grim Touch.
That's right. That's right. And we are now looking at Lycan, which is now veering away from the usual suspects being the warriors. He's now going into a goblin synergy, Mikopi. Oh, he's going away from his comfort zone.
And this is a very interesting battle because these 2 players have win streaks, and after this, one of it will be broken. And from the looks of it, it is Lycan who will be winning this match against XDeathG, turning his 7 win streak into his 8th, and of course denying XDeathG the additional gold from his own win streak.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, we are now looking at Lycan's own Fallen Witcher. This is a goblin build, and there's still another Fallen Witcher. That's how ubiquitous this Fallen Witcher is, right, Mikopi?
This Fallen Witcher, this is the super popular guy that is being talked day in and day out on social media, and I won't be surprised if after this tournament, a lot of players will be changing their profile pictures into the Fallen Witcher simply on the back of him winning them a lot of their matches. And for good reason too. I am willing to bet that the top spots that we'll be placing later on in the tournament will be won on the back of Fallen Witchers as well.
That's right. And when you see,
We'll
we
move.
just saw
Get
both
it?
left and right matches being won by Fallen Witchers. Because really, really,
Really so
really
good.
one-sided, man. It's usually Fallen Witcher, and I mean, if you've played it on your own time, Mikopi, Fallen Witchers are really very, very reliable.
That is true.
I've been playing. I played it yesterday and this morning, and yeah, can work. It can work. Really inspiring as well.
That's right. But remember, of course, positioning again is key. Don't put your Fallen Witchers up front. This is just a public service announcement. You don't want it dying too early. And you can see some great examples here from our players. I mean, look at Lycan from the left side. His Fallen Witcher is on the corner, transformed, and is able to deal a lot of damage without taking a lot of damage in return.
That's right. That's right. And Mikopi, would you recommend putting a teleport dagger in your own Fallen Witcher?
If you asked that question to me like a week ago, I would say no. Why would you put it there? But I have seen the light again from the fantastic plays of these players because they have equipped teleportation daggers on Fallen Witchers, and these Fallen Witchers have gone through the backlines of a lot of armies and have wrecked them from behind. So, yes, I totally agree. Teleportation daggers are one of the essentials, if I may suggest, that you put on a Fallen Witcher.
That's right. And when the Fallen Witcher teleports on the back, gains his mana and again transforms.
Oh, that's right.
into
That's right.
that forms earlier, right? And we can see here the composition of Super XXX. It's the Hunter Feathered Gertz synergy. Again, let's see. Is that a Taboo Witcher on his side?
Never
Yeah,
That's
no.
that's
I
for the
think those
Feathered
are
synergy, right?
Yeah, that's for a Feathered Synergy. I don't think it's a Taboo Witcher. Oh yeah, that's a Taboo Witcher indeed. And he is, you're completely right, he's probably employing it just for the sake of that Feathered Synergy. It is, the great thing about it is that even a level 1 synergy would contribute a lot to the damage mitigation that's happening, the damage mitigation for your Feathered units, particularly the Warpwood Sage, which is actually, if the Fallen Witcher wasn't here, this guy, this Warpwood Sage would get my MVP award. But as it stands, he still makes a good backbone for a lot of the builds that are being used right now throughout this tournament.
That's right, Mikopi. We are seeing the revolution right now. But looking at Dao, Dao is going head-to-head with a Warrior synergy. And he's starting to lose some steam because of that cleave.
Oh no, that is a bit of a warning for him. He is now at a low health total, going on with Moose. But at least, you know, he has the economy, and 30 health is still something that you can easily work with when you're adjusting. But yeah, Dao has to do something quick. He has 50 gold. There are a lot that he can do about it. The same can also be said for Moose, by the way, who is looking, of course, to complete his current synergy. I think he's going for a Goblin, but he doesn't have the Wizard synergy, so I'm not sure how far he has progressed in that build. And I think we're seeing it now. It's Moose against Cyreal. So Cyreal, again, with that ever reliable warrior army. Still not at 9 warriors though, but it's enough to get the armor bonus and continue to try to outlast his opponents. In fact, they outlast the opponent so much that the Abyssal Guard at the back doesn't have enough space to attack the remaining helicopter from Moose. So yeah, Moose taking a loss on that one. He will be needing to adjust his pieces further.
If my assistant would like
That's right, that's right. And now we are seeing Moose getting a 6 out of 6 synergy with his goblins, and it needs to really adjust the players right there, right? And you can see that the Venomancer is now on level 2. We're expecting so much damage from him. I mean, icing on top, he has right there on the lower right the helicopter that he's not going to use. The copy.
That is true, and yep.
Yeah, go.
Oh, okay. So that is true, and that's a testament to how powerful the synergy is compared to the individual unit. You'd expect players to keep the helicopter in there just because of the damage, but no, the synergy takes precedence first, simply because of how good the 6 goblin synergy is.
Still dreaming of winning.
That's right, and we are seeing Moose dominate that match, and we can see Super XXX right now with the 6 out of 9 feathered strategy, and he wins that match. Look at that, Christmassy Warpwood Sage. He's dressed as an elf, man. Nice, nice skins.
That's a very nice skin. It looks super cute too. You think it will be harmless, and to some extent it is, but it will take a lot of punishment from almost anything. Meanwhile, here on CDYI's board, our current leader of the pack, there is a Dark Spirit up front, and it's because it's for these warriors that Black Hole gonna go down at a very strategic position, but that Ghost Ship also crashing into the backline and doing a lot of damage to the backline as well. Some of the hunters are now at low health, but they are not being touched because this Red Axe Chief somewhere in the front is being cool healing by the Winter Chiropteran, and he is buying a lot of time for all of these hunters at the back.
That's right, and let's see how this is going to go for our players. Mikopi, we see CDYI on top, the top position with his own blend of hunters, and Gersis 9 out of 9 warriors for Dao. Man, this is going to be such a tough match for Dao with that 9 out of 9 warriors, maximizing the damage as well.
But the good news about Dao's composition is that he has completed it. Finally, 9 out of 9 warriors, and the good ones to boot. In fact, he won't be wasting any initial space because that Berserker at the back will be able to attack immediately given its range, and that takes care as well of his need for a carry. Now it's just the I guess from this point on, he doesn't have the economy. However, he has the synergy that he wants, so he has to just I guess pray a bit and hang on for dear life, because warriors, of course, are not strangers to making a comeback. We have seen it in the previous round, and hopefully we can see it in this round as well.
That's right, Mikopi. We might see it this round, and in this match, we are looking at Dao on the right, X.G on the left. Dao is going forward with his 9 warrior strategy. It's not hard to position these warriors, Mikopi. You just have to put them on the front and watch them dance, and X.G on your left gets wrecked by his opponent. Wow.
Oh no, this is that's a bad sign for him, but it's a good sign for Dao right here. He survived Super XXX with some change to boot, as he has won that engagement convincingly on the back of his warriors. And I guess yeah, you're totally right about warrior positioning. You can just, it's one of those comps that you can usually set it and forget it, and some minor adjustments that only has to be made when you want to catch a certain position, or rather a certain unit from your opponents. That's when you have to readjust your warriors so that to make full use of them. However, yeah, Lycan now in turn being invaded by I guess it is by Dao, that level 3 Soulbreaker at the back, doing a lot of damage to that Berserker. However, it will quickly fall down, and he is being surrounded by all of these warriors, but those splash damage and cleave damage will be able to take down a lot of them. This level 3 Swordman trying his best to fight it out, but will fall to the level 3 Reaper, and just like that, I think, of course, the Goblin player has the advantage over that engagement.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking at right now Cyril also using or trying to commit to a 9 out of 9 warrior synergy, but now he just has 8 out of 9, falling way behind from Dao's composition. Is this going to be uh, the last turn for Cyril?
That is looking to be the case, and we are now looking at it. He is on the right. He is faced against goblins, and this is looking to be bad, especially with the delayed action bomb right there on the side, doing chunks of damage to his warriors. That Venomancer is still alive, and the good news at least is that it's. But yeah, he seems to be still on the losing end to the goblins, and all because of that rogue guard. And just like that, Cyril, who's been dominant during the past 2 days, has been defeated this round.
That's right. And although he is on the top 3 position right now, he's going to be at a disadvantage, getting 0 points for this round, and he's going to maintain his 14-point status as of the moment.
That is right. So all of the Warriors' hopes again and dreams again for this game are now pinned on Dao. At least he probably smiled a bit when he saw Cyril fall, because finally all of the remaining warrior pieces have been freed. There are only 2 of them who are going the warrior route in this group, and one of them already fell. So he is looking to capitalize on those free pieces. Now the problem here is that
You gotta beat my piggy before
he
you
doesn't have the
challenge
economy
me.
for them, so he's just hoping that the rest of the pieces falls his way. However, that level 3 swordman doing quick work of X.G's army, and yeah, he's looking to be in a good spot still.
And let's X.G is using a goblin synergy, but he has a rogue guard right there for extra damage. And it's also, I'm thinking, a block pick, because he doesn't want Dao to continue on and use that rogue guard for his advantage. So yeah, that's actually a good pick for XG, and he has 2 of those dancing eggs right there, waiting to be deployed. I wonder what he's going to use that on, the copy.
That is true. You made a very good point about that rogue guard, and I totally agree. That's probably to deny the warrior player another potentially big threat, and at the same time, it works well in its composition too. The goblin comp doesn't really have a demon, and yeah, the rogue guard simply fits that role as another tank / damage dealer / carry. And as for the eggs, I mean, he has 2 eggs. This is gonna be useful for him in the sense that if he finds a second Venomancer, he will be able to level it up quickly. That goes as well for another rogue guard.
That's right, and we are seeing right now on the right, that's Dao again, and on the left, that's X.G. X.G facing a lot of level 3 minions. Whispers here. We have here Taboo Witcher, and then there you go, you have the Warpwood Sage. This is going to be a tough match. There's going to be a lot of misses because of that Feathered Synergy already activated. But then again, they are within the corrosion of the Venomancer. Wow, that Warpwood Sage is just surviving and tanking all the damage that is coming to him.
That is right. And as the screen shifts, we see the last stand of that rogue guard before being overwhelmed. And I'm pretty sure that yeah, it got overwhelmed by the other units. And just oh wow, Dao has to bow out of this game. And yeah, he has defeated 2. Oh wait, he was defeated earlier, right? Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, he is the warrior player. He's the second warrior player, and he wasn't able to capitalize on the remaining pieces. Maybe that's because of the poor economy that he has. But this is really surprising, Excelsior. We were expecting these warriors to mount a comeback, but yeah, that didn't happen. That's really surprising, right?
That's right. That's really surprising. And considering that also Dao's performance over the past few matches, I think the fatigue now sets in, and he's having a hard time to catch up with the other players, Mikopi.
That is right. And up next on the chopping board is XDeathG. Jian took him for a ride and just simply overran his board with all of the units that Jian can muster. Meanwhile, looking here at the Super XXS's board, some level 3 units here and the important ones as well. So this will buy a lot of time for the hunters to try to mount an attack.
And looking at it right now, Jen is going on with his 6-piece synergy. You see that the Fallen Witcher still at the level 2 spot. That's not gonna matter because that Fallen Witcher blinks in from behind. Mikopi, look at that blinker, and he's going to be he's going to deal some damage, continue dealing some damage on to the other player, but then again, you can see that the Venomancer, Ripper, and Dark Spirit do their job against his team.
That's right, Excelsior, and that was a big plot twist for tonight. I mean, you see the Fallen Witcher doing the fancy stuff, teleporting around, just throwing fireballs, but it's too tough. The Venomancer was too tough. Was able to catch up to it. And of course, the Fallen Witcher not as tough as these units was defeated. So yeah, that's one surprising turn of events, and I wonder if these next two matches that we are seeing right now will hold the same kind of surprise. What we're seeing here is Lycan invading Super XXX. Those level 3 goblins are looking super imposing right now. Especially, where's that Venomancer? I see a cleave attack, but I cannot see the Venomancer itself. Oh, there it is. It's beating up those Treants. It's beating up this Warpwood Sage. It's level 1 too. Look at the confidence in that guy. A level 1 Venomancer beating a level 3 Warpwood Sage. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Treants are still being produced by this Whispers here. It's doing a lot of work for his army. But again, it seems like they're still gonna get overwhelmed by the goblins. These level 3 goblins are just super tough to defeat. Even that Soulbreaker right there was doing a lot of work in the backlines as well.
That's right, and we are seeing that Warpwood Sage, although powerful, it's not going to be able to tank all that damage that's going through to him. And let's see if Super XXX survives another round of beating from his opponents.
That is right, and at least the good thing about the situation right now is that there's a moment of reprieve. He has managed to reach the Thunderhide stage. That means an opportunity to eventually get the items that you need and hopefully turn the tide of battle against your opponents. Also, he will be getting additional gold again after this round, so that goes a long way into into probably rolling for more units or just simply complementing whatever strategy that he has in mind.
That's right, Mikopi. And we now see Super XXX still here surviving on this round. And Glycan already has the Dark Spirit on his side. Let's see if that Black Hole will be to his advantage in this next round. Let's see. Look at that Dancing Egg. I think he already used one of those eggs to make that level 3-star or 3-star minion.
That is right. And as the battle goes, I guess the more interesting battle is happening here on the left with Lycan. All of these summons, plus that Witcher being unchecked, he is getting overrun, and he will have to take that 20 damage. Meanwhile, on the right side, Super XXX just simply weathering all of the attacks. That level 3 Warpwood Sage plus that level 3 Taboo Witcher has been doing a lot of work for him. They have the evasion as well. He is on his 6 over 9. That's the level 2 Feathered synergy. And Feathered and Hunter, this is probably the prediction I was waiting, the sign I was waiting for, but I won't hold my hopes up too much. But yeah, I hope this works out for him. He is already at a very low health, however. And yeah, we shall see in the next 3 rounds, depending on who he gets matched up with, whether he has a fighting chance in the top 4 for this game or not.
That's right. And we're seeing on the left screen, that's Moose going on with his Goblin Synergy. Super XXX being destroyed on the right side by that unchecked Fallen Witcher. 1 by 1, each one minion gets taken out. Both are defeated. Let's see which one gets taken out of the game first.
And as it turned out, it's Super XXX that is the victim this time around. And yeah, that's just super tough. So we are down to our 3 players now. And in a surprise turn of events, it's actually the level 9 player who is at the top. Jen apparently has some great unit combination, some great synergy that the other 2 players aren't able to compete on. But we shall see. Here, he is being invaded by the Goblin player. And this is a test of whether or not he can withstand this kind of onslaught.
And then again, you can see Lycan trying to survive against Jen. Jen again is takes out another 1 player out of the game, and you can see that Fallen Witcher on the back line. This is again the MVP synergy Beast with a Witcher with the Witcher DPS.
Ready for takeoff?
That is right, and it's just sad to see the goblins go. They are, I think this is the most powerful goblin lineup we have seen thus far in this tournament, with all of those level 3 units going on in, as well as that level 2 Devastator. However, we are down to our top 2 players. We have Jen versus CDIY, and all comes down. Wow, the Ravaging Tentacles just went off. A lot of crowd control going around, and everyone's dancing on that black hole. However, that Witcher, that Fallen Witcher is not, and it will do a lot of damage. Wow.
Oh man, he's just teleporting all over the place, man. I've seen him go from one place, then another corner, then he's just dodging all the attempts to kill him, and everyone is distracted by the other minions that that Super XXX that Jen is using.
That is true, and it goes off, and then when that Fallen Witcher goes off and teleports around like that, it seems to be on a whole other level compared to the other units. It's like watching a super unit at work just simply wipe everything off the map.
Wow.
Look at that.
How many seconds?
Dragon
Like
disappear.
1.5?
Yeah, that's even less than a second or so, I think.
1 bullet, 3
And
targets,
just testament
no
to the
problem.
damage output that this team has right now.
That's
But then
Jen
again,
on the left side, and that's CDYI on the right side. I'm very curious as to why the position is like this for for Jen's Fallen Witcher. And again, Mikopi, as I've asked a while ago, would you put the dagger on the Fallen Witcher? Here's the example why you should put it.
That is completely correct, Excelsior. Jen putting on a clinic on how to use your Fallen Witcher's 101 and which item you equip him with. And it looks like he is still winning against CDIY's lineup here. CDIY has to adjust in some way. Maybe he is spreading his units too thin. Maybe he has to clump up and just take and some messages going on right here.
Secret to creating gold.
But yeah, we'll ignore it for now and just focus on the Witcher. Finally, Jen has found his Warpwood Sage. It's at level 1 though, but it will at least soak up a bit of damage given that it has dodge as well. And we shall see
And
this potentially. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Zelsar.
And I'm looking at Jen. I'm curious why he put a rogue guard right there, but it doesn't matter against the demon synergy that he has put. I think it's that sense it was powered down, but now, yep, that's why it's powered down. At that rogue guard placement right there, it's not really a good placement for Gen Z right there.
That is right. In a surprising turn of events, CDIY was able to to overcome Jen's assault right there, and that's on the back of the level 3 sniper as well. Considering that snipers are usually in the back line, this is a great counter to it, to that fallen witcher blinking in. Why not just put it in the corner where it will be able to take out the rogue guard and the razor claw and potentially out the other bears as well, but it fell down because it faced finally the witcher. The witcher has turned its eyes onto it and it fell down real quickly. And yeah, just a quick victory right there.
That's
for
right.
Jen.
And that's going to be the match for Jen against CDYI. Toss a coin to your fallen witcher and you get a win. That's right. You use your gold in the correct place when you use your coin or gold with your fallen witcher. And the fallen witcher has seen better days right here. And with the beast synergy going at it, and it's really, really fun to see a high-level play coming from Jen in this match. So can you do a breakdown of this match, Mikopi?
That is right. 6 Beast fans everywhere rejoice because our build is still powerful. So that's Jen taking it on the back of that synergy in first place, followed by CDYI putting up a really valiant effort with his lineup. Next up is Lycan, a resident goblin player. Went really far with the goblins but ended up in third place. Then Super XXX, and followed by Moose, of course, also going goblin. Next is X.G, who went goblin but sadly it didn't pay off for him. And finally we have Dao and Cyril, who both picked warrior, but unfortunately none of them were able to pass through the dangerous waters of the mid game.
That's right, and that's actually a good match right there. I think we have again a really close match amongst these players, and again I see we're seeing different or some of the players going against their comfort zone. For example, CDYI and Lycan going against the strategies that they have been using for the past few games, which is the warrior synergy. So they're going now on a different route, and it's working for them though. So are we going to see a shift in mindset, Mikopi?
We are approaching, I think this is the next game is the final game, right?
Yeah. Oh yes, that's right.
So yeah, this is where everyone wow, time really flies fast when you are having fun, and I totally forget what round it is. But since it will be the final round right now, then it's time for everyone to pull out all the stops, show all of those secret strategies, or just focus super well, because whatever result you get here will determine whether or not you will make it to the regionals.
That's right, that's right. And with that, we are going to go on a short break. You are watching the Southeast Asian National Finals here on the Grand Finals, and we're going to go on Game 5 after the break. This has been Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. See you in a few. Welcome back to Game 5 of the Southeast Asian National Finals Grand Finals. And we are going to go on the last game. I'm Excelsior PH and with me is Mikopi. We are your casters for today on the last game. So, Mikopi, another Fallen Witcher?
That is yeah, that is probably one of the things that we will be seeing here, and a 3-star at that for sure. It has proven itself to be the unit of this weekend, and I have no doubt that players will be gunning after the Witcher's favor this time around. What do you think, Excelsior? Are there still other units that we need to watch out for?
I mean, we see some of the other units that can still be played. That would be the Hunter synergy, but again, a lot of the players right here are still going to fight over that the Witcher, and whoever gets to go on that early build will have a great advantage. So, Mikopi, what do you think is going to go? A fearless forecast aside from Witcher, the Witcher B synergy, any other build that you want to see in this match?
Okay, I guess with all of the attention going to the Witcher, this probably might be a perfect time to pull off an assassin build from any of these players. I think everyone at this point is focused on getting a steady lineup for their for their own composition, and I think that they'll be looking away at the more fringe build. So this might be a perfect time, especially if you're behind, to pull off that take a chance on a comp that is not frequently used.
3 targets. No problem.
That's right, and that's right. Mikopi states a very valid point that you should go and build your assassins. Why? Because when the assassin tries to hit the Fallen Witcher really early on, it could possibly kill it first before it even has to do anything, right, Mikopi? I mean, the criticals from the Shadow Crawler is going to be immense if it goes well.
That is true, and of course, those huge crits bypasses a lot of synergies. You can't use your Witcher if it gets crit to that in the first and opening stages of the game, right? So that may be one option that you might want to consider. However, that is again reliant on chance. So only do it if you are if you really wanna, if you're backed in the corner and you really want to try something out and to try to make a difference in your ranking. Otherwise, if you're sitting comfortably in points, as some of the players are in so far, you may want again to opt to do the same thing that you've been doing before, which is just to stick to one of these strong strategies that have been dominating this tournament throughout the whole weekend.
That's right, and we have here the updated, I want to see these updated points right now. We have here on the top Super XXX with 24 points, lying low on the radar, but still gaining a lot of traction. CDYI with 19 points, Moose with 18 points, Lycan with 17 points, Jen with 16 points, Cyril with 14 points, and we have here Dow with 12 points and XDefG with 12 points. So Super XXX really needs to get a good placement right here to secure that top spot.
That is true, and given the quality of the games that we have been seeing so far, it's just such a shame that not all of them will be able to make it to the regionals. Of course, the rest of SCA is only allocated 6 slots, but again, with whoever gets the slots to the regionals, I can surely say that it is very well deserved, and I'm confident that whoever makes it there will make a big splash in professional auto chess as a whole.
That's right, and Mikopi, we are looking at the match of Dow, and Dow's Warpwood Sage is actually surviving. Okay, there you go, and it's actually surviving right now. It was just switched to another perspective. That Ripper is not going to survive the slow hits of his opponent. And
That is
Heaven
probably,
Bomber?
yeah.
Wow.
That is probably a slow and agonizing death for the Heaven Bomber. I mean, he is so much healing has been done by the Warpwood Sage during that time. I thought for sure that he will get bursted down to death by those two goblins, but apparently that wasn't the case. It happened to be still tough at level 1. But yeah, moving on forward, we have X.G here, banking seemingly on the goblin synergy, at least in the early game. That's what he wants us to think, because if you look at his board, there are some warriors in there. So I guess that represents his plan B. Meanwhile, here we have Dao invading Moose, and wow, Dao is having the upper hand in this, and Moose surprisingly is going for the Knights at this very crucial time. What can you say about that, Excelsior? Knights, probably one last hurrah. Do you think it will work?
Yeah, I'm not so optimistic about that Knight build because it really doesn't bode well with me, as we have seen in the performance of it during this tournament series. And I mean, Mikopi, I've used it. It still can work, but it's really a thin chance for it to go on a win streak and just get the resources that you need over the next few rounds. How about you, Mikopi? What do you think about that?
Okay, so you're correct. You're totally correct when you said that the Knights they're not really the best what they call this composition to go to at the moment. And I think that it all comes down to how Moose is looking at his current standing right now. He doesn't really need to go all out, probably, to try to secure the top spot. He's probably thinking of just qualifying enough to, just go to the 6 spots on the regionals. But maybe that's just me. Part of me also wants to think that maybe this time around we'll finally be able to see that that high level Knights play. So we shall see.
Oh wow! Yes, we'll see. And we are now looking at the synergy board. Mikopi, where are your assassins?
They are still hiding. I'm still praying that someone in there takes them out of the shadows and shows everyone how it's done with assassins. But today is not looking to be the day, not in this crucial moment where everything is hanging on the line. It seems that everyone is gravitating towards the popular strategies that have been working well for them throughout the weekend. So, like for example, we see here again another Fallen Witcher, Feathered, and of course Hunters.
Oh wow! But then again, looking at XSG being comfortable with a Goblin synergy right now, Mikopi, is this going to be the last hurrah? We will see in the next few rounds. Whoa! He's switching off from the Goblin synergy. Wow! What a very flexible lineup.
And in a surprising turn of events, suddenly no one is picking Goblin at the moment, despite them having some of the stronger pieces of the Goblin synergy. But I guess this is more of they just want to get the right mix of abilities for their composition rather than going straight up for that synergy. Yeah, for that synergy. So this is just a small adjustment. I am betting that once more Goblin pieces fall in, we will see a couple of players shift back into Goblin.
That's right. And Mikopi, we are now looking at Dao trying to build an early Feathered Hunter synergy with a Dwarf Sniper Kicker, even though it's level 1. But what's notable about this is that the Warpwood Sage is already on level 2.
Yep, and that would provide some decent tanking power, especially if Dao managed to equip it with at least a plate mail or a lucky coin. But even by itself, yeah, it is a good front line. Also helps that those Traians from the Whisper Seer is there to support it as well. And yeah, this is looking to be another one of those hunter and feathered builds. Or what could happen is that we are getting a 6 feather build into some hunters or maybe even assassins.
That's right. That's right. And man, they're really trying to fight over the pieces right now because they're with those similarities between the compositions. I'm seeing that these players really want to roll the dice with that kind of composition instead of just building a composition that nobody is building right now.
That is true, and just as the camera went away from Dao, I saw him get a Razor Claw. That means he now has all 4 druids that he wanted, and it's just a matter of getting those additional copies in order to level them up quickly to 3-star druid, to 3-star units. But of course, the other players also have druids of their own. It's again one of those highly contested synergies. And I'm excited to see the synergy board when it comes up. See how many exactly are getting their Warped Sages, getting their... oh, here it is. So 1, 2, 3 players going for Druid.
Oh, wow. That's nice. But that doesn't stop these players from getting early level 3. Wow, Dao is now at level 3. Warpwood Sage early in the mesh. That's going to be a really hard minion to defeat. And as we can see here, Cyril already has his own 2 sages. I mean, is it the day that it's raining Warpwood Sages, Mikopi?
It probably is. Well, we have seen very few Fallen Witchers this time around. It is raining druids and feathers in the form of Warped Sage and Whisper Seers. So, yeah, it's completely a party. And even on Cyril's side, he is just 2 Warpwood. Never mind. He has the complete set now. That's a level 3 Warped Sage with at least a lucky ring that would provide him with additional evasiveness and protection. So, at least phase 1 of Cyril's overall plan is now complete. He has the front line that he needs to buy his backline a lot of time, but that won't buy time when when assassins are going to them. Or rather, again, I'm mistaken, as the Warped Sages, the front line quickly turns around and eliminates all form of assassination from the backline.
That's right. That's right. And we are now looking at Cyril's own level 3 or 3-star Warpwood Sage. Man, Mikopi, we are right at the last match, and I'm guessing most of these players are getting lucky with their picks.
That is right. There are 3 Druid players, and 2 of them are blessed with Razor Claws this early in the round. So they were able to complete their synergies. And in the case of Dao, he also completed his level 2 Feathered synergy. So that gives a lot of evasiveness to his units. And on the bottom, we can see that there are some warrior synergies being built, but they are still stuck. They have still not found their stride. And I fear that if this continues, these early level 3 units will be spelling the difference between victory, an early victory, or an early defeat against these other players.
That's right. And from the analysis that we did in the previous games, when these players start to gain their win streaks, that means some of the players are gaining their lose streaks as well. That's why we see a good spread of players right now. A bunch of players down to the 50s health and a bunch of players down to the 70s and 80s. Only 2 top players are having that 90s health range. So we're now looking at the synergy board. What do you think about it, Mikopi?
Okay, so there is a clash of warriors at the bottom, so hopefully one of them moves out. it's still not too late to do some last-minute adjustments as you're approaching the early mid game. After this, especially with the surge of gold that's coming in after this creep round, and yeah, we look at Moose. He has already started his assassins, and as I was telling you earlier, Excelsior, the assassins are just hiding in the shadows. Just need someone to pull them out. But what I can see here from Moose is that he still also tried to get into the druid train with his own warpwood sage, and I don't think it will pay off well for him, especially that two other players already have 3-star warpwood sages. He probably has to know it. I'm sure he has scouted for it. It's just that he doesn't have a good alternative at the moment.
That's right. So but he needs those warpwood sages, right, to make copy for him to gain a feathered assassin build on his side. But looking at Cyril right now, that's a really solid build.
That is true. And going back to Moose, by the way, one of the alternative options that he can take is that to directly go to the spirit synergy to try to combat this very much base attack. Compositions that rely on base attacks to deal damage. So of course, that will be very hard, by the way, because he has to go through the wizard synergy as well, so that he will be able to get to the four spirits needed for the full synergy. But that could be done given his given his current economy and life total. It's still possible. What he might not want to do is to try to contend with the druids that are already going around.
And right now, the one that is on the top of the list right now, it's Super XXX. He's building a kind of a beast synergy of its own, right, Mikopi, as I've seen a while ago? Is it going to be again the Fallen Witcher synergy? We'll see.
And wow, Dao just simply wrecking his opponent on the back of 3-star Treants and 3-star Druid. Yeah, Dao looking good this game, but he doesn't have his win streak though. The two other players who are looking great, in great shape rather, are Cyril and XDeathG, and I'm quite interested to see what they're building. But for now, we are looking at Lycan's board. He has the economy. He is treading a bit dangerously in the life total, but once I think he's going for the currently at 6 warriors, might probably go to 9, and we will see if he will make it in time and try to mount a comeback.
That's right, Mikopi. We are now looking at Lycan going back to his comfort zone after going out of it with the warrior build and partial divinity build as well. But he's going to be defeated by his opponent, Jen. Maybe too early to say, but from the looks of it, it's really Jen's battle to win.
That is right. Meanwhile, while all of that is happening, Cyril again won against XDeathG, the other player who is on a win streak. So now all of those gold from the win streaks are now flowing through Cyril's instead of any other players, and that will go on, and that will do a lot to boost his current composition. You see it now. He has the level 2 Razor Claw. He also is starting to build. He also now adds a Grim Touch to the mix, so that will go well with the Shining Archer, as we have seen in one of the games. Yeah, for now, Moose on the left, Lycan on the right. Will his warriors be able to withstand this onslaught that's happening right now? In Moose's case, it doesn't seem to be the case, as he's getting overpowered by these warriors, but still that level 3 Soulbreaker might be able to make a difference, and it did. It got him the game. Meanwhile, on Lycan's side of the board, he seems to be fending everyone quite well, but with that Berserker and that Battle Fervor still going on, it might have enough damage to kill the remaining warrior units. But that Arctic Punch, so clutch from the Tusk champion just punching that berserker out of the round.
That's right.
Wolves
And
wolf clothing.
right now,
Who would
it's
have guessed?
I think Cyril can no longer say all your gold are belong to me because he just lost the
Oh
win streak,
no.
and now it's back to Dow for that win streak to continue.
That's right. These players it's been a tug of war of win streaks for all of these. You thought that one player is having the time of his life with his 9 win streak, and then suddenly he gets pulled down by another player who actually is on a 5 win streak as well. So that's a very surprising plot twist that happened right there. And yes, we are talking all of this like an spirit binding that ogre to what do they call this? To just buy a bit of time, I guess. You can use it to think a thought or two about what you want to do with your composition. But yeah, Dao turning out to be the winner in all of this engagement so far.
That's right. And we are looking at Lycan with the 9 warrior build, as well as Jen going for that warrior build as well, but falling short of wait, he's repositioning, and there you go, he has his own 9 warrior build.
Wow, Lycan finally managing to make it to the 9 warriors. Yep, I counted right, there's 9, and that Ghost Kid just pulled that pirate captain out from the other side, stun him, not making him able to cast the ghost ship. Meanwhile, on the middle of the battlefield, the Doom Arbiter, level 1, doing a lot of work, doing a lot of damage, and he will be able to surround the remnants of his opponent's army. Also, Jen winning on his side as well.
That's right. And we are seeing the rise of the warriors going on left and right. Who would have guessed that they would win? Yes, these players and a bunch of players are actually building beasts, and Super XXX is the one that actually finishes that 6 beast synergy. So right now, he's going to be popping off in the next few turns. Let's see, because he already has a level 2 Fallen Witcher. Again, that synergy, and Mikopi, Super XXX is on the top right now. Man, he's really putting the hammer on the nail with that one, trying to see if it would work yet again. Let's see how he performs in the next few rounds.
That is right, he's currently being invaded by Cyril, but it seems like all of these trains are causing way too much problem for his warriors. Will they be able to break through this line of trees? It seems to not be the case, as the hunters at the back are piling in a lot of damage. And have you seen that Synergy board Excelsior? 4 people went warriors, and all of them are now at 9 over 9 warriors. Somehow, some way, the stars have aligned for all of them and granted them all of the warrior pieces they need to complete the synergy. That is just simply amazing.
That's right, that's right. And we are now looking at one of the warrior exemplars being Lycan, going, I think he just went 4 out of 5 games warrior, right, Pikopi?
Oh wow, I've lost count, but yeah, you gave me good reason to believe that this is one of his most trusted strategies, as he is now going against Jen. But Jen is winning on the left side of the board, and the right side I can't really tell, but yeah, Jen is also winning there. And it seems that the Doom Arbiter is doing a lot of damage. It is now at level 2, and its punch deals a lot of damage as well, it being a demon.
That's right. And we are really seeing the mirror matchups of the warriors. And what minion gives the advantage over the other warrior composition, Mikopi?
Okay, this is where the headaches start, because unlike against other matchups where you just set the warriors and forget it, where you put which warrior plays a big role in breaking through that matchup, because it will define which side of the board is weaker or stronger. So if you happen to be putting your carry warrior or your strongest warrior, usually it's the swordman, somewhere in the middle, then it will be able to do a lot of damage to their middle. But what happens if they change the formation? It might put some pieces out of place, and then you won't be able to get full advantage of your carry warrior.
That's right. So we are now looking at Moose on the right side and Jen at the left side. Look at Moose. His assassin synergy is falling off to that warrior synergy. Bikopi, what's happening? And is that, did he just lose out of the game?
I am scared to think about it,
Yes.
but yeah,
Yeah.
that seems to be the case. So Moose will be out of this tournament. He will be left with 18 points, and he can just hope that he will still make it in despite this performance in the last game. So at the very least, he now has some time to relax as the rest of the matches play out, and probably cheer for his other.
That's right. That's right. And we are still, we are now looking at. That's no longer Moose. That's the Lycan on the right side, and with his warriors defeating Wild Wing Rippers really fast. And wow, that's a good composition right there. Very solid composition, as if I say so myself.
That is right. And yes, looking at Lycan now, he is at death's door once again. But Excelsior, you have seen this before. Warriors who have reached their 9 out of 10 composition at death's door still were able to mount a comeback into a respectable finish. And that is probably what Lycan is looking for right here.
That's right. And again, side by side, Jen and Lycan using that warrior build, and we are looking at on the left side, that's the beast build from our other player right now, and the beast build defeats the warrior build.
Yeah, just Jen being overwhelmed right there, and the same is probably going for Lycan. For a while, it seemed like he was being overrun, but somehow he managed to find a way back into the game and was able to fend off all of those Treants, all of those Druids, and still remain in contention in this round.
That's right, Amikopi. We are looking right now. Jen is already out of the game, and we are now looking at the top 6 of this game, and now looking back at the score, if I remember, Moose is already at 18 points. So since he has 0 points now, he's still going to be at 18 points. And Jen is now at 16 points plus 1, in that he's going to be going at 17 points.
Meanwhile, Lycan has shown that he has built up enough power to overpower his opponent convincingly. Oh wait, I'm seeing Super XXX versus XSG, and I got confused right there. But yeah, we are now back to CDYI's board. He's the other warrior player. He's completed his synergy as well, and he's next to the chopping block. One of the warrior players have now been eliminated. That's Lycan. So I guess the 2 other warrior players are smiling deep inside because that's more free pieces for them. With X-Death more so because he has the economy to actually back up and reroll some of those pieces if possible. But for now, I guess both of them have to make do with what they have. They'll be facing, though, against some really high-powered Druid units and Beast units, and of course our all-time favorite, the Fallen Witcher, just there, untouched, transformed, and dealing a lot of damage. And yeah, that's actually enough for Super XXX to eliminate CDYI from this round.
That's right, Mikopi. We are now looking at XDeathG going against his opponent, and
I feel
now also
dizzy.
carrying his 9 out of 9 warriors. Mikopi, wow.
That is right. The banner for the Warriors has been passed from one player to another, and finally it ended up in the hands of X Death G. This is the final play that he will be doing for the rest of the weekend. 9 Warriors and a Marine synergy just to mitigate some of that magic damage going his way, possibly from the Fallen Witcher as well, and we will see how effective this will work. That Siren just simply melted, and in comes the ghost ship from the pirate captain. But it seems to not be enough. All of these guys are dodging. All of these guys are still firing. That level 3 sniper falls. Meanwhile, there is a lot happening on the front line as the Arbiter suddenly came from the back and just keep hitting all of the backlines, thus winning this match for XDeathG against Dao.
Wow, and wow for XZG for winning against Dao in that matchup. He's no longer within. He's no longer having some gold to play with, and as we can see on the top, that's Cyril with this Hunter Demon deck, Hunter Feathered Demon deck, as well as Super XXX with his full Beast and Demon deck. And they're going for a Thunderhide turn right now for both OKR, Dao, and XNetG. Which one is going to finish first? My bet is on Dao. Oh, no. XNetG actually finished first.
Wow, that's a surprising amount of damage coming out from XDeathG. But yeah, that Thunderhide probably just giving off the last bits of items. I doubt that given everyone's life totals, the game will reach until round 35 into the Black Dragon. But we shall see. And hopefully right now they are able to build something useful that they will be able to utilize in the matchups against the remaining lineups. Some adjustments here being made by Dao, and it will depend on who will be invading him. And this time around, it is the 6 Beast player, and we'll see if that Witcher, keep an eye on it. It's on the backline. It's starting to hit all of the important backline units. The Freya is also popping up in the back, providing some support for the Witcher. It is currently petrified at the moment. Teleport to the other end of the map and is hitting 3 other units for lots of damage. Yeah. What a carry this guy is. However, he is now left alone, and it's him versus that sniper, the rematch from earlier. And this time, it goes in the favor of the Fallen Witcher.
Maintain eye contact.
Oh, wow. That's actually a good matchup right there. Again, toss a coin, Bikopi, to your Fallen Witcher. And we are seeing here 6 out of 9 Feathered Synergy from Dao. And he's right now at the top 4 position. A very good performance that he got an early Warpwood Sage. I think it was round 9. He got around 12. He got the level 3 Warpwood Sage. And wow, I just saw the Ghost Kid in action, pulling off the farthest minion from the other side. And this matchup is going really well for Super XXX with his Beast synergy. And on the right, we see Dao trying to survive against that Dwarf Sniper and Warpwood Sage, and then he falls off.
Surprisingly, none of our remaining players have died this round. But that can't be said for the next few rounds. It seems like this game will somehow manage to get past round 35. But before that, I am worried for XZG and Dao. They are now at a very dangerous life totals. So even if you combine their life totals, they won't reach Super XXX 32 health. But we shall see if that changes. So we are seeing the engagement here between Dao and XDeathG. XDeathG is simply overwhelming Dao's units with all of these warriors that are going around. They are simply being too tough. And in fact, it will be enough to eliminate Dao from contention. So Dao will end up in the 4th place for this round.
That's right, and we are seeing Super XXX at a very comfortable position. He's going against Cyril, and I'm looking at it right now. Super XXX is already on the 24 points. He is actually in a very good position. May he get 1, 2, or 3. He has the top points right now. But then again, let's compute again for Cyril and XZG later.
That is right. Super XX's performance this game is totally out of this world. He is simply crushing it with all of these minions. And here's an example right now as he goes against potentially XZG's last round. And there he goes, eliminated by Super XXX, adding that other medal to his win streak. And finally, we are now down to our 2 players in the game. Will it be the most dominant player last week and during the last Friday, Cyril, or is Super XXX gonna prove that he is the dominant player this time around as he cruised seemingly easily through this 5-round grand finals?
That's right. Looking on it side by side, we see a lot of druid minions coming on between the Super XXX and Cyril. Wow, really fast from Super XXX with that 6 beast synergy. Man, Cyril has a tough match ahead of him against Super XXX. Solid beast build. Mikopi, who do you think is going to win this match?
I can't really tell Excelsior, but one thing's for sure, it's a lot of damage versus a lot of evasion, as it's the 6 feathered composition with some hunters on it against Druid Hunter from Super XXX, or rather, but against 6 Beast from Super XXX. And here's the initial clash of these two. It may not be enough to for one to kill the other, but we shall see. The backline is now exposed for Cyril, and yeah, Super XXX taking that very convincingly, putting Cyril within the same life range.
Yeah, so that's what we can see, or that's a glimpse of what we're going to expect for the next few rounds from Super XXX. And no adjustments are being made from either of these players. We can see Super XXX now banking some three Fallen Witchers. He needs one more batch of 3 Fallen Witchers to get to that level 3 3-star Fallen Witcher. Okay.
That is true. Meanwhile, this adjustment seems to be working in the favor of Cyril, as the dwarf sniper is perfectly protected, and that Witcher just crying in the corner as it gets being shot. It's a back and forth between these two. But this time, however, Cyril is the one who takes the win over Super XXX. And I think it all came down to positioning. He moved his carry around, which is the level 3 dwarf sniper, protected with some units, and he split them even. Look at that split by Cyril. Super XXX's units will be hard pressed to find which is the weak spot. It also doesn't help that anyone who will be fighting the Warpwood Sage at the front will be delayed for a very long time. And just like that, the Fallen Witcher suddenly jumping into the backline, taking out that Warp Sniper very easily. Meanwhile, the rest of Cyril's team seems to be winning on that side. That is until the Witcher teleported there. And wow, this is the true back and forth. Super XXX winning that match again, taking revenge for his previous loss against Cyril. This is turning out to be very close, Excelsior.
That's right, Mikopi. It's a true back and forth matchup between Cyril and Super XXX. So now it depends on how they will position their minions and also develop their levels as well. That's a good positioning from Super XXX right there. Oh, okay, he's putting it on the right side. That means that it's going to be a target for the Dwarf Sniper. But then again, we're seeing it teleport over the whole board.
right. And I guess the opener has been a big factor here. It all comes down to whether or not that Fallen Witcher will be able to catch that Dwarf Sniper, because we can see once it's isolated with the Dwarf Sniper, it's able to make quick work of it, and you don't leave the Witcher alive. This last power shot will try to break the Witcher, but it's not meant to be, as both players, wow, somehow, some way reached into round 40 and into the Glacier Clan. And this is where things will speed up, because the Glacier Clan, for sure, will be providing one of those crucial items that will heavily swing the favor to one of these players.
That's right. And some of the other players are other unexperienced players are having a hard time with the Glacier Clan, but these players are, I'm sure, we're going to have a quick rundown of the whole clan. It's going to be easy, and there's going to be an explosion on Cyreal's side, and again, Super XXX dealing with the last Glacier Clan
an elf.
member or chieftain, if I say so myself. And there's a decay, down 6 and down to 7. This is the decay that we're talking about, Mikopi. I noticed this during our first day, and we're thankful to the explanation of one of the viewers that during these late stages, there's a decay for each match, and that's
right, Excelsior.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And hold your breath, because these are the last 3 seconds of potentially the last round of this grueling 3 days of the national finals for the rest of SEA. Watch that Fallen Witcher, because it has now turned into level 3. But meanwhile, that sniper at the back just picking off all the units, but that Witcher picking off the units faster. Is it still breathing? Is it still surviving? That sniper is going down, and the Witcher too as well. And it's not enough for someone to kill the other. What a match, Excelsior!
Wow! That's actually that just means that they are fighting the mirrors, right, Bikopi?
That is, I think they're fighting each other, and
yeah.
That's what they call this. It's so close. And for everyone watching, make sure to take note where the sniper is and where the Fallen Witcher is. And
boy, just put it in the middle. Cyreal. They're going head to head right now. Oh,
that's great. The last gamble by Cyreal.
There you go.
Positioning, will it pay off? The Witcher has transformed. However, there's still a sizable amount of units on Super XXX's side, but it will finally
it's going to be Super
overwhelm.
XXX. Wow. And that's Super XXX going on with that match, showing that he really is on top. I mean, he really went under the radar over the past few games, but he was the most consistent, right, Mikopi?
That is right. And I just have to commend everyone on that match. That match, especially the last 2 players, is worthy of the very last game of the grand finals. It puts us over the edge. It makes us want to play more auto chess, and I can't wait to get my hands on my own account and actually play a lot.
That's right. And I mean, Mikopi, out of the whole series that we casted for this weekend, what do you think is the top 3 synergies for you?
Okay, number 1, Knight's joke. I'm just kidding. Okay, number 1, of course, is 6 Beast. It has proven to be the dominant force throughout the whole weekend moving forward. Granted, it didn't really bear its fangs until the second day, but when it did, it really propelled players onto the top spots. We saw it fall once or twice, sure, but for the most part, it's one of those reliable compositions that you can play into. The second one would probably be, surprisingly, not 9 warriors, at least personally for me. That would be the any variant of a Feather that's being played right now. Feather was the surprise hit, I think, for this metagame, as players are looking for solutions to warrior, to and the other builds that are dominating right now. So I'm just surprised that you can slap on a 6 feathered build along with some hunters, and it will take you really, really far. And we saw some of the top players here utilize it to great effect. And
That's
finally,
right.
I
That's
guess
right,
my
Mikopi.
third place would probably go
Yes.
to, I guess, Nine Warrior.
Mm.
That's it. It's just super stable, super easy to play, super easy to get into, and it's also very, reliable. How about you, Excelsior? Do you share the same sentiment, or are there other surprise hits that actually caught your eye?
I mean, the synergies that were actually, I mean, the top three synergies for me again. Top one would be the warrior synergy, and also top two, I think it would be the beast synergy, as we have seen with the fallen witcher kicker, and top three would be any synergy with the hunter, hunters in place. So that's really good. So, Mikopi, how do you think? What do you think are the players now experiencing, or how are they feeling right now, knowing that it is the end of the tournament series for this weekend?
Most probably, it is a sigh of relief for those who think that they have performed well in this 5 game series of the grand finals. So they'll probably be celebrating right now, knowing that they probably calculated the points beforehand. And of course, 6 of these 8 players will be moving on into the regionals, where they will be facing against the other national finalists from the other regions. And I, for one, am very confident with this, with any of the 6 from these guys who will go there. They'll surely make a splash in that scene. So, Excelsior, about their feelings. What do you think the other players are probably going through right now as well?
I think a lot of these players are going to celebrate, even if they're not going to go into the regionals. But the reason is because they have played a lot of good auto chess over the weekend, and this is one tournament that they can show to their relatives. So wait, look, I can show you. The gaming goes a long way, and this is one outlet. And as you can see, this is the stand. These are the standings from the previous groups, and we are actually really excited because we now know that Super XXX is going to move on, but the scores, Mikopi, of the other players, I'm really at loss for words who will be moving on to the regionals.
That is right. I mean, going into game 5, some of the scores are really close, and actually close enough for the other players at the bottom of the rank to actually affect the standings. Still, as long as they perform well in Group 5. So right now, as we're waiting for the results, what we're showing now is the what do you call this? The recap of what happened in the last 2 groups. So if I remember right, Group L is the semifinals bracket of the lower side of the lower bracket rather. And this is just a testament to how great these players are. The top 4 of every set, every group that we have seen have what they call this have shown very consistent performance. I mean, look at the scores right here. For example, in Group L, the top 2 have the same amount of points, and then the third player who made it is just 1 point away from them, and the player next to him and the 5th one actually tied. So that was a really close lower bracket match. And going back to the upper bracket that we've experienced earlier, Super XXX. Oh, here it is. Here are the final results. Go for it, Excelsior.
So this is the final results right now. We are looking at the Super XXX giving 33 points with top 1, top 2 CDYI with 22 points, Cyril top 3 with 21 points, Glycan with 19 points at top 4, Moose top 5 with 18 points, XNetG with 18 points at top 6, Jen top 7 with 17 points, and Dao with 17 points at top 8.
Wow, Super XXX really showing everyone a level of auto chess that is way ahead of the pack also props to MSG getting 2 players into the regional finals. Of course, Cyril as well, consistent performance, and Lycan, of course, showing some really good plays, and Moose as well, going for those risky plays, paying off, and of course, XDeathG managing to hold on into the 6th spot. It's quite unfortunate that Jen and that won't be able. Just gripping to learn that they're just 1 point away from qualifying as well. But I'm sure that that it will only encourage them further in the next few tournaments.
That's right, Mikopi. These players have played high-level games of auto chess, and we are seeing them to fruition. Their practices have been giving them their rewards, and we are now seeing that we are seeing actually their conditioning, because the conditioning doesn't just go in one game. You have to go through with it, and with the repeated playing of auto chess, and we have seen it. Their adaptability has been developed. Their mental agility has been developed as well. So these players really are seasoned players of auto chess. Mikopi, what other points can you say about our players?
I guess this is just my last few words before tournament ends. But I have just so much respect for the players who have participated during this weekend. I have learned a lot. I've seen a lot of great strategies, and of course I hope everyone was entertained about the matches that they gave us. Those are heart pounding. Those are very gripping. Those are very innovative, and yeah, I'm hoping for the best in their performance in the regionals. How about you, Excelsior? Any reflections as we look back into the last 3 days?
Yeah, over the last 3 days, I have found that I am at the really my gameplay is really far from these players. I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, I could have done that. That could have been my play. Because I mean, I'm really looking up to these players. They affected how I play moving forward. And just this morning, I just tried their strategies, and it really does work. So these players are really exemplars of how you play on a chess. And with that said, we are now going to close this stream and finish it off. I'm Excelsior PH, Mikop, and you have here Mikopi. Mikopi, where can they follow you?
Oh, you guys can find me on Facebook, and I'm also just on Facebook. It's at Meekopi. That's Meekopi. You can see it here on the screen. How about you, Excelsior? And oh, wait, before that, I hope everyone had a great time with watching. I know we did. And of course, Excelsior, where can the people find you?
Yes, the people can find me all at just one address, at Excelsior PH, on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm all over there at Excelsior PH, no space. And again, we would like to thank the organizers of this tournament that you have just watched. This is the Auto Chess Southeast Asia National Finals, organized by ESL Asia and Auto Chess VNG. With that said, I hope you enjoyed the past 3 days of auto chess content and auto chess gameplay that we have casted here. This has been Excelsior PH, and you with me here is Mikopi. Thank you, and enjoy auto chess. Stay safe. Bye, guys.
Is it real? You're not here. Visions of you slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here.